Hello and welcome to the Clash of Clans World Warmup, where Clash of Clans will be giving away $30,000 throughout this weekend to the top teams in the world. I'm Carbon Finn, and I'm casting along two amazing Clashers, Itzu and Clash Bashing. Itzu, are you ready to kick off the biggest tournament to start off this year?
I am super ready. I think this will be amazing. Trying out, or not trying, the pros have to play the new hard mode, and this will be just epic to watch. And I think, Bash, you feel the same way.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's our first look at the new season. The hard mode is harder than ever. It's going to be an amazing season of esports. But Itzu, why don't you tell us how we got here so far?
Yeah, let's take a look at the format those teams had to go through to actually make it to this playoff stage. Because we had 4 open qualifiers where teams were able to qualify with random seedings, single elimination, and then the top 11 teams advanced to the Swiss stage. This is what we had then 16 teams, because we had the teams from the World Championship of last year joining here. And with the 16 teams, it meant 3 wins, you're in the playoffs, and 3 losses, you're out. Overall, only 8 teams advanced, and now we're having the playoffs, where we have 8 teams in a double-elimination bracket. Everything's on the line, and they're fighting for a lot of prizing, Carbon.
They are indeed. Like I mentioned at the start, $30,000 total. But first place is the big prize of $10,000. But just making it to this stage, you have earned money. If you didn't make it to it and you were eliminated in the Swiss stage, unfortunately, you went home with nothing. But first, $10,000, second, $7,000, and third, $4,000. And yes, we'll be sending teams home today, and they are competing for so much in the very first tournament here of 2025. But Bash, what are the teams that have made it to this stage?
That's right, Carbon. We had 8 teams play through the Swiss, and here we are, or I should say 8 teams made it through Swiss. We got Team Elektros, DIZI, Elevate, NAVI, Team Queso, Tribe Gaming, Synchronic, and HTM Esports, all competing here today for, like you mentioned, a piece of that $30,000. But Itzu, let's take a look at our bracket.
Exactly, because we have put all of those teams into a bracket, the double-elimination bracket, where those teams have to fight through over today and tomorrow to win this little champion crown, and as well out of the prize pool on the line. With the first match going to be Team NAVI versus Team Elektros, Tribe Gaming versus Team Queso, DIZI versus Synchronic, and then HTM Esports versus Elevate. A lot of good matches. Anything specific standing out to you, Carbon?
I mean, the defending world champions in the third match that we're going to be having here today, Synchronic Gaming, but it was Synchronic that won last year's world championship, or last year's world's warm-up, I should say. So will that be a telltale sign of who potentially will win this year? So keep your eye on that. Match number 3, but still, each one of these matches are going to be an amazing. What about you, Bash? What are you thinking for these matches to start?
Yeah, I mean, anytime we get to see the world champions, the defending world champions play, especially in a warm-up, kind of seeing what they have and how they've adjusted the roster for the new season, that always gets me excited. So I kind of just echo that sentiment there. Seeing Synchronic versus DIZI, that should be a really nice matchup. Itzu, any matches standing out to you?
To be honest, I have to go like the route of saying I'm just excited to enjoy the new hard mode, because if we take a look as well at some numbers, Town 15 for a lot of people was like the hardest town level out there for a long time. And we had a warm-up during that year as well. During the Swiss stage, we had roughly a 36% success rate, which means 36 out of 100 attacks were 3 stars. For this one, we had an 18%, half the hit rate, double. I mean, that is just crazy. Half the hit rate, which means it's double as hard to get those 3 stars in this current hard mode for the pros. So that will be something exciting and see as well, because it is still so fresh. If people have prepared something new for it, that would be really nice to watch, Carbon.
Yes, it will be, because it's about the bases for these matches. And we saw in the Swiss stage, they're bringing different things. And I'm sure that they have been practicing this entire time, trying to come up with attacks to try to get it to well, day 2 of tomorrow, and then eventually win that first place prize. There's no golden ticket like we've seen in the qualifiers from last year. This is about the prize money, and that is what they're going here for here, Bash.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge chunk of change on the line, but also you can kind of feel out some of these other teams. I mean, it's very early in the Clash Esports season. I mean, we haven't even had any official announcements on what the season's going to look like. But with this new hard mode, I think it's just exciting just seeing what these teams are playing with, what they're using, and kind of we'll see also how that meta develops over this year as we continue to play through, have updates and all that kind of great stuff.
Yeah, that is for sure something which will be really great to witness, of like changing the meta within this, which we have already seen where people have started with like a lot of rage towers, then people have like brought back the fireball attacks, obviously the electro boots of the Royal Champion and charges with that were really efficient. Then people tried to, okay, let's spread out everything a bit further. So rage towers had less value, so they were switching to the poison tower, which worked as well better versus the Royal Champion charge. So we already saw like the beginning of like how the meta is going to shape, and I'm really looking forward because such tournaments are typically always having this as well within the tournament itself. So I would be not surprised to see something different starting today, and then it will develop over today and tomorrow to something completely different, not only on offense, but as well on defense, Carbon.
And in recent tournaments, I've seen some of these teams run the same base multiple times in a given match because hard mode is that hard. You could actually do it. But with these teams, they have a lot of experience against each other. So I'm curious of kind of the predictions of what you guys are thinking that's going to be coming in for these very first set of matches. We know the first 4 that are playing. And then after that, since it's double elimination, we don't know where things are going to pan out. So what I'm curious also is everyone watching at home, let us know right now in the chat what you're thinking. Who do you think is going to be winning the very first matchup? Because, I mean, we have one of the fan favorites coming in at the very beginning with NAVI. So I'm curious if people are thinking NAVI's going to take it, or is some underdogs going to be rising through the ranks? So with you, Bash, what are you thinking? Who's gonna take this first couple of matches? What are you thinking?
Well, I mean, it's hard to go against NAVI. They are coming off that disappointing run in Worlds where they kind of got a little bit upset there. But anytime you're looking at this NAVI squad, you gotta think they're the favorites. We know they're fan favorites. Klaus, Gaku, Yada, Kazuma, and Stars. They are some really amazing attackers, some really creative attackers. But let's see how they've been able to adapt to this new hard mode, which I'm sure we're gonna be reiterating that point all throughout today. But with NAVI, you gotta always like them as a favorite, right, Itsu?
Yeah, I mean, that's for sure. And as well, if anyone is wondering like about the stats on the screen, the first row is always the average hit rate, which means, for example, for Loop, unfortunately, he's like having 0 3-stars out of 13 attacks, which is really uncommon for him, but that's the hit rate. The next one is then the average stars. Then we have the average destruction and obviously the average time as well. So we see way lower hit rates overall from those players. We saw some of the NAVI players as well with a 0% hit rate, which is not as common, but this is just to showcase how tough this hard mode really is. But then on the other side, we have seen from Stars like being 3 out of 3. So he's like the monster we all know that he is in this game with like crazy attacks. So I'm really looking forward to those players, and I feel like every team has this one star player right now where it relies a lot on this player. If that player cannot perform, it might look really rough for the team overall, Carbon.
Indeed. One thing I find very interesting about these stats is when you saw NAVI, they had only 3 attacks, which means they only played 3 matches and went 3 for 3 in the Swiss stage. But Team Elektros, they had to go 13 attacks here, or at least, well, this is a Swiss stage. There's also qualifiers, but Team Elektros had to play way more matches in order to make it to this stage, since there was a handful of teams that were invited who had golden tickets from the previous year to the Swiss stage, so they didn't have to play in the previous qualifiers to earn that spot. But still, that's a lot more attacks that they have to go through. And yeah, indeed, you mentioned it, 0 for 13 for Loop. But it's going to be an amazing first match, so let's jump straight into it.
And it looks like we're right into the action here. We got Diego in. We've missed a little bit of the attack here, but making the way towards the town hall, we got Roots and we have the Valkyries, a very common attack for everyone. as we should see this quite a bit throughout our tournament. Make the way towards the Town Hall. Once that gets taken out, obviously we don't know what happened in the opening of this attack, but we're already halfway through and the Town Hall's looking secured.
Town Hall looking secured, but just take a look at how much damage those scatter shots are dealing. That is just crazy. Those Root Riders are disappearing, and the Town Hall still has to go down, and finally it does. It is getting secured exactly as you said, but the Root Riders did not survive this push, which means there's just so much base left on the far right of your screen. Each of those defenses are having so many hit points, and I think this should be as well maybe the moment where we're really reminding every viewer out there who's maybe not as familiar with the hard mode what exactly the hard mode is. It means that the defenses overall deal 20% more damage. And yes, this means as well, it's like stacking together with like things like Rage Towers, which means the new geared defense with the Rage Tower can get defensive number up to 1,236 DPS. That is just insane. On top of that, all of the defending heroes have like an increase in their stats in 20%. Well then, for example, as well, the equipments are capped. Common equipments can only be used on level 15, epic ones only on level 21, and then, well, the damage of those attacking heroes are a bit nerfed as well. So a lot of things have changed to really make those pros have a challenge with every single attack, and we saw this already with the first attack with falling short with only 2 stars.
Yeah, the big swing of the defending heroes dealing 20% more damage has really been a factor. I mean, you kind of talked about the attacking heroes also. It's almost like a 30% swing because the attacking heroes, they have 10% less health, they deal 10% less damage. So hero and hero, it's a big mismatch there. But we've seen players be able to triple. But at the same time, we saw what we just saw there, a 66% 2-star. I think the goal needs to be on those misses at least 80% to kind of keep your team in there. But also in this hard mode, anything can happen, and we're definitely more susceptible to seeing those 1-star attacks come in. So I think like for this season, or for our tournament here today, I should say, it feels like Clash Esports is back where anything can happen in these 5v5 wars.
Yeah, that's for sure. Especially you saw it like with some of the hit rates of the players, where I think Amyolin had like 2 3-stars out of 13 attacks, but then his average star was even below 2 because he had a couple of 1-stars as well. So 1-stars can for sure happen. It felt like the strongest strategies right now are still combined with like Root Riders. Something else which worked amazingly well for the pros is as well the Super Witches, because they're generating their own tanks, which is really nice. And something which I think is interesting as well, which is getting used a lot, which might be not as common than for the regular game, is the Snake Bracelet. That's right, it's getting used quite a bit, because remember, those defenses are hitting harder, which means if the snakes are taking like 1, maybe 2, maybe 3 monolith shots, that is a really big deal in this hard mode, because the defense are dealing so much more damage. So this is why you might see the pros using equipments which you might not see as often, but there's always a thought behind it.
Yeah, and one thing also to kind of take into effect, we saw 1 earthquake there from Gaku. Sometimes you're going to need to bring 2 earthquakes with the fireball being capped at that level 21. So it's a lot of those little details that you got to keep an eye on throughout here today. But Gaku is making his way towards that town hall, had a nice little fireball, got great value on that right side, took out a whole compartment with that Grand Warden, and now all the Super Witches are going to make their way towards the town hall. King's going to join that barracks on the left side, and he's got a strong push through the middle with that jump spell.
Ooh, the Queen for now, though, is going around the outside. Is she coming back? There would be a lot of DPS which is missing, but no, she's turning around. Now the Wizards on the X on the left are funneling perfectly, and so far this attack looks beautiful. But now, again, it's about this core defense. I mean, we have seen this defense changing attacks quite a bit, because the damage output, even without a Rage Tower close by, is just crazy. There's the jump, but can those skeletons now tank?
Yeah, the multi-gear tower is just an absolute unit. Worth investing those spells, as we see the freeze spell going in there to slow it down, and the big boy and queen bounce in there and take that multi-gear tower out. So that is one major defense, but look at the backside of this base too. We got scatter shots, we got the monolith, we got defending heroes. He's got a strong army, but he's got a lot of base remaining.
Yeah, there goes the Queen ability though, spawning some more healers, and this means the troops for now can stay alive and be a little bit longer, but this scatter, this monolith is just dealing so much damage. The Royal Chain ability is not there anymore, so she has to somehow deal as much damage as possible. It just feels like this backhand is a little bit too much, but we talked about it earlier. With less 3-stars, those percentage points are even more important, because the average destruction in the Swiss stage was around 88%, and so far both teams might drop below, but maybe Gaku can like collect a couple more outside buildings to increase the percentage a little bit further for his team.
He's still got a couple, or one witch right there with the big boy, trying to get through, maybe pick up that Tesla. He's got that storage weakened up. There's the 88% you spoke of, maybe 89, 90. Yeah, there we go, up to 90% as everything is starting to finally fade out. But it is a very nice attack here for Gaku. Although it is a miss, 91% compared to the 61% miss of Elektros is very, very respectable.
Yep, this is for sure something really important to take in consideration for those matches, that the percentage is just such a big pressure point now as well, compared to what we have seen maybe last year in the World Championship, where things were for sure way easier for the top players. But having such a big percentage lead is for sure nice now for NAVI. But on the other side now, there is pressure. We need to see a higher percentage attack, or maybe even a 3-star attack from Team Elektros to really kick things off for them, because with their first attack, that is going to be rough when they're not changing anything.
Yeah, it's definitely lower than expected, but at the same time, 1 3-star and you're right back in this. I mean, we've seen plenty of wars get won with 11 stars in this new hard mode, so anything could happen. They're not out of this one yet. And one thing also to note is the time is a lot longer on these attacks. Whether you're setting up with a warden walk or just taking your time with the attack, it's a lot more deliberate. But Alban is coming in with that Royal Champion charge into Dragon, so gonna look to bring that Royal Champion in. She runs into the tornado, Gigabot, or Giant Bomb, excuse me, over there, dealing some damage to her and that Fox, using some of those rocket loons to weaken things up. Looks like the Royal Champion's getting some pretty nice value with the haste vial as well. Yeah, he's got a great funnel set up here on that right side.
What a baited entry. This is crazy. I'm wondering if we're going to see a lot of black mines then now as well against the dragons. But I mean, take a look at the street of different giant bombs around this far right side. This was for sure expected from NAVI with this entry. But this means that the Fox did go down early, which means the Royal Champ is not getting most likely the value he was looking for. He was trying to force her further into the core. And when we see a lot of invis with rages, we typically see the takedown of the Town Hall, because the combination of the active haste ability with the rage is just dealing a ton of damage. And while the Town Hall is quite tanky, that combination can just melt it like it's nothing. So he has to go with the Blimp now to take down the Town Hall. The rage tower is going off, but luckily, hopefully, the scatter is getting overwhelmed quite quickly.
Yeah, keep an eye on the Town Hall. We got Yetis in the Clan Castle, so that should take that Town Hall down. But also at the same time, it does pull those Ice Golems out of the Clan Castle. Dragons are spreading a little bit out. We got the Queen over there on the left as well, so she's going to be able to deal a lot of damage. But these Dragons have definitely them. There goes the Minion Prince's ability with those new metal pants, which are going to allow him to take a little bit more damage. He's going to come over and assist that Queen. But a lot of these Dragons have faded out, and he's going to go into a really heavy damage area with this Queen.
Yeah, and something as well to consider right now, with the 3-star rate being way lower, with those really big pushes into the core or close to the core, you might take down some of those core buildings. But as long as you're not able to push through, you're always skipping those defenses which are covering the outside, and this means you're having lower percentages. Exactly like this one. There's not much in the core left, but there's always some buildings on the outside which are covering those outside buildings, which is not allowing Almyolin to collect a couple of more percentages. And we have seen earlier from NAVI, from Gaku, for example, where he was able to have a group of troops around the outside picking up those defenses and buildings in general, which means even though it wasn't a 3-star, the percentage was at least as high that it's still putting up pressure on the other team. Right now, Team Elektros, with those first 2 attacks, they're really relying on a 3-star on their side. On the other side, NAVI was one of the teams with one of the highest scores in the Swiss stage with 13 stars. So it won't be easy for them. They have to hope for now some more defenses from the NAVI side, which is not as likely even in hard mode.
Yeah, it's tough to hold NAVI back, but even if they do hold them back, they're going to have to get a 3-star of their own. With that first attack, they had a difference of 25%, and with Albalin's attack right there at 80%, NAVI could definitely look to stretch that. If they put a 3-star on the board here, the pressure is going to start to build for Team Elektros. Obviously, we have a lot of war to go. Anything could happen, but you definitely got to like where NAVI is sitting right here. I mean, you talked about it. The 13-star average is insane in this hard mode. I don't know if you players at home have tried this hard mode, but it is crazy hard. These teams and players have put in so much work to get used to it. It's almost like just playing Clash of Clans like super hard mode. I don't even know how to describe it. It's unless you've tried it, that hard mode is crazy.
It is for sure, but even crazier is to highlight that one of the NAVI players is still perfect. Yes, they have played only 3 matches within the Swiss stage because they did not have to play the qualifiers because they were part of the last World Championship and those 5 teams had direct access towards the Swiss stage. But still, going 3 out of 3 is super impressive. But it seems like Yada is first, and they're going in with this mass invisibility spell, Royal Gem Charge combination of their own with the dragons. It is just so powerful, and as long as you're not deploying the giant bombs perfectly, there is not much of fighting back as long as you're deploying those invis spells perfectly timing-wise, because how do you attack an invisible Royal Champion? That's a bit tricky.
Yeah, you can't see her. It's John Cena World Champion out here as she's able to make her way deep inside the bases here. 11 invis is a ton of invisibility. So let's see what Yada's able to get through here as he's working through getting. Oh, he's actually going to go ahead and invis that mortar so the Royal Champion goes the way that he wants her to. He's going to go into that fire spitter, pulls out a couple of those Clan Castle troops, which are actually going to go over to his Flame Flinger. So got to keep an eye on that and get those Clan Castle troops under control.
Yeah, I think those Clan Castle troops are going to be a big issue. I don't know how he could take them out. I guess he's just going to accept that the Flame Flinger is going to go down. The Super Minions will eventually take them out, but the Siege could have gotten more value, while the Haste Valve at the top side right now is indeed getting more value, and there's not as much base left at this point. As well, the Bay Dragon is coming in clutch, in my opinion, because he is picking up exactly those outside buildings, which are allowing those Navi players to have the higher average destruction. As well now, Dragons are up next, and he has as well the Minion Prince and the Warden to support them, while the King right now is using bottom compartment kind of for funneling. And interestingly enough, he's not running the Archer Queen.
Yeah, the Royal Champion just went down from that crazy charge. Minion Prince is in there with the Angry Jelly, which means he's going to target those defenses for the first few seconds, which will allow him to surge into the middle of the base. The Dragons are going to spread out, but that funnel up top is set really, really nice. All the Dragons got to do is make their way through the center of this base. Easier said than done, I know, but there's a lot of defenses firing on those Dragons now. He's got to get the Town Hall down as it's a little bit weak. Here comes the Minion Prince from that bottom side with the Angry Jellies. Should be able to help him get to the Town Hall as well if it's not down yet. But the Dragons are going to secure the Town Hall, and Minion Prince is joining the party.
I would love to know how much damage this new defense right now dealt in this attack. It took down like 6 dragons on its own. This is just crazy. Everything avoided it. Did not really go for the defense itself. They somehow skipped it and went for the Town Hall, and it just dealt so much damage. This defense is insane with those numbers, and it just, I mean, as I said, it took down like 6 dragons on its own, and the Town Hall was well protected during that time because of all the hit points. And this means in the end, with the problem of the Flame Flinger getting taken care of early on, and this defense not getting taken care of early on either, in the end, it's going to be a 94%. I feel like those were the 2 big issues for Yada in this attack, which were the reasons for falling short. But still, again, a high percentage attack, which means they're keeping the lead on percentage. But so far, both teams no 3-star.
Yeah, that was crazy, the setup there with the Royal Champion, but ultimately going into that Fire Spitter and the multi-gear tower, like that multi-gear tower just deals out so much damage. Even the Minion Prince with the Angry Jelly allowing him to target those defenses right away still wasn't able to get too much value because that multi-gear tower was just dealing out so much damage. Also, one key thing there for the defense was that King. The King kind of pushed those dragons a little bit away from their targets and allowed them to take a little bit more damage. So it was a crazy good setup, but we're seeing why hard mode is so hard. Those defenses, that 20% makes a massive difference, and we're seeing that so far in this war.
Yeah, I feel like in the regular game, you can get away with a lot of mistakes or recover your attacks quite nicely, even with like high percentages, even if crucial things are going wrong. But we have just seen, like, I guess 2 mistakes, if you could call them mistakes, within that attack, and this have cost him already the 3-star with being not as big. But on this one, it is going to be the Rage Towers. If the Rage Towers cannot be handled quickly, this is going to be a big problem. And we have Super Witches, which tend to be quite tanky. I'm not sure how tanky they're going to be versus Rage Towers, though.
Yeah, and that Warden, he's taking a lot of damage. You gotta keep an eye on the Warden, Borosios. Oh, come on, come on, come on. He's fighting for his life. The fireball goes off. I think that fireball was a little bit early there. Actually, I'm pretty confident that fireball was early there from Rocio's Grand Warden, as he was taking so much damage from the Expo and the Ricochet Cannon. We're seeing these merged defenses be the keys to success so far. Whether it's the multi-gear tower or that Ricochet Cannon, they are so tough to deal with so far in hard mode.
Run, Warden, run! As he's getting chased from those archers from the clan castle. But yes, the Rage Tower is going to stay alive, which is going to be a big factor for the end of the attack if she can get that far. And on top of that, we have now those two fire spitters, and she's going right in between of them. Like, we know, it's like roughly 180 degree what those fire spitters can cover. But if you're going in between, that is a lot of damage. And with this entry point, that's what she's about to do. So let's hope that those troops can somehow handle this.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough because also if she makes it past the fire spitters, which that's very possible, then you're going into two scatter shots collapsing in on you, the town hall firing. It's going to be a ton of damage. Those big boys are going to have to bounce their way to the middle of this base, get out in front, and provide as much tanking as possible. The queen goes down on the outside. Jump spell is in. The king is in there crawling his way through with that new skin, but has to use the invis just to protect the troops because those fire spitters are starting to deal out so much damage at you. This attack is really making me nervous as we make our way to the town hall.
Yeah, and she turned the witches invisible, but this meant the healers were unprotected. At this point, we only have the healers which were spawned from the Archer Queen. Remember, those are non-maxed healers, so they have a little bit of less healing. The witches are trying to somehow take down the town hall, which they hopefully should. And the Flame Flame getting some more percentages at the bottom side, but 3 stars are really far away. And it seems like that the players of Team Elektros are really struggling versus the bases of NAVI. And I mean, it is just looking rough. The Flame Flinger picking up some more defenses, and the Royal Champ can still be deployed, which should be done hopefully soon. But 3 stars are completely out of reach.
Yeah, way too much damage. I mean, we still got the multi-gear tower up there in the middle, which is going to deal out so much, but also it's protected by the king and the minion prince, which is hard to overcome even in normal mode. But Rocio's doing her best to get that percentage up here as she climbs her way to the 80%. I think there might be a couple troops up top. World Champion throwing those rocket spears to get the monolith down, but she's going to go right into a lot of damage, and it's going to finish out at 79%. And man, Team Elektros is struggling to get past that 80% mark so far.
Yep, it's not looking easy for them right now, and NAVI are getting those high percentages. But again, as you said, as long as NAVI is like not getting this crucial 3-star, Team Elektros can like continue like this. If they just get 1 3-star, they could still win, even with an average destruction, which might be way lower than what we see from NAVI. This is why we have to really fear for NAVI till the end, as long as they're not getting their own first 3-star on the board, because percentage is a nice lead, and yes, a 10-10 victory on percentage is possible, but this always means that there might be the comeback later on with a single 3-star, and that could completely turn the tides on this one.
Yeah, but Team Elektros, it feels like they're almost like off their game today. I don't know if it's just, you know, the world's warm-up, being on the big stage here. I mean, they have some very experienced players, so I don't think the nerves are really getting to them, but their plans are definitely a little bit shaky and really having a hard time getting past that 80% mark so far. But like you said, 1 triple can get them there. Klaus is in with another world champion charge. Does have a recall in there, so can elect to recall the world champion after he gets some value. And he's got plenty of roots to back up these Valkyries, which should be able to push through the middle. Uses that invis to push the world champion in towards that scatter shot. Nice charge here from Klaus in this world champion.
Yeah, and Klaus just did something which is super crucial when you're playing this Tower of Surgery with a Royal Champion charge, and that is skipping defense like he does right now with the Poison Tower. So if you want to maximize the value of this strategy in your own attacks, because this is something you can 100% copy from the pros, even though they're playing like with some extra restrictions, is use the invisibility spells to skip a couple of defenses to give the aura of the Royal Champion even more value, because with pushing her forward, she can deal damage to already the next buildings and maybe even buildings behind her with the aura. That means that you're just moving through the base way quicker. This is really how the pros or overall players who are playing the Surgery are trying to maximize the value out of this equipment, and that's something really crucial. As soon as you're learning that and getting that into your own attacks, you will do just amazing with this strategy overall. And now he's about to enter, and take a look at that, Bash. Those 20% on the defending heroes forces the king ability right away.
Yeah, the king was in trouble. Minion Prince in the air. The king can do nothing to attack him, so the queen's going to come over and help him out. But his king already went to Phoenix, so the king is taken down. The queen's going to make her way into the scatter shot compartment. Does have a little bit of tanking there from the Phoenix and that log launcher, as all the roots are up there on the top side. Everything's going to look to join in together towards the middle of this base. It's a long way to go to the town hall, but Klaus is feeling confident that he can get there, as his queen is getting to the middle compartment. She still has ability that looks like it's going to be forced with this monolith.
Yeah, the monolith though is getting tanked right now from those Yetis, which is quite nice. The town hall has to still go down, which can be on those type of attacks quite risky sometimes. But with the Warden, with the Royal Champion on the town hall now, and DIZI stunning it, it looks really solid to already get the second star. And is there enough power on the back end, or might this be the first 3-star? The Royal Champion hopefully is staying behind those Root Riders so they can tank for it. That would be amazing. The Roots are now overtaking the Royal Champion. She has to stay alive for this.
He's still got to freeze so he can help her out a little bit. Royal Champion is barely hanging on there. Remember, the Electro Boots do have a little bit of self-healing in there, so she'll be able to gain back a little bit of health, not to mention those healers are in there. But she does finally go down. Queen's just got to beat through this wall. We got 10 seconds. Klaus is all in, and it's going to be our first 3-star of the match. NAVI pushed their lead even further with a beautifully executed 3-star from the one and only Klaus.
What a beautiful attack that was as well. As we said, getting the value off the Royal Champion with her Electro Boots, redirecting her in the beginning with another invisibility spell, and even though the king did not go as planned, I would assume, with going down so early and forcing the ability so early, he still was able to pull it off. So really impressive attack right there, clutching the first 3-star. And this, for the match overall, is now a huge problem for Team Elektros, because they now need 2 3-stars to come back from this, which at this point they need to go 2 out of 2, which sounds rough because we have seen their first 3 attacks and they need to really turn this around, like, by a long shot.
But also, they have to hold NAVI to 2 stars if they are able to go for 2 for 2. So it's a tall task ahead of them, but they can do it. It's a very seasoned team, like we talked about. Excuse me, sorry. Loop coming in next with another just straight up in Root Riders here. I was looking for the Invises, but actually we're gonna go with a Bat Bomb into Root Riders. A beautiful plan if he can get both these Fire Spitters and the Monolith down, but he does make one of those Fire Spitters invisible. Did the poison go off there? I see the root. Oh, it's the Town Hall. The Town Hall's damaged, getting those bats taken out, so he doesn't get either Fire Spitter out.
Okay, and the question now is, can he somehow clutch this with this overall attack? Because remember, we have Loop with so far 0 3-stars within this tournament, within this warm-up tournament for him. So he really needs to show up now, as his team needs him the most. So everything is on his shoulder right now, and it feels like the spiky ball was supposed to go into the core, Bash, right?
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. The King's going to get taken out early there, but also missing both of the Fire Spitters with those bats. The timing just off just a split second on the Invises, allowing the Town Hall to fire and finish off all those bats. Now the Queen is walking away from all these roots, which the Warden is following her. We got to see, we need this Warden to follow the roots into the middle. Great Warden ability there. He's going to be able to protect everything, but the Queen's got to find a way back into the base, which there's really no path for her. So it's going to be a long shot for the Queen to get that damage in there, but also the roots need to make their way towards that Town Hall now.
Yeah, as we see that the new siege machines keep flinging those barrels into the core. I'm just trying to see what exactly they're flinging. I think that was a Yeti, which he had in there as well. It is especially nice if you can fling like an Ice Golem is typically a lot of value within the core of the base. We have as well Test Loons, which pros like to bring in there. But for this one, it was unfortunately not enough, as you have mentioned at the beginning, with not getting the Fire Spitters out of the way early with his Skelly Donut. Really has cost him, because the Town Hall, with his with the quick firing and everything, really gave him a rough time there. And then the follow-up was just not powerful enough to really push across and get the 3-star. And yet again, 60% 2-star. Those Navi bases are defending like crazy right now.
Yeah, Navi have brought some really good bases. That troop launcher is a really, really unique unit. It's the newest siege machine that we kind of saw there at the beginning of the attack. It launches barrels to the closest units, kind of similar like the Warden AI. And in those barrels, you're going to have giants, you're going to have barbarians, wall breakers, archers, and then also you'll have one of your clan castle troops in there. So like you mentioned, you can bring ice golems, you can bring loons, you can bring headhunters, you can bring all kinds of things to assist. I think it was Yetis in there, but man, that attack, it was just kind of shaky from the start. And that's what we've seen from Elektros this whole war. The whole war has just been a little bit shaky. Oh man, yeah, you hate to see it, but they're still in this. Anything could happen. Navi could 1-star. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but the percentage at this point is pretty much out of control. Elektros is going to need a 3-star, and at this point, they're going to need somehow Navi to make a major mistake.
Yeah, and remember, on Navi's side, we still have a player who so far is perfect in this entire tournament with stars. So he still has to attack as well. And as well, since I saw this question a couple of times in chat, no, Team Elektros is not out of this competition if they lose this match. It's a double-elimination bracket, so they're having another chance then as well later on. So they can maybe somehow recover, get back in shape, because we know they can do so much better, and hopefully they can find their form again. But as you said, we should not finish this match already, because hard mode is sometimes creating crazy attacks in a good way, and sometimes as well in a bad way, so we never know what to expect here.
Yeah, we've seen some crazy defenses in hard mode, but also you mentioned those elimination matchups. We will have our first set of elimination matchups a little bit later today. We have a nice slate of wars for you. We're going to play 8 matches here on it's stars coming in with some root riders. We're going to flame flinger up top. Enemy heroes up there.
This is bullhead to take down that defending. What is going on? Okay, stars, okay. He's already getting those top side corner out of the way. Now charging here with the end of the queen and the warning behind, which is super interesting combination. And now trying to push it towards the ground wall. Yes, a wall break. Right now, just trying to set up. Those troops, but the town hall went down, which is a great thing. The roots are right now struggling, especially with the piercing shots of the fire spitter. The healers are going down as well.
Yeah, those fire spitters deal out so much damage. The monolith also opened up that flame flinger up top, so we got super minions there, but this one is starting to fade for stars as all the roots are down. Few super minions remain. The queen, or no, excuse me, the royal champion. The queen already went down. The royal champion working there on the right side. Yeah, this one's definitely not going to have enough gas in the tank, but really, stars did all Navi needed. All they need is some solid 2-star attacks to finish this war out.
That's true. Just play it safe. Get those attacks in. Get those 2 stars with the percentage. And that is what stars did with this attack, even though the plan was really, really creative with having an angry jelly ward in charge, which is really cool to see. But that is something which a lot of people were excited about, because it feels like with this hard mode, you really need to be somewhat creative with your approaches. And a lot of times the default strategies, the default army compositions cannot really be forced on every single base. You really have to now look into the weakness point of each base. Maybe, for example, as stars try to take advantage of the top side where there was not as much coverage versus the flame flinger, so you could utilize the range of this and really try to play those weaknesses and take advantage of them. So 3-star, Otherwise, we can see on the other side, the default strategies are really falling short with like 60 to 70%-ish attacks.
Yeah, and I think that's where this hard mode benefits a team like NAVI. They are definitely one of the most creative teams in all of Clash Clans, known for their creativity. I mean, how many thumbnails have we seen with all the NAVI players on it doing crazy things? So I think this hard mode kind of benefits them because they're able to see those little things, like the headhunter up top with the invis to take out those heroes. Just so much value to be had. At the same time, we're seeing Team Elektros just struggling, going with what you said, like those default strategies, struggling to identify good entries on the bases and get the proper value. Elektros needs a 3-star here in the worst way, and it's going to be El Tato coming in with some dragons, 11 invises for that Royal Champion charge, and a couple of Yetis as well, maybe to provide a little bit of cushion. No Archer Queen on this one, Itsu, so taking a lot of damage out of the picture, maybe going for the tanking instead with the King.
Yeah, and I feel like as well with the heroes overall taking so much damage, a lot of times the King is doing like roughly the same job of funneling as the Archer Queen, especially with dragons. But on this one, what he's trying to do is to try to use the King to funnel the Royal Champion, because they're really trying to enable this Royal Champion charge as much as possible. And for that, he's even investing a blim to not just get the Town Hall, instead he's popping a bit early, because with this, what he's trying to do right now is to clear out the left side, the bottom side, and with that, you're seeing already the pattern which he's creating for his Royal Champion to enter into the core. But he's going to the Giga Bomb right now, so what he's doing right now, he's saying, hey, you put the Giga Bomb here, I think the other side is baited when it comes down to like giant bombs and everything, because this is the mind game you can do with this visible trap here.
Yeah, and that's the one big change here at Town Hall 17. Not only did we merge the Eagle with the Town Hall, but the Giga Bomb is now external, and you can visibly see where it is on the base. El Tano taking advantage of that, but it does cost him his Spirit Fox. But it looks like he's able to charge in here and get tons of value, as both the Fire Spitters and now the Monolith looking to go down from this Royal Champion. He's going to set up the funnel here for the Drags, and they should be able to go right in towards that Town Hall. He's actually going to go ahead and bring the Royal Champion towards the Town Hall now, but I don't think he's going to have enough invises quite to take the Town Hall down. He will get some shots on it and weaken it up, though. Oh, wait a second, he might. Oh, the Town Hall falls. Wow, crazy Royal Champion value.
Yep, this is why you always bring this rage spell with this army composition, so you can do things like that within 2 invisibility spell rotations. He's taking down the Town Hall with that rage spell together, and now he has to overpower this one rage tower on defense, which is not going to be easy, but at least it's only covering scatter mostly. Otherwise, the multi-front tower, but that should be taken care of before the rage tower can even trigger. So that's, I guess, the good news for him. But right now, he's getting a lot of black mines versus dragons.
Yeah, that side is definitely the entry point for the Dragons that they were expecting. But with so much of this base already taken care of, you gotta like his odds to get to the back end of this base and get the 3-star here. He's pulling those ice golems away as well with the archers over there on the far left side. If he can keep those ice golems away from the Dragons, they're gonna have a clear path to the heroes and that multi-gear tower in the back. It's really going to be the multi-gear tower and that multi-archer tower. They're going to be the main problems for these Dragons, as they're going to look to try to get the 3-star.
Yeah, but we have seen just so many air skeletons around this area. We had overall a total of 4 air skeletons in this base, because NAVI knew, okay, right now, Dragons are one of the strongest compositions after a Royal Champion charge, and this is really what they were expecting from Team Elektros. And I think overall, you just have to say, NAVI were perfectly predicting the entries of Team Elektros overall. If you remember the first attack, where they were doing the Royal Champion charge into like, I think 6 giant bombs or something, which cost a lot of hit points of the Royal Champion. And now as well on this one, where yes, they did not bait the Royal Champion charge with like a ton of giant bombs, but on the other side, every single trap was dedicated versus this type of dragon attack with 4 air skeletons and everything. So they exactly knew what to expect, and this is what you can do in this hard mode with solid defense, defending 5 out of 5 times, which is really solid.
Yeah, and now NAVI just need a really high percentage 1-star. Actually, it probably doesn't even need to be that high a percentage. I didn't do the math, but a 1-star with some good percent should win it for him. But you know, NAVI, they're going to go for a 3-star attack here. They want to go out strong. They want to build that momentum going into their next matchup. But NAVI, not just on offense, on defense, have looked really dominating, as Kazuma is going to come in with the roots. Does have a late 8 of those invisibility spells for this Royal Champion charge, as she's starting her way at the bottom, going right into that multi-gear tower.
Yeah, and you see again this really important trick of skipping some of those defenses. This is such a crucial thing of really utilizing this equipment even more. Skipping defenses if it's possible and the Royal Champion is not running into too much damage. And that's exactly what he's trying to do right now. He will skip the Wizard Tower then with the next rotation if he has to. The Testa is popping up now, luring the Royal Champion further to the outside. And as well, something which I'm looking forward to is he has currently the Lock Launcher selected. So he might just try to snipe some defense, maybe the Fire Spitter from the far left side or something. Let's see how he's going to utilize that Siege Machine.
I'm just keeping my eye on Kazuma. Like, how do you do this World Champion charge? Like, hunched over, or is he lay? I don't even know. Like, I have a hard enough time getting the timing right. Kazuma's just chill, just a chill guy on the bed, getting that World Champion value all set up, recalls her, and now he's gonna bring those Clan Castle troops over to the right side. There's the one nice thing about that World Champion charge, especially on these ground attacks, as you can get those ice golems out and kind of deal with them a little bit early here. He's having a little bit of trouble, but the Valkyrie will go ahead and be enough to take out those archers and get the ice golems over there so that the Queen can go ahead and work on taking them down. It's going to be a long path to the Town Hall, but it's a pretty clear path. He's going to go ahead and start the rest of his assault now.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to take down that compartment, another ice golem to reinforce him and make sure that he's tanking a little bit better there. But remember the time as well. He has so far taken down only 30% of the base and is having only a little bit more than 1 minute left. And with those heroes dealing like less damage overall, this might be a problem. The Multi-Arch Tower is on the Lock Launcher as well, but the Lock Launcher might take down that Fire Spitter as we were expecting earlier. And the Root Riser now starting on the complete different side, and he's having a really surgical attack. And Bash, the tunnel, is really far on the back end.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about this. He's got a long way to go, but also, you mentioned it, the time is ticking. Less than 1 minute, 50 seconds remain, and Kazuma's got to get all the way to this Town Hall, which is a couple compartments away. The Queen goes down. He's got Phoenix on the bottom. It's all up to the Roots and this Royal Champion. This one is definitely in danger, but remember, pretty much any 1-star should win this one for them, but he definitely wants to at least secure that Town Hall and get the 11-10 victory. So there's no question of percent, but that Royal Champion just got a lot of work to do still.
Yeah, and with one of the nerfs from the last year, those Root Riders are not dealing a lot of damage. They're great tanks, they're great in utility of opening compartments, but not great in dealing damage. And the Town Hall is indeed going down, which is nice for Kazuma, securing this victory with 11 to 10 stars within this first match. But in the end, not a 3-star. Most of the attacks of NAVI were able to come close with roughly around 70% 2-star, but only one of them was able to go the full distance, and 11 stars is going to be the final result for them.
Yeah, and that's all they needed because they defended so well in that war, holding Team Elektros to 10 stars, but also the percentage for Team Elektros was very low. So Navi will advance in the upper bracket as we take a look at the stats and look at the percentage difference there. Just a massive swing in percent. All of Navi's attacks 90% or higher, whereas Team Elektros, not even one attack in the 90% range. That's a little bit of a rough day to start out here.
Indeed, not an easy start for them, but we have talked about it earlier. This is overall a double elimination bracket, which means there's always the chance of coming back. And we have seen this in the past as well, that some of those teams are somehow getting a crazy buff in the lower bracket and just turning around the entire tournament and going all the way. And maybe they just want to have the challenge and want to have this nerfs going on. But really strong showing from Navi, and they're staying up in the upper bracket. We will see Team Elektros dropping down to the lower bracket. We will see them both later today playing another match, because we have a long day ahead of us with a lot of clash action. 8 matches in total. This was just the first match, so Bash, get ready for a lot of clash action.
Yeah, I mean, and that's just a taste of what we have here today. Our first 2 teams out of the 8, and we're going to see all these teams playing multiple times. I think we'll see every team play no matter what twice today. So definitely a really great day. And then also come back tomorrow, because then we will crown our warm-up champion. A lot of clash action this weekend in the new hard mode. A lot of great things to be seen. And that was really interesting. A lot of interesting approaches to the bases and really a tight war, 11-10. the percentage wasn't there, but at the same time, any triple from Elektros could have really had Navi questioning things.
Yeah, but I think we want to take a look at, I guess, maybe the 3-star. We want to take a look at one of the replays again. So let's just jump into that and see how Carbon breaks it down.
Indeed, yes, we are going to go ahead and take a look at this one triple that came in from Klaus. And you talked about the use of the invisibility spell with the Royal Champion. So when we pay attention to this Royal Champion into the bottom side of this base, notice how he uses the invis. So he will continue to use the invis for the Royal Champion, but also try to time the Spear Fox. So when the Spear Fox slowly goes invisible, time over time, you don't have to use as many invis. But right here, he's going to make the ground expo invisible, go for the air defense, and then he can go for the scatter shot. Because it has more health, the area around it, he can also damage that ground expo, continues to pass through, and these pros really like to use that haste file for that Royal Champion. I tend to use the Rocket Spear, but I may switch to copy what they're doing because they absolutely know the best way to take these bases down, since this is also hard mode. But this is the initial thing you want to do. Set up the funnel with the Royal Champion. So this whole bottom side is down. Will now allow your root riders to be able to come through the base. But he does it a little bit differently, because the Queen, she's going to move through this bottom side with a log launcher. And those healers, the 4 of them, are actually not designed for the Queen. They are meant to go for the root riders. His king, since this is hard mode, goes down actually really early in this attack. So as he's able to continue this push behind that golem, King's Earthquake Boots doesn't really do too much on the outside there, since the Minion Prince did a lot of damage. But this is where the log launcher is critical. It's going to allow this Queen to push through, but there is the Minion Prince, or not the Minion Prince, it's the Root Riders to the left with balloons in front of these healers, so that you're able to protect the healers as you push your way through. And now the Queen is going to be able to follow that log launcher straight to the core as the roots are coming to the left side. And you don't have to funnel roots on any of the buildings to the outside, because they are defensive targeting. So you could just path their way through the outside, while the Queen, she continues through the middle and then eventually moves her way to the town hall. In wars like this, just getting that 1 3-star is critical, and Klaus able to come through, move his way through, and every single spell is gonna matter in the hard mode. He has that freeze, can be able to use it to the outside, to the right, to be able to help freeze up the multi-archer tower to take that down, while the Queen stays alive in the core to be able to be with these healers from her ability. And he didn't find any of the red air bombs. If he did, those healers would have probably gone down, but he's able to move through the rest of this one and give Navi the victory in this match, which they won by just that 1 star. But they had quite a bit of a percentage. They actually had the percentage lead going into the final attack. That's how strong their attacks were. And it still was only 1 triple. And Stars, he was a perfect 3 for 3, and he was not able to get that one. But Klaus, of course, clutching it up and getting that triple there. What was your thoughts there, Bash?
It was a really interesting war there. I mean, we saw some really unique approaches from Navi, but ultimately, I think the bigger story there, even though they did get the 1 triple of the war, their defense was just really impeccable there, holding Team Elektros to nothing over 89%. I think that's really, really impressive. I mean, we had 2 attacks that were really low. We had a 60% and a 66%. So I think their defense really played a bigger factor and kind of threw Team Elektros off in that war. So I think that's something to kind of keep our eye on moving forward, is the defensive layouts for all of these teams.
It's always been talked about where defense wins championships. It does. If you have a good defense, you're able to provide those defenses, not allowed to get those triples. But now in hard mode at this stage, it's even more important to have some of the best base builders in the world. As we're taking a look at Tribe, it's a new roster here from the previous year. We have Temper and Picasso joining Tribe Gaming, as we have familiar faces of Nibrax, the Captain Kronos, and then Rikirez. And this is going to be a very difficult lineup to take down, as we're taking a look at their stats at the very top line there for each one of the players. As you see, for Pikachu and Nebrex. Both of them are 2 out of 4, which means that's how many triples they've had in total so far. While Team Queso here, Bash, they've played more matches because they had to earn their spot from the qualifiers to make it to the Swiss stage, while Tribe, they were invited since they had a golden ticket last year.
And both of these teams very well experienced. So we have Joel, Juan, a former world champion, Santiago, Juanjo Fernandez, and Amtratino coming in to make an impression against this Tribe squad. I like this Team Queso lineup quite a bit. I like both of these lineups quite a bit. A few little roster changes in there, but I think both these teams are very well experienced, very well versed. And this one could really go either way. I think if we have to make predictions, and I think if we go with fan predictions, Tribe is always the fan favorite. And I think with Tribe adding P. Castro, a former world champion, former world champion MVP, it's gonna be really hard to take them down.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Tribe Gaming, a fan favorite coming in, but here we go. We're not waiting as we have the very first attack. You may say DIZI Esports under the clan, but they are also as Team Queso. And this gives me the 2019 vibes. You remember all the way back in the day. Oh man, it was some crazy stuff. The rivalry between Tribe and Team Queso. But let's see what we have as the first attack is going to be coming with a masked dragon and not involving that royal champion charge. We had a lot of lightning spells coming in.
Yeah, Wano kind of known for his dragon attacks, whether it's regular dragons, inferno dragons, super dragons, kind of the dragon whisperer throughout his esports career. As Zap Dragons coming in, he's going to have that battle blunt go for the town hall. And it's a lot of base to take down, not utilizing that royal champion charge or a heavy assault from the heroes early on. It's going to be all heavy lifting on the dragons as we get the battle blunt landing on the town hall, and yet he should have no problem taking that down, but they will bring out those ice golems from the clan castle.
Yeah, the ice golems will be a problem for the dragons, so maybe try to move them to the corner if possible, but the king is down, so no matter what, they're going to move to the king, which is to the top out of the space. And there's a bunch of skeletons spawning from that witch in the defensive CC. Finally, that goes down, but still has his king ability to use with one free spell left. Pushes his way in towards the enemy queen, helps take her down. We have a handful of dragons at the bottom, but there is now the king's ability going off to the top. And remember, if you have the snake bracelet, it's not going to do anything because it's more of a passive ability as you're running your way through. The king is still taking, he's going through the top, taking out that air defense, and no other air defense remaining for these dragons, still to the bottom.
Yeah, he's really just got that scatter shot in the multi-arch tower. He does have one archer down there cleaning up. I was a little bit worried about the cleanup as the dragons are now going to circle back, but the minion prince does have Phoenix. So minion prince actually goes to Phoenix now, which will spawn that Phoenix and allow him to output a little bit more damage. With only a couple of dragons and the warden left and a few air targeting defenses, this one's going to be close. The percentage is there, coming close to 90%. But he's got those few last buildings here. Scattershot now going to target onto the warden. That warden's very healthy. The scattershot being tanked is huge. See how healthy these dragons are. Ooh, they're a little bit low, Carmen, but let's see if he can get the job done here. Oh, dragons are going down.
Oh, yeah, with a multi-archer tower still standing and the storage in the way. But a 90+ percentage is a fantastic attack there. We're so used to seeing 3 stars, 3 stars, 3 stars. Even 99% last year felt like a big fail. But now getting in the 90s is huge. We saw NAVI coming away with all their attacks in 90+ percentage, plus the 1 triple that came in from Klaus. And this match to start it in a 90%, that is great. That's going to put pressure onto Tribe. They're going to have to deliver a high percent 90 or get that triple, because if they don't, they'll be in the disadvantage here. Remember, this is a double elimination playoff. You lose this match, you will go down to the lower bracket. And if you're just joining us right now, we're in match number 2 of 8 total matches here today.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day of flash action. But remember, like this time last year, Carbon, the attacks were sprints. Like we were trying to get attacks done in 80 seconds or less. Now we're trying to get above 80%, which is kind of a crazy shift. But I don't know about you. I kind of like it. I like that difficulty being there. That big boost to those defensive heroes on hard mode has really made a huge difference. And we're seeing a lot of these players, a lot of these pro players with high hit rates. even if they are perfect throughout the tournament, they're still struggling here. Tribe's gonna come in with their first attack. It's gonna be Kronos with some roots.
Ooh, the snake bracelet and the vamp stash. I don't know. I really like the snake bracelet. People are all like, you know, it's so difficult to use. People are really debating if they need to spend their ore on it. I really like it in terms of the use case. Yes, not every single attack, but I feel like it's going to start to take over as we start to learn more ways to utilize that ability. But with that Warden taking out this right side, with a Fireball, you have to look to get that value to set the funnel to push your way in through with these Root Riders near this Warden, because the healers need to pass to the Root Riders for this attack to be successful.
Biz is coming in, and here comes the Fireball. It goes to the north. A miscue on the Fireball, was trying to target that Poison Tower in the center of the base and try to get the Clan Castle, and the surrounding defense is down. The Kronos misses with the Fireball, and now he's going to look to recover this with that 2-star attack, but definitely a miss on that Fireball.
Missing that Fireball could cause this attack from going to a potential 3-star all the way to probably in the maybe 70s if he's not able to push through the defending CC, because with that poison spell, he could have hit the poison, the multi, the scatter, the ground expo, the clan castle. All that could have gone down from the Fireball, as now the Root Riders are pathing into the town hall as the CC's getting lured out, but he does pair in an overgrowth, as this clan castle with ice golems will be quite annoying.
Yeah, man, that's so tough. I'm not sure what pulled out that Tesla. I'm not sure if he put a Super Barbarian up there or not, but the Tesla was up there and Kronos did not see it, and that Fireball just goes way off target. He is still making his way through the town halls. The 2nd star is now secured, but he's gonna look to try to get this anywhere close to Team Queso's 91% on their first attack. Anything short of that, and Tribe Gaming are gonna be a little bit behind. And this attack is definitely starting to fall, but we do see those snakes starting to spawn from that king. As he takes the damage, those snakes spawn and they'll provide that tanking out in front.
Yeah, even though the king does have an ability there, even if he presses it, it's not going to do anything, because he's got the vamp stash with the king, and he has got the snake bracelet, which means that there's no active ability able to be pressed to actually make a difference in this attack. So now he's got that freeze as he's continuing around. If he approaches into the 80s, that is a good way to recover from the attack of getting 0 value of the Fireball. So the king does make his way, secures them. Yes, barely just grabs that multi-arch tower, but it is only a 79%. With the other attack being a 91%, that is a big difference and a little bit of a lead for Team Queso.
That 12% advantage for them, but it's still very early in the war. Anything could happen. 1 stars could happen, 3 stars could happen, or we could just have all 2 stars. You never know in this hard mode. Yeah. And we saw like the defensive shutout from NAVI, and so far the defensive layouts holding true for both of these clans. Man, I'm really curious if he hits that Fireball, how close he gets, because that Fireball was set up really nicely. It's really unfortunate when you don't see that one defensive build, especially when it's a Tesla. Like, you're not expecting that Tesla. You have the plan for your Invises, and that Tesla pops up and throws everything astray. But a nice recovery there, as Tribe Gaming do get it up to 79%. So they're not too far off. 12% is definitely something they can deal with.
What people don't realize, in the recent update that just occurred, the invisibility spell actually was nerfed a bit in terms of the time, so that it also affects the Fireball. Remember this, so that means the invisibility spell won't last as long. So if it wears off quicker, that means you have to react faster for getting your Fireball in the proper location. Obviously in his attack, it didn't go, it went off to the Tesla, which wasn't even invis at all. But that does make an effect on your attacks when you're using that ability. Well, let's see now what the answer is. It looks like it is Root Rider's going to come in with a recall spell, doing a little bit of our RC charge. Not too much, because he only has a few invisibility spells, and the RC does utilize the Spear Fox invis there. It goes invisible one more time, and then he'll pull the RC and the Spear Fox back together.
Yeah, but with just a couple of invises, you can see the value that you can get. If you're able to time the timing with the Royal Champion and the Spirit Fox and the invises, you can really set up a nice funnel, and that's what Santiago's done here. He's going to send in all the Root Riders from the top side of the base right into that Town Hall, as they should have a direct path towards the middle since the Royal Champion took out all those defenses on the top side. Minion Prince is in now, and also that Royal Champion redeployed there with that Troop Thrower as well. So everything pretty much all in, and does have the one Overgrowth. Keep an eye on these Clan Castle troops. Warden ability to protect some of these troops of his own.
When you pop that Warden ability, I'm really paying attention to the balloons. You want those balloons to move into the core to pull those traps under ability so the healers do not absorb that. But look at the Minion Prince. He has the middle plants there to absorb the red air bombs, and that's what's going to keep these healers alive. And if you're able to keep the healers alive, it keeps the Root Riders alive and allows the rest of the push to move through this base, as that whole core went down so quick. And he still has the Queen ability on the outside. Is looking really solid here.
Yeah, very strong attack from Santiago, and that Overgrowth, yeah, the Overgrowth wears off right now, just in time for all those troops to make it up top and take out those scatters and the Monolith. Still a lot of force moving through the middle here. A couple of healers still up as well, and you mentioned that Queen still having ability. A couple archers up top cleaning up. Santiago has a shot at the first 3-star of this war, but there's a lot of heavy defenses in there. Minion Prince still to defend as well. Needs to open up that compartment. The Roots need to help the Queen out so she can get in there and deal the damage. Here comes a wall breaker. The wall breaker's gonna land, and that last compartment is open. The Queen can reach it. This could be a 3-star for DIZI.
We have that freeze going down. Those giants coming from that troop launcher, helping to provide the distraction, and a handful of healers coming in. He's liking it. A 3-star for Santiago and Team Queso, getting that first triple. Could this be the only triple of the match, which we only saw one come in from NAVI in the previous one, and they were victorious in 11-10. But here, for Santiago, a triple is a huge advantage, plus the percentage lead as well, which means that Tribe will not only have to get one, but they will have to come away with 2 3-stars if they're not able to take the percentage back throughout the rest of the attacks.
That attack was just set up so nicely there. Didn't invest a ton into that Royal Champion, just a couple of those invisibility spells with that Spirit Fox. Recalls are out of there and just sends everything right through the middle of the base. The Overgrowth timing was beautiful, and it's just a well-executed attack. Team Queso now up huge on Tribe Gaming. Still early in the war, with that being their second attack, but Tribe is definitely going to start to feel the pressure now, as they are falling behind by not only a star, but huge on percentage as well.
But a player to look out for Tribe is going to be P. Castro. He didn't go perfect like Stars, but Stars also didn't get a triple here in the playoffs, their very first match, in that previous match. So P. Castro, will he be able to pull away with a triple, because he was coming away with a handful of triples in the previous Swiss stage. So he's definitely capable of doing it. But what's gonna be the call? Will it be the Royal Champion Invis Dragons? Are we gonna be seeing a Fireball with potentially Root Riders? And it is indeed gonna be Root Riders with the Fireball. So let's see if he can connect with the value he's looking for, because Kronos and his attack, he was not able to do it. Invis, and he hits the Ground Expo, takes out this value to start towards the outside, and then he can move his way through this base.
That multi-border had me a little bit worried. I was worried the Fireball could go up there, but P. Castro, the pro, he knows what he's doing with that Fireball. Great targeting there. The Queen's going in, but she's already targeted by that Monolith. Has to commit a freeze spell to it. Here comes an Ice Golem with the Roots up top. He's getting everything shoved in here nice and early, but the Monolith is back on the Queen, and she's gonna have to go to ability now. That Monolith causing all kinds of problems for P. Castro.
Yeah, look at that King and those snakes spawning to the outside as he's taking damage. It's providing the distractions those other troops are not getting locked onto, as the Rocket Loons Ice Golems coming out of the clan castle, pushing his way all the way across. Keep your eye, can these balloons stay alive and protect the healers as he pushes his way towards the town hall?
The balloons should have no issue getting out front. One gets taken out there with a couple of Seeking Air Mines and red air bombs there, but with the Ice Golem slowing everything down, that allowed that balloon to get out in front and catch all those air traps, which is really nice. He does have the Royal Champion still with ability, and he's low on spells. One freeze, one skeleton spell, but does have that overgrowth still going on that left-hand side of the base. Gotta get his way into the Town Hall, which that compartment hasn't opened up yet. But the Royal Champion's gonna take it down with the Rocket Spear.
Yeah, the Royal Champion secures the Town Hall, but a lot of the roots, they've all disappeared, and everything kind of went away in the core of this base. All he's got there is now Yetis, and unfortunately here, things have faded with a couple Super Barbs left. He wasn't able to get that push through and allow the Root Riders to really stay alive, and the healers kind of did not heal the troops that he wanted to heal because those things went down really quick. Now it's about getting the percentage. Balloon to the right side. Skeleton spell to try to provide the distractions so the Queen doesn't get hit. But Picastro with this Queen off to the right, if he had enough time, I think he might be able to get, well, no Queen ability. No, she's going to die to the Ricochet Cannon, Multi-Arch Tower, and it's just the 2-star for Picastro.
Yeah, that extra damage from those defenses definitely making a difference. We saw it there as the roots went down in the middle of that base. The Queen goes down on the outside. It's going to be 78%. So another huge swing in percent. And you kind of talked about it already there, Carbon. We're going to have to see Tribe Gaming get some triples on the board, or even like just some major defense some way, as they're down huge on percent now, 34%, and also down with the 3-star. They are looking to come back in this war. 3 attacks remain for each squad, so anything can happen, but it's definitely a rough spot to be in.
The thing to think about is the winner of this match has to take on NAVI in the next round in the upper brackets. Since it is double elimination, you lose this match, you get sent home, or no, you get sent to the lower bracket. If you lose that, then you get sent home because you have to lose 2 matches or to be eliminated, which means if you make it through the upper bracket and you're in the grand finals, then you have to lose again, and there has to be a bracket reset to have a chance of getting sent home. So you do have a bit of an advantage coming from the upper bracket. One is less bases you're burning through the attacks and being shown through your competitors, and 2, you have to lose a second time in order to be eliminated. Remember, the first place prize, what they're fighting for, is $10,000, and we will be giving that away tomorrow. So it's 2 days of action, 8 wars here total today, as we have now Juan coming in with the dragons and 12 invisibility spells, and not sending in that Royal Champion right off the bat. The Queen is first off.
Yeah, Queen gonna go ahead and look to get some of that value over there on the right side. Couple of rocket balloons to take down the air defense up top, but also can look to set the pathing for that Royal Champion charge whenever he does deploy it. Looking to be a heavy Royal Champion charge with 12 total invises, and here she goes. She's gonna start in and make her way into that multi-arch tower, and she can kind of just work her way right into the middle of the base, especially with that Queen dealing a lot of damage on the outside. But the Queen, she's going to go down, and the clones are going to go down as well. So it's all on this Royal Champion to gut out the middle of the base and set the pathing for the dragons.
Yeah, that Queen and some of the balloons up top were to set the Royal Champion charge in. Oh, she took a lot of ability, a lot of damage there, trying to continue into the core towards this multi. But can she stay alive? Because not much health left. You lose her, and that is really bad. But luckily, well, you don't have to recall her since he doesn't have that spell. So giant bomb, and down she goes.
Yeah, that was tough. I was watching his reaction, so you could tell he missed just a little bit there on that one invis, and that allowed that Royal Champion to take too much damage. He was able to get a little bit more, but he was definitely looking to push that Royal Champion even further into the base. He does have a Siege Machine, which he can always swap out. He does have his Warden and Minion Prince along with all those dragons, but he's going to look to deal with these Clan Castle troops first. You definitely don't want the Ice Golem slowing down all your dragons. That could be a major problem. So here come the dragons from the bottom with the Minion Prince, with the Warden. Warden does have that Rage Valve, so it'll help those dragons out just a little bit. Early Warden Eternal Tome also to protect. Here comes some Rocket Loons. He's going to make his way right into the Town Hall. At this point, he's looking just to get that 2-star secured and run up the percentage as much as possible. The back end of that base is looking really, really nasty.
With this Town Hall now being secured, going down, he continues his way. Dragons split in different directions. At this point, it's about picking off the percentage. Makes that dragon off to the right invisible. Try to secure the multi-arch tower. Not able to do that, but he will be able to pair in that Minion Prince ability to try to slow things down to the left. but things are fading away, unfortunately, and Juan going to be pulling away with a 2-star. Can he hit the 70% range? It looks like he's at 69, and the Wizards, I don't know if he... Oh, yeah, he's got a mini off to the right, but the builder's over there, and the super minis should secure it into the 70s here, but unfortunately, he's not going to be able to get much more than that.
Yeah, but remember, they have a huge advantage already. They have a 34% advantage along with the star. So even though this one is a miss, unless Tribe 3-star, even if Tribe does 3-star, they're still going to have a percentage advantage. So even though that one didn't quite go the way that Juan was hoping, Team Queso are still looking in the driver's seat of this war as this one finishes out at 77%. But this could be the opening that
triple, just like you mentioned, and if they cannot pull away with that triple, it's going to be a huge issue. But there's plenty of attacks still to come here in this match, and anyone can still pull through. We have attackers like Rikirez. We have Nebrak still have to come in, and they have to deliver. Plus, the new player addition, Temper. Can he step up for Tribe?
Hey, Carbon, fun fact, we matched Tribe and CWL, and me bashed triple Nebrax. Would you ever expect that? Nebrax is up now as we get the player cam switched over there. He's going with some dragons. He's going to go with that huge spirit charge. 10 invisibilities. He does have that power potion popped in there just to make sure everything is at max level, but let's see what Nebrax can do as they are looking to get a triple on the board.
Yeah, with that Raw Champion to start to the top, goes invisible into that multi-archer tower. Going to continue her charge through this top side of the base with 12 dragons to push through here. Another invis. Ground skeletons popping up. And he does have that RC ability to utilize, but no recall. So what can this RC push her way through? The Spitter's there, be able to path towards the Scatter. The Town Hall is there if he makes a few other defense invisible to route the RC into the middle. Doesn't look like he's doing that just yet.
Yeah, the Royal Champion's going to look to make her way around. Oh, he's going to reroute her a little bit there with an invis, but it's still going to have a hard time getting her towards the middle of this base. But if he can get a couple of those, or get the sweepers out, that would be really nice, but she's still struggling to make her way over. So he's going to get that sweeper out there, which can set up the pathing for the dragons, but the Royal Champion does go down. One more invisibility to be ahead, but now he can go in behind that other sweeper and doesn't have to worry about getting pushed back. Battle Blimp will come in to secure the Town Hall as the Giga Bomb is right there also. So those Clan Castle troops should be able to take care. Oh my goodness, look at that red air bomb farm. Tons of red air bombs soaked up by the Battle Blimp, and the Town Hall is down, Carbon.
Incredible amount of traps coming right through, being pulled with that Eternal Tome for the Blimp. But the dragons are splitting here. The Warden's assisting the dragons at the top and not the ones at the bottom side. The Queen is getting hit by the Ground Expo, but that goes down to the dragons. They need to path their way together through this space. He's got one invis left. You know, things aren't looking too bad with a handful of dragons up top. Queen ability goes off. Gonna have to push his way into the model, which is reachable from the Queen to the bottom side of this base.
Yeah, still a long way to go, but he's got a herd of dragons. The Minion Prince is in there with the Phoenix. So remember, he'll have that Phoenix and he'll also have that extra 8 seconds after he gets taken out. But I'm liking the way this is looking for Nebrak.
Yeah.
This could be the attack that Tribe Gaming needed. He's got to get through this air defense and the multi-arch tower over there on the right, but the dragons are fighting through. The Queen's still alive, and Tribe Gaming are going to get on the board with a 3-star, and this one puts them right back in contention.
This is exactly what Tribe Gaming needed, and Nebrax coming away with his signature attack, and that is dragons. So if anyone has the possibility to be excelling the best in Tribe Gaming, and that is Nebrax, because dragons are a huge meta right now in the game, and he knows exactly how to path them through, how to get the value, and that Royal Champion able to get the value through her charge, and that is a huge triple for Tribe. So now they are tied on the amount of triples in terms of the stars here. So what they're gonna have to do is they're gonna have to find another triple in their final 2 attacks, because percentage is still on the side of Team Queso.
Yeah, if my math is correct, Queso's still with an 11% advantage, which they can still overcome that. So they could maybe get a couple defenses and not have to triple, but you'd definitely like to get a triple on the board there. Beautifully done on that road champion charge. I think the key there was getting out that sweeper so he didn't have that sweeper pushing those dragons back. It's those little details that make the huge difference. And Tribe Gaming have been here, second place in Worlds last year. They're so well experienced. They do have those roster changes, but those roster changes are very experienced players as well. But Team Queso, their experience as well. Joel's going to come in with some Root Riders of his own. Oh, it does have a few invises here for the Spirit Charge. It won't be a massive Spirit Charge, but we'll be able to set up some pathing here for the Roots.
With that RC pushing her way into the left side, gonna be able to grab this value and then pull her back so he doesn't have too many invises. Ground Expo is secured, continuing into this air defense, and then will he send the Root Rush to the top side all the way across the town? If he does, oh, it looks like the Queen is up there. You never know. 1 stars can happen because the hard mode is not forgiving.
And it's a very long way to go. 2 poison towers in there, scatter shots, that multi-gear tower, which we've been our focal point today, as it deals out so much damage. But he is going to be able to avoid, or no, excuse me, rather, I was going to say he's going to be able to avoid the fire spitters, but they're pointed right at the entry if he goes in from the top. There for a second, it looked like they were pointed the other way, but that's the sweepers pointed the other way. So those roots are going to have a lot of damage to take on.
Yeah, as he pushes through with the Root Rise and an insta Minion Prince ability to be able to help slow things down. He can move out in front to try to protect these healers. That Queen ability off from the top side. No more of that, though. The Warden ability, though, needs to be able to help provide the protection for these Root Riders, but they are getting slowed down from these Ice Golems.
Yeah, and that's the point of the Ice Golems. Slow down those attacking units so that those defenses can deal out the damage. But a beautifully done Warden ability there, as he's able to protect all those troops as they make their way through the Town Hall. No 1 stars the Town Hall is secured, but he does have a lot of defenses left. But as long as these healers keep healing these roots, he's going to be really nice and safe. He's got the Minion Prince working. He's still got Royal Champion as well. He's got a lot in here, but he's got a lot of base also, Carbon. This one could go either way. I don't want to call it one way or another. It really depends on what these healers are able to do to these roots.
Yeah, these healers are trying to keep them alive. We do have the Royal Champion down in the mix down there with her ability. Just under a minute left in this attack. Pushing through the bomb tower. Looking at everything else around the space. Looks like just the things off to the right side here. Unless there's anything in the corners. But the Queen was placed all the way to the top side at 12 when she was deployed. Continuing through with 1 invis. And that RC ability will be able to be clutch through the rest of this. As a Minion Prince, remember, once he dies, he will have that Phoenix to come through.
Yeah, and he's got only a few defenses left. This is looking really good for Team Queso. The RC's got her ability as well. This should be another 3-star as Team Queso have caught fire here with time. Wait a second, time, 20 seconds. I think he's fine with the hogs coming from the RC ability. He's just got a few buildings right there. The storage going down. Clan Castle will be next, and it's going to be a 3 stars. Joel celebrates.
Joel coming away with a 3-star for Team Queso. Fantastic attack, and now Tribe is feeling even more pressure. To give up 2 triples here in a hard mode feels devastating. Navi Navi gave up none. Navi was only able to get a single 3-star because that is who the winner of this match will be facing in the next round. So now Temper and Rikira's have to get those 3 stars, otherwise they won't have a chance to win because the percentage is such in the favor of Team Queso at the moment. So what is Temper and Rikira's gonna do? Rikira's has attacked last in some previous matches, and he's had to go all out, which means that he has gotten 1 stars because he's had to take the risk. So if you're in the very final attack position and you have to get a triple and you get a 1, then that's fine because you know that it's either a 3 or nothing. But in this case, Rikira is not attacking last. He's going in with the King to the bottom side, bringing the Dragons as the Yeti's off to the right to be able to push his way through as a Royal Champion will have 9 invises to utilize.
Yeah, this Royal Champion's going to look to charge right through the middle of this base, get tons of value, set things up, but also the King is going to assist her. And we're seeing that more and more from these pro players, using the King and or the Queen to set up some pathing, set up some funneling, so that Royal Champion's going to go exactly where they want. But oh, keep an eye on the Royal Champion. The Spirit Fox is already down. Royal Champion goes to the haste valve here as that Town Hall got a shot off and forces the ability. Also losing the Spirit Fox is tough. The Royal Champion is barely hanging on there, Carbon.
So many bombs right there for the Royal Champion, but he does kill off the witches. Only 2 invises left. Won't be able to get much more value than that, but the Town Hall also stays up to the right side. Let's see if that's going to play a role, unless he decides to go with a blimp into the Town Hall. They'll try to secure that as the dragons are down. There is the blimp indeed, with the Minion Prince and the Warden ability. Pulls some traps as he lands, activates the Giga Bomb, and is looking to take the Town Hall down with these Yetis.
And Yetis are a safe play there, especially with the CC troops already pulled out from that Spirit Charge from the Royal Champion. Now those dragons are starting to spread a little bit thin here, and that can cause a little bit of problems. Minion Prince does throw off the ability there. Metal Pants are going to protect him, and then the Dark Orb is going to slow down those defenses up top. But these dragons are definitely starting to take a lot of damage. The main force of dragons is at the bottom of the base, but the Minion Prince on defense is starting to thin them out as well.
Yeah, with that Monolith still in the core, he does freeze it up, trying to push these dragons through. His Minion Prince is still moving through, but he does not have the Phoenix. So once he dies, he'll be gone, as a Monolith is going down to the dragons. Just has to work through the multi-arch towers, but there's 2 of them. So that's so much damage now onto the dragons, and unfortunately, the dragons will fade away. Minion Prince is gone, Warden's down, and these 2 multi-arch towers are too much to push through.
And Rakira is going to fall a little bit short. Tribe Gaming definitely needed a 3-star there, so it's going to put a little bit more percentage in the favor of Team Queso, as he's going to fall short with the 88% 2-star. And remember, with Queso with that 2-star, or the 3-star, excuse me, on their last attack, that means they have a 23% and 1-star advantage. So, 78% 2-star will win them this war, and there's nothing Tribe can do about it. So it all comes down to this final attack for Team Queso. They could put this one away with the 9th attack of the war.
And they're looking to do just that. Granted, Tribe Game will have the final attack, and if that's the case, it won't matter, but we'll still want to see the 3-stars come in nonetheless, because Tribe, if they're not able to win this, they'll be sent down to the lower bracket, and they will be playing again. We'll also be seeing NAVI play again, and the winner of this one, because there's 8 total matches for today. And when you take a look at the playoff bracket, or maybe you're seeing it on social media, there are numbers next to each match. So you'll know which matches we will be covering today, and then all the remaining ones will be tomorrow, since there is $30,000 to be given away throughout this weekend. Some teams will be getting sent home today, and they will be taking home a little bit of money of the prize pool, but the majority of it, first place taking home $10,000. That's what these teams are really fighting for. There's no golden ticket on the line for this. This is just, in the name, the warm-up. This is the preparation, the lead-up for the rest of this year, as now Team Queso is looking to come in and close it out.
Trautino coming in. He's kind of made a big impression as of late. Kind of mid to late season, came in and was a really strong attacker and a very dapper young man at that. Gonna start in with the Royal Champion Spirit Charge on the top side of the base, and it seems like Team Queso likes these Spirit Charges with not a huge invisibility investment. They like to just set up a little bit of pathing here for their roots, recall that Royal Champion, and then bring her in later. Gonna go with the Log Launcher here to accompany the Queen, and then all the roots on the top side of the base.
So we're looking at the stats off to the bottom right side of the screen. Take a look at this. Average destruction percentage that he's got in his attacks is at 81. They need a 78. So as long as he's hitting his average, they will have enough. But if he doesn't hit that, then Tribe will have a chance to still win. He's only gotten 1 3-star out of his 11 attacks throughout the qualifiers and the Swiss stage. So we're going to see if Nebrex's base can hold as he continues to push his way in towards this core. Healer's pulling some traps. Remember, this Royal Champion, she has her ability. King's got his ability, which he's going to be able to utilize together now as he opens all this value. Town Hall is going to be going down now from that King.
Hold on just a second there, Carbon. The tornado's spinning everything. King goes to Phoenix. Here comes the Royal Champion. She'll come over, get the final couple shots there on the Town Hall. Royal Champion goes to ability. Here come the Hogs. This attack is definitely thinning out. The Warden's working up top. The Queen's on the bottom. The Hogs are doing some work, but Amtratino needs to get this up to 78%, and he's struggling to do that. I don't think it gets there, Carbon. This could leave the door open for a Tribe comeback, and yes, it will. I don't think there's enough buildings, right? 78 has to be the number. Let's keep an eye on it. He's got some farms. He's working. He's trying.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I mean, his average that he's gotten is 81, and this is lower than his average. So that means Tribe is still in this one. Last year, if you were to think that, yeah, you need a 78% to win, oh, it's a guarantee walk in the park. Now this year in the new hard mode, that's not the case. And look, he's at a 76. He's trying his best. A 77 means we would have an exact tie if Tribe were to triple. But if this Archer doesn't grab this one building to the top side, he's got 18 seconds. Archer, it's up to you.
Go. I want to see it. I want to see it. We
still have 10 seconds, Archer.
Oh my. She's going. She's going. 5 seconds, Carbon.
She's gonna get it.
3.
What?
Okay. Well.
Oh my
we
gosh.
are set up for a finish here, Carbon. If Temper can somehow get a triple, we're going to have an exact percentage tie. And then we're going to have to, what we did so many times last season, we're going to have to take a look at the time. That one going to full time could play a factor here, but that leaves the door open for a Tribe comeback.
Let me tell you this. So right now, Team Queso, their total time is 14 minutes and 5 seconds. Tribe Gaming, current total time is 10 minutes and 3 seconds. So if he triples, it's a win for Tribe by a minute total time. So they will have the average time in their side if Tribe triples. So that means they have to triple here to win. Well, I mean, they'll also be up by it'll be tied. It'll be 12-12.
Yeah, it'll be
because that would be 2 triples each. So here we go. No pressure here for Temper.
This is intense. A 3-star wins the war for Tribe. The unthinkable comeback could happen. He's got 11 invisibilities for the Spirit Charge. He's got 12 dragons. He's got a minion prince with an angry jelly. And Temper, he's gone dark mode. He's got his hood up on the hoodie. He's ready. Here comes the battle blimp early. He's ready to try to win the war for Tribe Gaming.
With that blimp pulling the poison spell on defense, the Yeti's trying to grab the belly down on the bottom side. Ice Golem King to the top with the defending minion prince there. Pushes his way through. There's that King ability. We're moving our way through with that giant gauntlet, and the RC is down to the right side with the invises.
Alrighty, let's see what he can do. I'm worried, Carbon. I'm nervous. This is an intense attack. This feels like a world's attack. It all comes down to this attack. Triple, and you win the war. You move on to play Navi. Lose, and you're not eliminated. You just go to the lower bracket, but you definitely don't want to go to the lower bracket if you don't have to. Temper's letting this World Champion charge through here. He's still got 7 invisibilities. He's lost that Spirit Fox, but as long as he can time the invises every 4.25 seconds, he'll be fine. He uses the ability, the haste spell, taking care of that one archery out to the Town Hall. Got some rocket moves, uses the rage as well. World Champion gets nice value. She goes up top though.
Oh my. That RC, look at the charge. But watch about time. That RC continues her way up to the cannon up there, taking that whole right side down. What an incredible charge from this RC. Even though the blimp did remove that Ground Expo, it was mainly only there trying to set up the funnel, which it was able to do and allow the RC to push through. Can he move these Ice Golems out of the core of the base so the dragons do not get pulled into him and get frozen?
He does have an archer. He can pull those the Ice Golems to the right side anywhere over there if he sees it. He does have a couple minions in there. Uses the Warden ability to protect the dragons.
There he goes.
Here comes, I think he put an archer up top to move those troops out of the middle of that base. All right, so he's got everything in the middle. He's got Minion Prince ability, still has a freeze. There goes Minion Prince's ability to slow down those defenses, Carbon. But there's a red air bomb farm to deal some massive damage to the dragons.
Now he's going to have to use this freeze onto the monolith. He does just that. He needs these dragons to continue their way through, but he's only got 47 seconds, unfortunately. Even if he took all the time in the world, as long as he triples, it's a victory because they would have the time duration on their side. But it looks like, unfortunately, these dragons are fading away from the Tesla farm, even though he got us so much value from that Royal Champion charge. He's not able to continue through with the dragons, and not having the spell assistance to push through the backside with those dragons, they have faded away. And if we're looking here with the hero selection, to think that you don't choose a queen in attack is crazy. We've seen it a couple times now, but no queen is hit. Did decide to use that king with that giant gauntlet, but unfortunately, Temper and Tribe will not be able to get this triple, which means they are going to be sent to the lower bracket. They have only put up 11 total stars. Team Queso is going to be victorious in their very first match, which was the second match here today, and we still have 6 more matches to be watching.
What a performance from Team Queso. They really came to play. I think really the only misstep there was from Juan. I guess that Trotino's attack there at the end, but Juan's attack where he kind of just missed on that invis, that could have been a lot better of an attack as we take a look at the final stats here. Remember, Tribe could have tied it up with a 3-star at the end, but the defenses of Team Queso are too much, as 2 triples are enough to win this war, 12 stars to 11.
12 stars, that is a great star count to be pulling through here at this stage in hard mode. Last year, you needed to be putting up perfect wars, but now it's the base builders that are shining for each one of the teams as they are trying to hold them to the low star count of even the 10-10. I'm sure we're going to see a 10-star war this weekend for absolutely. We'll also see a 1-star. I hate to say, you know, people will be like, Carbon, you're jinxing them. They're going to cause the 1-star. But it's just bound to happen, especially in something like this. But with the pressure on the line, what they're trying to be fighting for, they have to take the risks, and hopefully it'll pay off.
Yeah, we've seen these defenses, when attacks that have looked good, fade out so quickly. But speaking of the attacks of that war, we're going to check out a replay with Itsu. Let's see what he's got for us.
Well, since Carbon Fin broke down a Root Rider attack in the first match, I think we should take a look at Nieberg's attack, even though Tribe has lost, but that was one of the Dragon 3-stars on this one. And typically those Dragon attacks are combined with the Royal Champion charge, with a Rage, for example, to empower the Royal Champion even further, because the Haste Vial in combination with the Rage is just an amazing combination. So for this one, he's going from the top right side, because what he's trying to do, he's trying to avoid the Fire Spitters if possible. With entering from the top right, he can take down one of the Fire Spitters, which allows him to enter from the back of the second one from the top left, later on with the Dragons. And with that, he's avoiding 2 of those key defenses completely with his Dragons, which means less damage on them. For this, again, he's really trying to utilize of skipping from time to time some defenses, which is just so crucial with those electric charges, because this just gives you so much value. Then as well, really making sure that you hit those timings, again skipping a defense, again getting more value here, and now he's trying to force his Royal Champion further into the base with the Haste Valve to get even more value. On this one, the tunnel was not his target. You can see that already since he has selected the Battle Blimp from the beginning. So he was never counting on getting that out of the way. Instead, he was just trying to get as much value with the Royal Champion to make sure that there's not as much damage on the back end. As well, with that being said, you see completely behind the back of this Fire Spitter, so it has no chance of firing even whatsoever. And as well then, with the Minion Prince. This is as well where a lot of people are having like different opinions and approaches, but typically it means if you have the Minion Prince behind those air attacking troops, you always want to go with the Dark Orb and the Henchman. We have seen some of those attack, those henchmen tanking so many black mines. Well, you can use the pens as well, but that's more used when the Minion Prince is then isolated somewhere, because this means that the tanking is then more needed, but this means way more damage output, and the henchman can tank some traps on the back end. And so many dragons from the top are now reinforcing his troops for the last remaining defenses. At this point, yes, there is a monolith and an air defense, but otherwise not as many crazy defenses, while he has so many dragons still alive, and is really then able to overpower the back end with having the henchman and the minion prince DPS output right behind, making sure that he's keep moving forward with those dragons. Because remember, you don't have the spare capacity after such a heavy Royal Champion charge to bring a ton of rages to really empower your dragons. And in hard mode, you need the healing tome as well to really make sure that, well, there's at least some hit point recovery on those dragons, otherwise they won't survive long enough. And this beautiful 3-star, keeping Tribe at least for a moment inside this match, but in the end, Team Queso getting a 3-star again to really finish off this match strong with 2 3-stars, which so far is the most amount of 3-stars which we have seen today in any of those matches. But as Bash and Carbon already said, we have many more matches to cover, and this means way more Clash action, Carbon, correct?
Correct. We will have a lot more matches as we have 2 teams advancing in the upper bracket so far here in the playoffs, which is NAVI and Team Queso. They are going to actually be fighting each other in the very next round, but the next match that we're going to be covering is DIZI taking on Synchronic Gaming. And then after that, HTM Esports versus Elevate. The 2 teams that actually went 3-0 that didn't lose a single match in the Swiss stage was NAVI and it was HTM Esports. So I'm going to be excited to see and watch that match as well. But look at the lower bracket. Team Elektros versus Tribe Gaming. They are down there. Now, if you lose that, you are eliminated. We will still be watching the upper bracket matches, including NAVI later today. But we will have to get through the lower bracket, and then eventually we can work our way back up there. So a lot of wars still to come. And if you guys are enjoying these, it's going to only get better.
That's right, there's a lot of action to come and a lot of really cool things to watch as well and learn from the pros with them having this way more challenging mode now. And we see that really in the results. Like in the first match, 1 out of 10 attacks were 3-stars. And we're already in the next match, which means Synchronic versus DIZI. And Einstein is the first attacker with the super witches. They really like those super witches and use them to great success. And especially versus Rage Tower setups, it's typically really nice to have those fireball attacks. And this is what you normally combine with this army composition.
Yeah, with his average destruction percentage being at 93%, getting 3 out of 5 triples, this puts Einstein at a really good possibility of kicking off the war in a solid start for Synchronic Gaming. And not only that, Synchronic, remember, they won last year's World Championship, and they're looking to do that here as a fireball flies behind the town hall, takes out the clan castle, and that's an incredible value to start here for Einstein.
Really nice value, making sure that not just the town hall, but as well the entire Rage Tower section is going down. And this, because the Rage Tower is covering so many defenses, it's just perfect pathing then for the Super Witches, because everything is going around the bottom side. You can enter really nicely into this multi-Inferno Tower compartment, and then goes further into the Monolith and then through the base. The Giga Bomb will be for sure a challenge to get through, but I think with the tankings of the giant skeletons, that should be no problem, right?
Yeah, that should be okay as he continues to push through with the balloons out in front of these healers slowly. The model locking on the king, I think there's the king's earthquake boots going off, but luckily the skeleton spells are, well, looks like it did provide a little bit of a distraction there as the raw champion yet to be deployed. P.E.K.K.A.'s coming out. They're running their way from the bottom side. Another wall break straight into the core, into the Giga Bomb here.
Ooh, it hits pretty much everything. The Queen, oh, she's getting recovered right away from those healers. That is clutch, but oh, that raged up defending minion prince just taking her out like it's nothing. The Super Witches are taking revenge for the Queen going down, but they're kind of stuck right now on the wall. But there comes the Royal Champion, worse with the Rocket Spear as well.
Yeah, that Rocket Spear able to help work through the top side. The Golem tanking the damage up top, and a Skeleton traps popping right up top as he continues to push through. But I'm thinking that Royal Champion, she doesn't have the boots. So he was able to use a Rocket Spear, and maybe I think it was the Seeking Shield. So the RC, she's going down, won't gain any health back, and this backside is disappearing in terms of the push through, as we have the Super Witch still up in the core with a couple big boys there, or at least one, but unfortunately he won't have the time or even the push to get the remaining defenses down, as we are approaching in the high 80s, as his average is typically at 93%. So this is lower than his typical type of attacks here for Synchronic, so it's going to give DIZI a window to be able to take advantage of it.
Yes, that's right, but it is for sure higher than the average destruction which we have seen so far over the day of those different matches, with 90% 2-star. I would say it's a solid start, not the best. 3 stars are always possible, that's for sure. But with the overall low amount of 3 stars which we have seen over the day, I think with 90% 2-star, it could be worse. Let's put it that way for sure.
Yeah.
But on the other side, with not seeing as many 3 stars, now making that count and see it as a successful defense, you still need to 3-star your like on your own way, which is not as easy as you might think.
And a lot of times they have a lot of experience with these teams in terms of they know what types of attacks they typically like to come in with. So we've seen a handful of like Super Witch type attacks from Synchronic in the past. Other teams, we've seen a lot of Dragons or Root Riders. And again, that's why defenses and building bases for your opponents plays a key role. And in terms of this year now with hard mode, do you think the town halls are going to start to change over time, or do you think they're going to start to be similar with the town halls in the core like this?
You mean like the positioning of the town hall as a building itself?
Yeah.
I think overall, like the big advantage of the Town Hall 17 building compared to, for example, Town Hall 16 is the long range. So putting it further to the outside it can sometimes be tricky, but with the fireball not going where it's supposed to go right now, and he's not happy about that. But yeah, so having the Town Hall further in the core means it's covering more defenses and it's being able to utilize the range with better. So I think we will see it a lot of times, at least utilizing the overall range, where it's not like too far on the outside of the base overall. That would be my assumption.
Well, you're the base builder, and a lot of these bases that we see in Legends are because of you. So if any of you are failing your Legend League attack, well, it's probably Itsu's fault because he built the base, and he's causing you not to get the triples, okay? That's probably what's going on here. Itsu's OP at building bases for sure. I know I failed on your bases, but let's see what Fluxy can continue through with this. Well, the fireball went off. We saw his initial reaction there, but the roots are now down a little bit later, and the warden needs to get pulled in to push into the middle of this base.
And he still needs to create the pathing towards the town hall, because there's the clan castle in between this line of defenses and the town hall. This means that it's really unlikely that the root riders are going there. So he's relying right now more on the queen of actually getting towards the town hall, which he's trying to like to counteract with this overgrowth to force the troops towards the town hall. But I think the cannon might be closer, and that would be a really big problem for him.
Yeah, the root riders unfortunately not going to the middle of this base where the town hall is. They're getting pushed off to the right, and the town hall is staying up. The P.E.K.K.A. was going to try to go in, but that dies. And if this town hall stays, which there is no way this town hall is going down, right? I mean, we got the... Well, okay, no, it's going to be up to the Royal Champ, and her ability goes off. She needs to secure the town hall here.
Ooh,
oh, I don't think so.
This is not looking good. The raged out fire spitter, and he is not happy with this one. Oh. This seems to be the first 1-star of the day. We already said things can go wrong quite a bit in this hard mode if the entry is not going right. And we saw by his reaction that the fireball did not go onto the rage tower. Instead, it went for the cannon. We can see it since the base was mostly symmetrical on the right side. The rage tower is further behind of the giant merged cannon. This is what he tried to counteract with like angling the warden a little bit, but the cannon in the end was still further ahead, and since he did not turn it invisible, the fireball did go for the cannon instead of the rage tower, and this has caused the range of the fireball not covering all of the defenses, not setting up the pathing as he was expecting, and this has caused the 1-star in the end because it was not able to recover this attack. And we have talked about the Synchronic with a 90%, and we have said it could be worse. I feel like exactly that has happened right now for DIZI, because this for sure is a worse start then. And they need a lot of things going their way to recover this.
I mean, a 1-star here in the hard mode is not as devastating as a 1-star last year. Yeah, it really hurts, but your opponent can also be 1-starring out of the blue too. So you were talking about it. Well, you said that's exactly why we have the town halls towards the core, and that town hall didn't go down. You want that town hall protecting as many defenses as possible. And it did there. Dead zones, which we're kind of seeing here, also in front of the town hall, can make the pathing a little awkward to push through into the middle. So this RC is trying to get all this value, and then he'll be able to pull her back.
And it's just like little tricks from the base builders, how they're trying to counter specific Royal Champion charges. So we have seen that 2 of the builder heads were located in this top left compartment. And while it's not defending the Royal Champion charge completely, it is just making sure that she takes longer. That's pretty much the whole purpose of those builder heads. You need to use and invest more spells, make sure that you get the timings right for a longer duration. And this is why you have builder heads in the areas where people are expected to do such a Royal Champion charge. And it took quite a long time. You had to invest all of the invisibility spells he brought, and there's nothing for the back end. And now we're seeing again the minion prince at the bottom set to funnel and push everything further into the side.
Wow.
So not the same thing happens what we have seen with Flaxi, where the Root Riders were not going for the town hall because the defense were leading them around this compartment.
Look at that minion prince get all that value to set up the funnel to push his way straight in towards this town hall. He is getting frozen up by the ice cones, unfortunately, but he needs these balloons to help protect. He does have that War Internal Tome to protect everything. As he pushes his way into the middle, utilizes it through the Giga Bomb. But now, is there going to be a bunch of red air bombs on the other side of this town hall compartment? I'm thinking there's going to be... There it is!
Oh no. Oh no. I think all of the barrels of the new siege has... Oh, they survived because of the healing tome, right? So somehow the healers stay alive, or at least some of them. We have the Queen still firing. And in the beginning, we have seen quite a few of the black mines were tanked from the new siege machine. But there are more black mines. At this point, they're hitting the spawn healers from the Archer Queen. But the back end still looks scary.
Yeah, as he still has to encounter the Monolith, but the Royal Champ's got her ability. With 2 freezes left, only 45 seconds left in this attack, continuing to push through this right side. Remember, nothing going to come out from the left, which typically you're like, oh, we got a siege barrack still there to have back-end troops come out of nowhere. No, he used that troop launcher, so he won't have any troops coming from there as he does pair in that freeze. RC ability will be able to be utilized here. No spells left. 1 Headhunter and a Hog Riders coming out in front of the Royal Champion here for Philip. The Royal Champ does get hit by the Monolith, and unfortunately the Giant Bomb kills those Hogs, and it's going to be in the 90s.
Yeah, really solid percentage here, and which we have seen already earlier. A 2-star is not even guaranteed, and this means a 95% 2-star is actually a really, really solid attack and is forcing even more pressure on the other side. Because if they're continuing with those percentages, this means at this point, DIZI would need 2 3-stars to first recover the 1-star and then take the lead on their own, because their first attack wasn't the greatest percentage either. So as long as Synchronic is like keep going with those high percentage 2-stars, they're looking really good in this match, because that already on its own is a win condition.
Yeah, that's a good point, because DIZI needs 2 triples just to come back for the 1 to make it even again because of the fail of the 1-star, and then they have to get it again to take the advantage in terms of star count, because they won't get the percentage lead at this point of how Synchronic's been attacking. So pressure is really on DIZI now, but they have some of the best attackers in the world to step up, as Darkstar is here with Roots to come in with a fireball. So he needs to connect with this fireball to get that value. As a Baby Dragon tries to set off the funnel to the right. Skeleton spell to distract that Ricochet cannon, so the Warden doesn't have to worry too much about the damage on him.
And it's a really interesting looking base. Like overall, it looks like one of those really old heavily stacked core ring bases, because you have this outside ring and then all of the defense inside with the dead zone around at this point, because if you would put buildings in there like storages, the dragons would still path in there. But with no buildings, no root riders will like go over that, or dragons or anything. You need to funnel really nicely to get your troops into that core. And now there is the invis. There are the invis, the fireball, and
Oh my.
oh my. Wait.
Oh, what?
He's getting everything, but I think he missed the monolith with one of his earthquakes, right? Like, it's getting healed right now. And the clan castle as well.
Yeah, he wanted the monolith and the clan castle to go down with the fireball. Unfortunately, one earthquake was wasn't dropped exactly on it, but the arrow secured the town hall. But look at this, continuing to push through Darkstar. He still has to push through the bottom side. With that town hall being down, doesn't have to worry about that damage from it. P.E.K.K.A.'s out in front from that siege barracks, moving his way through, but the ice globes are being lured out from the CC now.
Yep, they will now delay things quite a bit. The Black Mines are tanked by those test loons nicely. We have the entire push getting non-stop frozen. He's trying to really protect them now with invisibility spells to keep them alive and healthy. And so far the push is still looking strong. Minion Prince going down here, but he says the Phoenix to survive a couple of more seconds, and the Phoenix itself will protect those healers from even more traps.
Yeah, there's a sinking air mine right to the Phoenix there. The healers can stay alive, continuing to push through. RC's burner ability, but the Hogs are getting out in front of the push. Queen's continuing to follow behind. Does have the path back to the monolith. It was the monolith and the clan castle that were supposed to be down from the fireball and the earthquakes as he continues through, but luckily the wall is open to the monolith. Continue with 45 seconds left. He's got plenty of time here in the attack. It's all about the push. The queen will move through, and if the monolith can go down from the queen, he's got this.
Oh wow, the queen getting that monolith out of the way, then front tower dropping, and this means even with like that was crazy.
Wow.
I mean, we have not seen many 3-stars and a lot of close attacks. Like one thing goes wrong and you're not going to 3-star. But Darkstar was able to recover this, even though in the beginning, I would say crucial part went wrong with the fireball and the earthquakes not taking down that clan castle and the monolith. That is a crazy recovery, but it means the first job for them is done. The first 3-stars collected. With the second 3-star then, that would take the overall lead in this match, which means Synchronic at this point, they cannot be as happy anymore. They still have the lead for now, but they see DIZI is capable of 3-stars for sure.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at their lineup, and we've still got Cynthia, we still have Mask, and we still have Hawk to come in for DIZI. One player on DIZI that I'm paying attention to and what attack he comes in with, because it was a very interesting and cool attack that he came in the Swiss stage, was Mask. He came in with a zap thrower, so lightning into throwers, and then what I saw was really interesting and cool, which you've seen, you brought in and talked about videos before, was using the life gem and the rage gem on the warden and not going in an eternal tome. So what's the benefit of going life gem and rage gem together on a warden?
Well, it just increases the time or like the speed which you're doing the warden walk with, because every equipment is not only having an active or passive ability in general, but as well as providing your hero with permanent stats over the entire attack. And the rage and the life gem both have DPS increase, which means that the warden walks are way quicker, and at the same time, I mean, you have bonus hit point and a rage effect over the entire attack pretty much. So this is why this combination is really, really nice and kind of like unutilized in my opinion. But let's see how much value you can get here out of the fireball, because that fireball looks really nice. They're going with the super witches. As I said, Synchronic loves those witches.
Nice setup there to the outside of this base, wall breaking towards the bottom. Minion Prince to open that up. But that was a good point. I didn't even think about that. The life gem gives you that damage per second increase, which speeds up the warden lock. Because I'm always thinking rage gem, you know, yeah, he's raged up, it's going to go quicker. But no, he does do more damage there. So, you know what? I'm going to start thinking about the life gem, rage gem combo for sure in the future. But the super witches are down with the queen. Ice Golem, couple balloons, and then he will have his king also to deploy.
Yeah, the king, where is he going to use that? With the push or on the outside? It seems like he's sending it into the main push with everything else. Still has not the earthquakes, the wall breaks to use, using the siege barracks now at the bottom side, which means no new siege. The new siege is typically for the super witches so crucial because you can flinger in test loons non-stop, because there is no eternal tome ability, there is no healing tome ability or anything like that to keep those healers alive. And if anything happens to your healers, you are struggling big time then with any ground attack.
He's trying to continue through with that tornado trap, spinning these P.E.K.K.A.s around. Now they'll pass their way off to the right scatter shot as that overgrowth fades away, and these healers are dying off to the Seeking Air Mine, and there are all the traps. Bye-bye to those healers.
That's exactly what I meant. This is why people are I tend to use the new siege machine, because you can like non-stop throw those test loons into the base and they just don't have to path all of those, like all the distance. And right now you see super witches might seem tanky, not anymore when you don't have any healers left, and that is exactly what's happening right here. Leo is struggling quite a bit without those healers, and this means as well the percentage. He needs to go a long way to get the percentage back on track, because remember, this is right now the win condition for Synchronic. Not the stars, it is the percentage which they have to play. But with this attack, the percentage might be way closer again than we all expected.
And this is why I said earlier, 1 stars are not as devastating anymore in the new hard mode. Yes, it definitely hurts. It is only devastating if you get a 1 star and your opponent gets that tripled. Then it almost feels impossible to make a comeback, because you're going to have to make up the percentage lead. You're going to have to come back on stars to even have a chance. But now, DIZI, if they are able to get a high enough percentage to bring that back, or even they get that triple, they are looking to take the lead. Because at the moment, we're seeing a 3-star. They are also in the percentage lead at the moment if they're able to get that done as well.
That would be a huge momentum shift, like going 1 star, 3 star, 3 star. That would be kind of crazy. But I mean, as you said, there is so many veterans within this match, especially on the DIZI side, who all have been playing on the World Championship stage for quite some time. So anything can happen. I mean, it is really, really crazy how many high-skilled players we have in this one. And I'm just looking forward to if they can pull this off now when it matters in this upper bracket match, because stay in the upper bracket, you have explained it earlier, means you have to burn less spaces, you're having to play less matches, which means less high of a risk of actually dropping out or like dropping to the lower bracket. So yep, overall you want to stay in this higher bracket. Now we have Cynthia going in with a mass invisibility Royal Champion charge into the Dragons.
Yeah, Cynthia's going to charge this RC to the top side. We are seeing Mask's picture off to the right. Don't worry, that's not Cynthia. That's Mr. Mask. He'll be attacking a little later as the RC continues her charge right through this top side. Will have her ability to utilize, but no recall. So I'm not seeing any really traps up here. So this RC is plenty of health.
Yep, the Royal Champ looking really, really good right now. Using the haste, losing quite some hit points and losing the Fox. Everything in like a really short amount of time. If there are any more traps, this could hurt the Royal Champ quite a bit, but there is no recall, which means the Royal Champion at some point is going to go down, and that is part of the plan. But on this way to go down, she's trying to take down as many buildings as possible.
With a handful of Teslas being taken out, that means that there won't be a full Tesla farm to the backside of the base somewhere. That's going to be beneficial. You won't have to worry about that. But did he get enough value to allow the Dragons to push through? But in this attack, he's going to have 2 Rages to be able to invest for his Dragons. That is very helpful, because when you don't have any Rages for your Dragons, they tend to stall up and they're not able to make their push through. But with these, they're going to be able to get some nice value as the Warden ability is used nice and early here.
Ooh, I'm a little bit scared with the Fire Spitters, because the right Fire Spitter is going to shoot every dragon which is entering towards the Town Hall, and the left Fire Spitter is shooting every dragon and loon which is going to the right Fire Spitter. So this entry point is really risky in between those 2 defenses, but maybe he can still put it through. The Minion Prince ability has not been used just yet. Let's see if it has. Yes, there are the middle pens. I guess they're not really tanking as much, but he at least throws most of the backhand, I assume, with the Dark Orb.
Yeah, unfortunately, those Dragons are fading and they are all gone. The Fire Spitters, like you mentioned, they did so much work in this attack. damaging all those troops as he tries to continue his way through, but that Mini Imprint's ability with those pants, unfortunately, you need to get out in front of everything. And if you don't, then you won't be able to pull the traps. Having henchmen, you said, they can definitely get out in front, and there's no time, right? They will just get out in front and eventually continue to fly through, and if there's any future traps at the end of the attack, they will be able to pull it. But the pants will disappear over time and not able to stay alive in terms of with that mini imprints. But if we're looking at the percentage here, Cynthia is still able to pull into the high 90%, but it is not going to be the 3-star. So with that final building going down, this is going to push them to 6. So it's going to be a tied war here, and we're going to see DIZI in the percentage lead now in this match.
Yep, with that last attack from Synchronic, unfortunately falling short there on the percentage, and this means DIZI is back in this one. In just a couple of attacks, the entire match has turned again. It's still close, only a couple of percentage points, and with 2 attacks remaining on each side, anything can still happen. But, as you have said earlier, things can still be recovered even with those 1-stars, because if the one team is just not getting this one 3-star on their own, it is, I mean, 10 stars can be sometimes enough to win matches, but 11 stars, that should be like the minimum you should aim for, and in most matches, that would be then enough to win.
Yeah, you need to hit that 11 mark. Do you think we have a possibility of eventually at some point in Worlds getting a perfect 4? Do you think we would see it in hard mode too?
With how it is right now, I don't think so. Not really, no.
Yeah. That seems almost impossible, but I mean, you never know. Some of these teams, they'll come up with something crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Elevate used like 5 times my base against Synchronic in one of the finals of the community tournament, and it defended 4 times. I'm not trying, like, it was one of my first bases of Channel 17, and I mean, I'm not saying that it's a great base or anything, but it just shows how hard mode is, that even the world champion is failing 4 out of 5 times versus the same base in the same match. So, yep, hard mode is rough, and 15 stars, if not trolling on defense, it is, yeah, really, really rough to get those 15 stars. And so far, the highest one so far today was 12 stars. So, let's see if we can get it any higher. But for now, Synchronic is still waiting for their first 3-star in this match, and they're coming in with their team captain and MVP. Whenever there's an MVP voting, General X is getting that. And, well, let's see if he can show why exactly that's the case.
With that, Warden working to the top side. The defending RC went down. Tesla pops. No! I saw the Tesla pop to the right side, and it did not go into the middle, and it pulled the fireball. It was the headhunter that pulled that Tesla. Oh.
Those are always the moments where you feel like, okay, can we redo this? Can I try again, please? I mean, the plan was great, and everything right now is just falling short. He has to now, because we have seen that earlier, somehow recover that 2-star. Because we have seen that earlier with Fluxley, the 2nd star secure after a fail opening, especially with the fireball in the beginning, is rough. It's not easy.
Not easy at all, as the defending Mini Prince is doing so much damage there as the King tries to push his way to the Town Hall. He's taking all the damage. The King is not able to secure it. He does have the Royal Champion, so the RC is going to have to look to move into the Town Hall if the King can't take it down with the Phoenix, and he does.
That was crucial, because now we can use the Royal Champion on any corner pretty much to increase the percentage, which is super, super important. And this is why I kind of like the Rocket Loons as well, because you can be so surgical that you can then maybe like turn a failed attack, like with failed I mean non-3-star, into like a really high percentage still. But the problem though with this strategy is the Warden. Keeping that Warden alive already in the regular game can be a challenge with like so much multitasking, but doing that in the hard mode, pretty much anything can one-shot your Warden. Like, I think the Archer Queen needs like 3 shots or something for a Warden, and it's just insane how much damage there is for a Warden within those spaces. And right now he's doing an amazing job of recovering this with the Royal Champion and the Rage empowering her shots, and he collects quite a few buildings, to be honest, and turn this around.
And at that point, once that fireball fails, you know you're in recovery mode. You know you're not going to triple, and you're going for percentage. So turning that failed fireball and not getting any of the value he was hoping for, turning it an 83%, that is good. That is a great job there. It could have easily turned into a 1-star, even 50-60%. So pulling away within the 80s, that's a great job, a great way to recover there for General X. But unfortunately, he's angry that the Tesla pops right there with that headhunter, causing the fireball to fly off to the right side. And that's one of the situations where even if you're a spotter, you don't even have enough time to tell them that Tesla pop, because it came up so quick right before the fireball was there. There's a little bit of that delay. As a spotter trying to talk to him, they would have been screaming to say, don't fireball, in order to stop him from hitting that Tesla, which in all cases, pretty much anyone would have hit that Tesla as it pops up at the absolute wrong timing.
Yeah, it was just like really unfortunate. I would have loved to see the plan without the Tesla, because as I said, I think the plan itself was just really nice. The fireball within the core looked amazing. But it's always so rough if like those plans are falling short because of like one Tesla popping, because you said it. A headhunter is luring it. Are you kidding me? But hey, we're within the next attack, so everything else is from the past, and we have to see if Mask for DIZI can get this 3-star to make sure that they're keeping their lead.
Mask not bringing the throwers that he's brought several times in the Swiss stage. We have Skeletons getting pulled up to the right, but is the Ricochet Cannon that ended up staying up and never went down from that Royal Champion pushing her way in. Wizard off to help clear the Skeletons. Root Rider's Ice Golem down with the Apprentice Warden and his own Warden healers to move his way right through this top side. But we'll have the King to come later, probably to the top where those P.E.K.K.A.s are moving in, as the Queen's joining the Root Riders to push their way into the middle.
Yeah, but right now the pathing into the middle is not really existent, which means the Inferno Tower has the chance of firing quite a bit, and those multi-Inferno Tower beams are hurting a lot. We have now a Black Man hitting the healers, which means less hit point recovery, so he's using the Warden ability right now as well to tank this new defense. I mean, as soon as the Warden ability is running out, we will see how much damage it deals, even through the healing tome of the Warden. Take a look at this. First Root Rider, next Root Rider is down. Oh yeah, another one is down in just a second. It is just... No, Diggy was the one thing which went down. So it's just crazy how much damage this defense can actually provide.
And he pathed that King to the right side into the Town Hall to secure that 2nd star. Still has the RC and Queen abilities to use. Overgrowth, it goes away, pulls a bunch of traps, including air skellies right in the middle of this base, trying to keep this Queen alive with the invisibility spells. But a lot of these Root Riders are now all gone, as we still have a Scatter, Ground Expo, Ricochet Cannon still on the backside as he drops Skeleton spells to try to provide that distraction.
Ooh, the Royal Champ is fighting for her life, and she needs to take down some more defense. And this is kind of what we meant with having a heavy push into the center of the base can be sometimes really problematic, because we have seen with General X that he has failed his opening, but because of the nature of Rocket Loons, he was able to snipe the outside defenses and get a high percentage. For Mask, the push overall looked solid. I think the funnel, the setup, everything was solid, but he had such a big push into the core that he was not able to cover the outside buildings, and this is now resulting in a really low percentage 2-star attack, which could get Synchronic the lead back, moving into the last 2 attacks of this match.
Yeah, with that attack there from Mask, puts him in at 74%, and now we have the lead shifting to Synchronic. About a 3-building lead at the moment for them. That's it. 3 buildings. That's all it takes to make a difference in this match. We had a 1-star. We've had a lot of 2-stars. We even had that triple. And it's going back and forth here, Itsu.
That's right, which means the 3-star in Synchronic is going to have the guaranteed win. In 99 or 98 means that, well, DIZI needs the 3-star, otherwise they lose. And everything else is then obviously a different story, but those are right now like the important thresholds, I guess, for Synchronic and their attack. But they still have to get the first attack. Remember, they're the world champions, and they are even struggling so much. in this new mode. And they're going in with another Warden charge with the Rocket Loons. And hopefully the Warden staying alive. I'm always scared. Like whenever there's like a Tesla popping, whenever there's the defending hero approaching that Warden, I am scared because take a look at this cannon. Even the cannon with 1 X-bow is already a big threat, even under rage for this Warden, because there's so much damage.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage, but he's pushing his way into this multi-target Inferno. Did drop some balloons off to the right, took out a building over there, as the Warden can then continue to get his value. And what is he going to launch with 5 Earthquakes? So he can take out the Clan Castle, take out the core, and then the Town Hall will go down if he's able to connect with the Queen's Giant Arrow. So pay attention to that Town Hall and the 5 Earthquakes, because he got a handful of invises that he's going to be able to connect with. Maybe that Spitter. Oh, he could even hit the Town Hall as well.
Yeah, I'm really not sure. I feel like the Town Hall is going to be the target, right? Ooh,
Okay.
No Tesla pop, please. No Tesla pop, please.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Giant arrow. Oh my goodness. This looks beautiful. But the Warden, keep the Warden alive. Invis or something. I'm nervous.
Well, that Archer under rage is doing some work onto that Crown Expo. He drops that Rocket Loon, and the Warden stays alive there, Itsu.
Perfect. Right there. I would have been nervous again. That Warden, he is going down so quick. But really keeping his nerves, which means he has the freeze and the invisibility spell for the back end, because he has not deployed the Royal Champion just yet. As I'm saying this, he deploys the Royal Champ, and she will go in there. What are the equipments on her? I think it's the Rocket Spear again, or what?
And the
was
Seeking
it?
Shield. Yeah.
Okay. So trying to go for the long range and trying to snipe those defenses within that compartment. Keeping the Queen alive, the healers have to switch. And the Flamefinger Carbon, that one is getting crazy value over the entire attack.
Yeah, that Flame Flare is about to open up, but look at this. He's got 8 Rocket Loons. Now still to send in this attack. He's got a freeze. Queen is just dying off, never triggering the Giga Bomb. Warden's moving to the top side, and he can freeze that scatter. And Mark looking fantastic here for Synchronic. They have the 3 building lead, which means a 3-star here will guarantee and lock up a victory here into this match, as long as he can get that triple. So he saves these Rocket Loons to go in for the storage and the buildings to be able to help to work through that. With 17 seconds left, he's got to target the Rocket Loon straight to the storage. He does just that as the Warden's moving in. The final building going down, and Synchronic getting the victory no matter what DIZI does, and what Hawk comes in with the final attack, because they have the percentage lead. We'll still watch Hawk's attack to come in, but Synchronic, the defending world champions, and also the defending world's warm-up champions, because they did win World's Warm-Up last year. They set the tone, then they got a golden ticket, and then they won the World Championship. What a way to kick off the year for that team last year, and they're looking to repeat it here.
Yes, and especially in like what way he was able to accomplish this. I mean, I would argue that this type of strategy right now is the hardest strategy to pull off, just because the timings of the invisibility, the awareness of, we have seen it with Generex, like one tester popping or something, everything is going the wrong way. The multitasking, everything with that strategy is just so impressive to watch. And now we're seeing as well on the other side, the next attack, as you said, from Hawk. This time around, we're seeing the mass invisibility Royal Champion charge. And this will be a lot of dragons after 10 overall. And the Archer Queen, she tried her best to fund a little bit. She got some buildings to push that Royal Champion to the right direction.
Yeah, that Royal Champion pushing in towards the scatter, continuing probably to the Spitter, into the core. Yep, rages her up. Invis again, now pass her way to the Town Hall. And while she's working on the Town Hall, the boots will help remove the Spitter, damaging that. Now the other Spitter's going down, so the value's there, but he won't have any extra rages for the dragons here.
And as well, having like, I think it was 9 invisibility spell into the attack, still the Fox alive, is not easy to keep that Fox alive. Remember, we had the invisibility spell changes, and the Fox with the invisibility spells are now like not overlapping as much anymore, which means the Fox going down quite early a lot of times, and keeping him alive for so long is super impressive from Hawk. Now he's pushing in from the top right side. He did not get that air defense with his Archer Queen. And that thing is dealing a lot of damage on those dragons, unfortunately.
Yeah, as he pushes his way through with the dragons, but no rage spell, only has the one invis. Warden ability going off, protecting these dragons through this air defense. They do have a minion, or a Yeti that was down at the bottom. Yeti might be taking out an Archer Tower. Now continuing to push into the model, pulling a handful of red air bombs, and the blimp is down. Minion Prince ability could be nice here, and there you go, right through the middle to help slow down the multis and the monolith.
Oh, I'm so happy right now that Hawk brought the henchman puppet. I see so many times that we see this, the pant equipment, and it's just like, I don't know, it's just not doing much in those air attacks, it feels like. And as well, he's just scared of this new defense. That thing is scary, that's why he took it out with that blimp. And now we have the Phoenix with the Minion Prince to tank some longer for the dragons. But I'm not sure if he has enough power to push back, right? The Giga Bomb being there, he has to overpower this monolith somehow.
He will take the monolith down with these dragons, but he's got nothing off to the left. Tesla's popping off there. The enemy queen gonna be quite annoying. Tries to sneak a headhunter in there, but unfortunately not able to do that. Defending Minion Prince will pick off the dragon there. The Warden will go down, and it is gonna be a 2-star here for Hawk and Mark. And Synchronic getting in defense here. So DIZI being held to 10 stars. Even though they got a 1-star, they did get the triple, but the winning team only pulled away with 11. So we're seeing 2 victories coming away with 11. We're seeing another victory for another team, which was Team Queso pulling 12 stars. So you just have to be getting a single triple, and you'll be competitive with these other teams here in hard mode. And congrats to Synchronic winning the 3rd match here today out of 8 total matches. So we still have a lot more to come, so you don't want to go anywhere. So congrats to them. And we've had a 1, we've had the 3, we've had a mix of a ton of different attacks here in this match.
Yeah, and so far we have an average of 2 3-stars per match, right? Like the first one we had 1 3-star, the second one we had 3, and this one we had, even though it's 10 to 11, we had 2 3-stars total because of the 1-star. But so far then a 10% hit rate in the first 3 matches. It is crazy how tough this hard mode is. And those are the best players out there. I mean, they are the best players out there. And they are having a really rough time and really trying to challenge themselves, because this is kind of how you have to see it as well. To challenge yourself to get those attacks in, and then maybe as well go for those high percentage 3-stars. At this point, we're kind of like back in the meta. Like back in the old days when I played, there was like, you had to pick like 1 or 2 bases where you felt like, okay, I have a solid chance of 3-starring this. And then for the other attacks, you're going for high percentage 2-stars. We're kind of like back there, but it feels like it's even harder than back then. So it is crazy meta overall, and I'm really looking forward to see what the players are having up with maybe different strategies, or if maybe they want to change something up.
Well, there's going to have to be a lot of attacks still to come in with, and I think we have an attack ready to break down with Mr. Bash.
Yes, we do. But before we do, did Itsu just hit us with a back in my day? We did. Just kidding, Itsu. Just kidding. I wanted to take a look at Mark's attack here. This war was back and forth. I was like, there was a couple of attacks that could have been the turning point of this war, but Mark does an amazing job on this Warden walk. I was a little bit worried right here when the hero steps up, but he does a great job with the freeze, the headhunters, using those balloons over there on the bottom side to take out the wizard tower. Doesn't miss the Tesla, which we've seen a couple times today, those Teslas popping up and causing so much issues, but also at the same time getting the attack going over on the opposite side with the balloons going over there, taking out the wizard tower. So he's just doing a great job setting this up, but a great job also being patient. Those few archers in there are actually pretty key. So the Warden was able to get a lot out early, but it's all about patience with this attack. Yeti comes in over on the right with that flame flinger, and you guys kind of shouted it out. That flame flinger ends up getting so much value, and it really sets up the 3-star for this attack. But the main part of this attack, the big boom of this attack, is going to be the Warden with the fireball. The Warden with 5 earthquakes paired with the Queen's giant arrow right through the heart of that town hall is enough to take it down. And here comes the setup. all of those invises in, all of the earthquakes in, boom from the fireball, and the giant arrow finishes off the town hall. And this was just great patience from Mark, just a great setup on this attack. And obviously this put Synchronic in the spot to win this war. This war could have gone either way, but Mark came in with the clutch triple here towards the end of the war to finish it off, and the defending world champions showing you guys exactly why they're world champions with strategies just like this. This is a really tough one. I don't know if you guys have tried the Warden Walk into Rocket Loons in the new hard mode, but it is so difficult keeping that Warden up. Itsu shouted out a couple times today. If you lose that Warden early, and we've even seen it earlier with Rocio's attack, if you lose that Warden earlier with the ability, the attack's just lost. But does a great job keeping this one up. Royal Champion comes in from the bottom. I love the combination here of the Seeking Shield with that Rocket Spear to give range to take out the Monolith so the Royal Champion doesn't get into too much danger. The Queen's able to stay up right here. Warden's able to stay up, and he just does a great job finishing this base off. I was just really impressed with this one. This hard mode is insane. We've seen it, and we're seeing a 10% hit rate right now, as Carbon and Itsu were just talking about, and it is showing. Really just one good triple can win you the war. Also right here is a good shout, a good patient shout out here from Mark of not deploying all those rocket loons when he didn't need to. He needed those rocket loons actually for cleanup. If those rocket loons get stuck, or if too many troops get stuck on that king, he could have missed this one and could have left the door open. Ultimately, Hawk did end up missing his attack, so it would have been fine, but you never know that when you're going in with an attack. You want to go in and get that triple and secure the war for your team. Beautiful attack from Mark, beautiful plan, beautiful execution, and Synchronic are going to move forward in our upper bracket, which means DIZI will go down to our lower bracket, and we'll see them in just a little bit. But man, what a war, Itsu. That one was back and forth.
That was a crazy one, and I know already that we are really close to jump into the next match right away, because we have a lot of matches to cover. Everyone wants to get into the action as quickly as possible. That's exactly what we're doing. You have already referenced in your replay that the hard mode is challenging, and for everyone who's maybe not as familiar with the esports scene right now and maybe don't really know what exactly this hard mode is, just let me introduce it to you while Pato is like setting up this opening for his dragon attack with the Royal Champion charge. The defense overall deals 20% more damage, and this as well is scaling with rage towers possibly, so you have some crazy numbers there. Defending heroes, the damage and health are increased by 20% on top of that, while the attacking heroes, the damage and the health are decreased by 10%. So the defending heroes are way stronger, while the attacking heroes are way weaker. On top of that, equipments, the common ones are capped at level 15 instead of level 18, and the epic equipments are capped on level 21 instead of level 27. So this is why the pros might struggle so much while you and your regular attacks are like 3-starring non-stop. This is not because the pros are bad or anything, no, because they're playing in this specific mode to really challenge themselves and really make sure that the pros are having a great time within those attacks and really can showcase who is the best player out there. With this one, back into the attack. The Royal Champion charge is about to be over, and the dragons should start really soon.
Wow, that timing was impeccable, Itsu. GG's on that one. But yeah, you're right. Here come the dragons right through the town hall. That Royal Champion gutted the whole, kind of all the way from that left corner, all the way down towards the monolith. Didn't quite get the monolith. That's okay. Does a great job setting this one up. Does have to fight the sweeper, though, here for Pato, as he's going to work in with the dragons, protecting them with the Eternal Tome. And this one's off to a great start by a lot of base remaining. We've seen a lot of great starts fizzle out with that extra damage from the defenses and the defending heroes.
Oh no, and take a look at that. The multi-arch tower and the elephant staying alive from this top left side. This means the Mini Prince has to backtrack now. Nothing fun on the top left side. And the dragons, as you said, in this core, it is rough. So many air traps are popping up. The Mini Prince, even with the metal pens, cannot really tank enough to survive. And this attack is falling short really quick. With not having a high percentage whatsoever, there is not many troops or even buildings which you can use and take advantage of to increase the percentage. So it would be like a mid, like 75, maybe he's getting some more buildings, maybe even below 80% 2-star attack. And this is not really how you would like to start the match.
No, not at all. But what's crazy is how fast these attacks do fizzle out. Because like if I'm doing a regular war and I'm attacking and I see that setup, I'm like, oh man, I have a really good shot at tripling. But here for Pato's attack, we just saw all those dragons evaporate right after that town hall. It shows how challenging this hard mode is. I think a lot of people, a lot of viewers even, are spoiled from last season. We were just so used to seeing those non-stop triples, and now it's just a completely different change of pace where we're seeing 1-2 triples win you the war here. It's crazy the difference. I don't think the bad thing, by the way, but these pros are really struggling here today as these bases are just really eating them alive.
Yeah, I just think overall, like one number to me is always summarizing how tough the hard mode really is. Because, I mean, the new defense, the gear tower, is already having a lot of DPS in the normal mode with like above 600. But if you combine that in hard mode with the rage tower, you're getting up to 1236 DPS, which is just this number alone shows you how tough this mode can be. And it is not easy to really overpower then those defenses, even after a Royal Champion charge, as we have just seen. The dragons hit by a red mine farm in the core are just taken care of so quickly, and that is then obviously quite challenging for the pros. But this is what they're going for. They want to challenge themselves. They really want to see who are the best players out there. And I think with this tougher challenge and tougher meta overall, it is exactly what they're looking for. Now it is up to Max to really get this 3-star in here, and he is bringing as well some droids with the Root Riders together.
Yeah, very interesting combination here. We haven't seen this quite yet. We do have the fireball on the Warden, so he's going to look to set that up, but you got to be careful, because if that Warden gets too close to the Ricochet cannon with the Expo, you talked about it in the previous war, it can be enough to take that Warden down. Has to commit an invis along with that raid, as the multi-archer tower was looking to go ahead and deal some damage to that Warden as well. You don't want that fireball going off too early, and he gets the multi-archer tower down, which will allow this Warden just to set up a little bit more. But also keep an eye on those Teslas down there at the bottom. We've seen Teslas play a big factor in these fireballs, but Max is doing a great job managing. Here comes the invis, and here comes the fireball right on the rage tower.
Nice. But the defending queen, he has to be careful. There's a headhunter. Is that too late? He has to invest the freeze because the headhunter was a little bit late. But the rage aura is keeping right now everything healthy. There are some test loons, but we have seen this now. A lot of those teams are using, especially behind the town hall, some red mine farms. And this is what we're seeing that new siege flinging those barrels into the attack itself. That we typically see at some point some test loons in there. Ice golems are working great. Even we have seen super Valkyries getting flinged into that attack to really have some nice effect further inside the core.
But also you got to remember, you get those free troops in there. You get the giants, you get wall breakers, you get archers. So it also provides a little bit of extra tanking, which is nice. Not to mention the wall breakers. I guess you don't really need the wall breakers with roots, but it can open up the base just a little bit more. That queen is doing some really nice work, but keep an eye on that merge multi defense right there. It's locked onto the Yeti, but it is staying up. We've seen that new defense be such a factor today, and it is still standing and dealing out so much damage right here to Max's troops.
Yeah, the Bitter Heart was able to keep it alive a little bit longer. And right now there's only giants, but finally it's going down. And Bash, this is looking really solid. The Royal Champion about to take down this monolith. And if that defense falls, this looks really good with the King being still alive. And the healers even keeping that Royal Champion alive. There is 4 heroes alive. That is crazy.
Yeah, he had the snake bracelet on the King. You talked about it earlier. That snake bracelet able to provide the tanking from those snakes. It's really nice. You don't really think about it as much in normal mode, but in hard mode, those snakes are a big factor. All the heroes are going to finish this one off, and Max is going to get the first triple on the board for HTM, and they are up early in this war.
Yeah, and I think this is a really interesting as well direction, because with all of those changes to hard mode, like the cap of the equipments, or for example the really increased DPS of the defenses, there is different equipments that are good in hard mode compared to the normal mode. So you always have to be careful with just copying what the pros are doing, because the snake bracelet is just so good in hard mode because it provides this tanking of, like we said, like a 1200 DPS defense, like the new merge tower, or for example the monolith doing a lot of damage. It can tank those heavy hitting defenses. While in the regular mode, it's not doing as much damage, so the equipment is not as strong there. So you really have to make sure that you understand maybe some of the decision making for those pros and why they bring certain equipment and why they might be not as good then for your own attacks. That's really important to note.
Yeah, and it's one of those kind of tough things to distinguish, because it can still work in the normal mode, But these pros are building these attacks specifically for these hard mode bases because it is so much different. I mean, even just like the hero equipment levels plays a big factor, and we've seen that time and time again. Achilles is coming in now with a Warden Fireball with rocket loons, but actually starting off the world champion early. Spirit Fox going to go ahead and protect her. She's able to launch those rocket spears deep inside the base, taking out some of those merged defenses early, but she goes down early. Here comes the Warden from the top left side and make his way in and maybe target the Town Hall with the Fireball. Only 2 Quakes for the Warden, so maybe just look to get the CC down. I guess we'll have to see what he does with that as he's setting this one up pretty nice. World Champion did a good job on the bottom though.
Yeah, now using the Flame Flinger down here as well to get some more value. Yes, be careful though with possible more Tesla spots around, but so far this looks really good. And the Town Hall with the long range is actually a really big threat to any Warden charge. You will see that in a second as the Warden is stepping in range. Take a look at that. That's a lot of hit points always lost. And on top of that, ooh, is he alive? That is, yeah, he is somehow alive. Okay, I was about to say, because that defense, like the Town Hall and Hard Mode, is dealing a lot of damage, and it's never to be underestimated. And the siege already open as we're talking about the Warden at the Town Hall.
Yeah, the Town Hall deals so much damage, but I think he's going to go ahead and try to walk out that Town Hall with the Warden. But he does have that Battle Builder healing back up some of that damage that he already dealt to the Town Hall. But now the Warden's going to finally target that Town Hall. He's able to get everything else going. Skeleton Spell into tank for the King and Queen as they make their way into that merged multi-archer tower up top. And here comes some rocket loons to provide some support as well. Now he's going to try to keep the Warden on his own. You don't want the Warden pulling over to the King and Queen. You want the Warden to work his way through the middle. But you got to keep an eye on that monolith as the Warden's making his way over. It's going to deal out tons and tons of damage.
Ooh. Nice invisibility as the scatter shot shooting that Warden as well. The monolith is going down, but there is no Royal Champion on the back end since he used that in the beginning to take down some of the defenses which could outrange the Flame Flinger. And the Rocket Loons, yes, he says 10 Rocket Loons left, but this Warden needs to do a lot of work as the Queen is struggling a little bit at this top side.
Yeah, I thought the Queen went down, but I think that was one of the cloned Queens there. Because I thought the Queen went down, but she's actually full health up there. Warden's still marching along fine. He's still got 10 rocket balloons. There's a lot of defenses still remaining. Only 30 seconds on this attack. Here come those rocket balloons coming in from the bottom side. Everything's got to collapse. Minion Prince gets frozen along with the new merged multi-tower that's in long mode there. It's going to deal a little bit more damage, but it's only going to be single shots. If he can collapse down on that defense, there's not going to be too much left on the space. But time is a factor. 98, 99. Queen's going to get it. It's a 3-star for a Team Elevate Achilles, and they're right back in this one.
Those attacks are so impressive to watch. I mean, those Warden charges are so nerve-wracking for everyone who's trying to maybe even witness that just a little bit. If you're going into your clan chat and open that, at the bottom side you can see like the button challenge. If you tap that, there is like a check mark on your screen within the challenge screen where you can activate the hard mode, because I know a lot of people don't even know where the hard mode is or how to activate that. Try to do that and try to keep your troops alive. I mean, not even 3-star, just try to keep your troops alive for a little bit. And you know how tough that actually is. So those Warden charges are so impressive to pull off. And Pato in the end clutch on the time as well, getting that 3-star, which was so important for the match for them as well, because with their first attack, they were falling behind quite a bit, and especially with how HTM started. And now at least there's a bit of pressure back to HTM, because in the first 3 attacks of this match, we have already seen 2 3-star attacks, which is really not common, but just so impressive.
I did exactly what you said, Itsu, after watching some esports in the new hard mode. I was like, oh, this can't be too bad. We'll just Rocket Loon Warden. I lost my Warden in like 10 seconds because I underestimated those defenses. It is crazy hard. World Champion coming in here for Crispy as HTM looking to respond. Remember, they did get the triple first, so they do have a little wiggle room, but if you can keep that momentum up, it's going to be really good. This has a couple of the Invises here to pair with that Spirit Fox and the World Champion, doing a great job managing the Spirit Charge, pulling up the Clan Castle, getting those scatter shots down. Going to go to the multi Infernos next. Also, the Ice Golems are out, so he'll be able to pull them out. Should recall this World Champion really soon as well. Great value there from the RC.
That was amazing value, getting all of the pathing. Like, the value is always in between of two different things. First off, the buildings itself, which you get down, which means like how important is the defense, which you were able to take down. But as well, like how good is the pathing, which we are able to set up. And with taking down the core like this, that is just the perfect pathing then for the Root Riders to follow. So I think this looks really good. Entering with the Queen on the far right side now with the Root Riders. I like that he's going with the side where there is not the multi-inferno tower, because that is not as easy to reach for the Root Riders pathing-wise, because there's the storage in between and Root Riders are going from defense to defense. So he's making sure that the Inferno tower is on the back end and not completely frying his healers. Instead, picking, in my opinion, the right side, and this already as an opening is looking really solid.
Yeah, I love the opening here, but this Town Hall compartment is loaded. There's a Rage Tower in there, there's this multi-gear tower, there's the Town Hall, there's Fire Spitters, there's heroes. There's a lot of damage. Goes ahead and hits the Warden ability, which will negate all of that damage for the time being as the Rage Tower goes off. If we can get that multi-gear tower down, that would be amazing. But everything is pathing around a little bit as the Warden's Eternal Tome does start to wear off. That multi-gear tower is dealing out so much damage to the Minion Prince, and he's going to go down rather quickly, going to Phoenix. Town Hall falls. Giga Bomb blows up some of those roots. They're spinning around here. A lot of damage being dealt, but he's still got a lot of force. Let's see if he can power through this compartment.
The Phoenix luring all of those red mines. That is so crucial to keep those healers alive. Only one red mine actually hit the healers, and this means he should have enough healing to power through the back end if everything goes right. He has only a couple of super barbs left at this point and no spells, but he has a lot of troops at this stage of the attack with the Inferno Tower being in the core. But right now, not able to provide as much damage. 26 seconds left, and this is actually a huge overkill for Crispy. The Royal Team in charge was so impressive with taking down the core, setting up the pathing, and then the follow-up was just beautiful, and this means HTM getting back-to-back 3 stars. This is the first time we have seen this today. That is crazy. Back-to-back 3 stars for a team? I mean, that is mind-blowing.
Super impressive so far. The fact that we have 3 out of 4 triples in this war kind of like blows away everything else we've done today. This day has been kind of slow for triples, which is made for some really interesting wars. Don't get me wrong, like all these wars, 2 out of the first 3 wars were so close back and forth throughout, but now we have a little bit of a more offensive matchup here as HTM has come out firing 2 for 2 with some beautiful plans. And like you mentioned, Crispy's plan just absolutely overwhelmed, destroyed that base. A great attack. HTM looking really good. Team Elevate, they're gonna have to just keep pace as best they can here.
And especially it's just so crazy to think about that Elevate is 1 out of 2, which is really good and would have been enough for winning most of the matches which we have seen so far today if they would just 2-star everything else now. And they're just going in again with the Warden charge. I hope that we are set and ready, because this will again push up our blood pressure, because those Warden charges are intense every single time.
Yeah, doing a great job with the Flame Flinger over on the left, and really he can get a lot of value out until he gets to that monolith, so that's really nice. But this Warden is definitely, oh, he's gonna go with the early fireball, gonna blow up the Ricochet Cannon and those Expos, which have actually been a lot of threat to the Warden. Ricochet Cannon hangs on there with just a little bit of health, but it's going to be 1 shot from the Warden. But he does have to turn his focus over there. Actually going to go ahead and elect to use a rocket balloon, but Tesla intercepts that rocket balloon. Second rocket balloon is going to come in. He doesn't want that Ricochet Cannon locked onto his Warden. Gets it down. Great use of those rocket balloons right there. And that's why you kind of bring those rocket balloons in. They can be used as utility to support all of those heroes. And Leo is off to a strong start. Flame Flinger still looking really strong on the left. I like this open so far.
Yeah, this looks really good, adding those headhunters as well. And I think it's so interesting that he's even adding 2 headhunters to make sure that the defending king is taken care of even quicker, because time is always a big factor on those matches. The trap is triggered, which is nice for the back end. He even tried to pop this one Tesla to make sure that there is then, well, less randomness as the Warden is moving forward. The Flame Flinger at the same time, you mentioned it in the beginning, took down 2 of those merged defenses, which is amazing value. Let's see what is in there in the siege. It's Yetis. Okay, so the Yeti might even take down the monolith, depending on how they path.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to go pet house and then maybe in towards that storage. So I think with the Yeti mites, As long as the air defense doesn't intercept too many of the Yeti mites, he should be able to get the monolith down. Golem up top with the king, using the king's earthquake boots to go ahead and open up that top compartment. Queen's coming in there as well to accompany the king, excuse me. But I'm keeping an eye on those Yetis. Yeah, Yetis might get the monolith down. Now the Warden's got to get to the town hall. Keep an eye on him as there's ice golems, and he's under a lot of pressure, Itsu.
Oh yeah, as I said, the Warden is not having many hit points, and that town was doing more damage than you might expect. He's having to rage it again, invis again to make sure that those troops are pathing away from the Warden. But right now they're getting lured into the Warden. The tunnel though is down. Only the fire spitter right now is firing at that Warden, and now he has to somehow get in 30 seconds 30% of the base, which is, he needs to really speed things up if he wants to collect that 3-star.
Well, one big problem is the king and queen really got nothing on the top side of the base. Look at that top compartment. The king and queen did not get a whole lot there. They got taken down rather quickly, but now you're right. He's got to just pretty much throw it all in, throw it all against the wall. It's not going to be a 3-star, but you got to get as many percentage points as you can as those rocket loons are in. Maybe a little bit too patient with the Warden walk, and Leo is going to fall short against this HTM squad that has come out firing. 88%, very respectable, but against HTM, who are 2 for 2 with 3 stars, you got to get some triples on the board.
Yeah, and the Warden just played there like, now you see me, now you don't, as he was running in between of 2 fire spitters. That was, again, I mean, the Warden went down in the end quite a bit, but he invested a lot of spells to support him as well with the timing of those ice golems. And the Town Hall, with the first impact, already is dealing a lot of damage with the plus 20%. And on top of that as well, with the lava below the Warden, this is stacking up really quick, and that you can really underestimate how much damage there is, and you can lose the Warden so quickly. So he was able to keep it alive for a really long time, but I guess, as you mentioned correctly, the biggest issue for him was the value of the king and queen, which he did not really push far enough inside, or was not able to enter far enough into the side of the base. But the next attack is ready. Can HTM go 3 out of 3? That would be crazy. And they're going in again with a similar approach with the Root Riders, but this time around with the Warden instead of the Royal Champion charge.
Yeah, Warden gonna go ahead and do a little bit of walking here. He does have the 4 invises to set up this fireball with the 2 earthquakes. We saw the clan castle troops be a big factor there in Leo's attack, slowing down the Warden and really causing a lot of issues. So if he can get in and get the CC down, he's going to target the fireball onto the rage tower. So he's actually not going to get to the clan castle, but he does set up some really nice pathing for all of his troops to go, it looks like, right through the town hall, actually.
Yeah, through the town hall. Without that explosion of the town hall, you can always enter into it nicely. And especially if you have it out early, this means it cannot really utilize the range as well, which is nice to have. And for that, though, he needs to create this cut at the top side. There are a lot of Tesla, which make sure that the Root Riders right now are not going into the tunnel itself. And the Tornado is delaying things even further. And oh, there are some Roots finally going for the tunnel, but some of them are going to the outside. And having them split up is never a good thing for the healers.
Yeah, you want them all bunched together so those healers are going to heal them all up. There's a couple ice golems along with a witch in there. Witches can be used to counter the dragon attack pretty well. With the Roots, with the Valkyries, the witches aren't as big of a factor. Obviously, there's still going to be a little bit of a slowdown, but the Valkyries are just going to spin right on through them. Great use of the rage spell to push all these troops a little bit further in. The king is taking some nice damage on the outside, but also spawning those snakes, I believe, in there. A lot of base here. It's starting to fade a little bit. I'm a little bit worried about it. The spread on these troops may be the big factor, so that the healers weren't able to keep those Roots healed. And this last compartment with that merge multi-cannon is just going to be so nasty.
Yeah, especially as the tanking of the Root Riders is not there anymore. Overpowering that back end won't be easy, but he has a lot of heroes left alive at this point, so maybe he can somehow overpower it. And depending on how the heroes are stepping into that Giga Bomb, for example, might be able to overpower it. There is the freeze, so the defense can't deal damage if it's frozen. King ability, Queen ability are still there, and the Royal Champion ability as well. There are the Hogs, but they're going to spawn right into the trap, and this means all of them are gone right away.
Yeah, but he got that defense down, which would have been a big factor for the Queen. She does still have ability. The King is still working on the outside as well. So he's still got the 2 heroes working here. I didn't see if the King has Vamp Stash on him. I would assume it does, because it looks like the King is healing up. pops the queen ability, and he's actually looking pretty good. Time's a little bit of a factor. He's just got to get over to this last compartment. Itsu, can HTM really go 3 for 3? I think time's going to be a factor, though.
Yeah, it's not like a little bit. It's like a huge factor for him as he's not able to push through because 98% is just 2 buildings short. But again, being 2 out of 3 and then having a 98% 2-star, I mean, you can see it. He's not even like, he's not even not happy that way. Like, you know, it's like, yeah, it would have been great to 3-star, but they have such a big lead at this point, and having even another high percentage is pushing them even further. It is just so impressive to watch this team. They just keep delivering and non-stop pulling ahead. And I mean, at this point, Elevate, I don't know what they can do. They just have to hope for a wonder on their same, like what they on the same side have to non-stop 3-star at this point.
And that little head shake there, Van is like, I had 10 more seconds. That's a triple. It was so close there, man. I really like what HTM's doing. I mean, it's not like Elevate team I'm really playing bad. They've came out with some really solid attacks here so far. It's just HTM is on fire so far. Let's see what Team Elevate can do here on the attack from Bernal. We got Dragons. We have 12 Invisis. So that heavy investment into that World Champion charge. And you talked about it a little bit earlier. It's harder to keep that Spirit Fox alive, but the longer he can keep that Spirit Fox alive, the better. That means the more value, the more stacking from the Spirit Fox Invis, along with those Invis spells. So, and try to manage that as best he can and set up this Dragon attack, but the Fox is already gone.
Yeah, but as the first traps are popping up, you can see that those giant bombs were deployed there to really mess up those Royal Champion charges, so he has to be careful with that. He has the active ability, which is going to restore a couple of those hit points, and he's trying to push into the Monolith. Nice way of doing that. Question now is, how much more did he plan for? Did he plan for the sweepers? Did he just plan for 1 sweeper, 2 sweepers, poison towers? We will see and find out as he just took down one of them. But if he's going from the far side, which is like how he would be able to avoid the second sweeper, he would go into 2 fire spitters, and trust me, you don't want to do that. That's not good. Yes. And with going from the top right side, he's entering into the sweeper still. So I'm not sure how much value he actually got there then.
Yeah, or it looks like he might bring the Dragons in from that side you were mentioning. What? He's going to go behind the sweeper, but right into the 2 fire spitters, which is going to be really, really tough. He does have that scatter shot facing him really early as well, along with that King, which the King is like, okay, King versus Dragons, that's not a factor, but the King's gonna hold those Dragons there, so all those defenses can just get more damage on them, so it's a bigger factor than you would expect. He's yet to deploy his Siege Machine, can change that out at any time as well. I think he's just trying to feel out how these Dragons are looking. And so far, they're doing okay, but they're also thinned out just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, those fire spirits are just really like a big threat. The first fire spirit did already a lot of damage. The second one's about to start shooting. He's trying to push the Dragons now inside that town hall with the King at the bottom side. But this won't be easy. Using down the Minion Prince ability with the Metal Pens and the Dark Orb to really make sure that he's pushing through all of that. But the town hall still has to go down as well, and there's quite a few of those key defenses left alive.
Yeah, but he's got Minion Prince there with Phoenix, so he's fine. Minion Prince doesn't actually even go to Phoenix, but he does have that Fire Spitter, that merged Archer Tower, the air defense, and it's on air attack, so he's going to get targeted pretty heavy here as the Phoenix does pop. Phoenix catches a Seeking Air Mine. Oh no, and Bernal is looking like he's going to fall just short. Very, very respectable high 90, mid 90% attack here as it gets to 96. 96 is going to be it. But man, they need triples. They keep getting close, but they need some triples on the board.
Yep, they need 3 stars and a lot of them, or at the same time, maybe some defenses, even though it seems like at this point, HTM they can't fail, or like fail in like really low percentage 2-star or even 1-star. Every single attack of them so far looked incredible. One of them fall short, like just 2 buildings, it was just a time fail. Otherwise, every single attack so far a 3-star. And HTM so far, just watching the first set of attacks today, looks like the best team, but there's a lot more matches and attacks to be done. And just in this match, they're up next now to see if they're bringing again the Root Riders or if they're switching things up as well as some of the other teams.
Yeah, still a lot to go in this match, but also a lot to go in our tournament as it is double elimination, and we're just finishing up our first part of the bracket here. We'll go down We'll play some elimination matches next. So the loser of this matchup will go down there and they'll play in an elimination matchup, but we will see the winner just a little bit later today, as we do have 8 matches. So we'll get through the upper bracket semis. So a lot of action here today, and it's going to be Spiz coming in. And it looks like this is their go-to right now, is Root Riders, whether they're going with the Spirit Charge or the Warden Walk. This seems to be their go-to for HTM.
Yeah, it's the same base as what Crispy already 3-starred in the beginning. It's the exact same Royal Champion charge, but this time around, everything is going wrong. Everything is not going in his favor. And this will be now the big question, like, what is he going to do? Because if he's entering from the bottom side, this could result in a 1-star, because the pathing this time around is not set up whatsoever. Elevate is known for running the same bases a couple of times, and that's exactly what they did with this one. And since the Royal Champion pathed a bit differently than the first time, than what we're seeing with Crispy, this core, if the troops are not going for the Town Hall, this could be a 1-star. The Town Hall is so far away.
Yeah, remember, Crispy got the scatter shots, got the multi, one of the multis, and the Rage Tower all out, so it was a much better charge. But you're right, this is going to be really, really tough. Uses the Overgrowth there to take some of that damage away and push those roots even further. But with the Warden ability already going off, this Town Hall compartment is going to be so tough. Minion Prince does use that Dark Orb, which will slow up some of those defenses, but there is so much damage in this Town Hall compartment. He's making his way through. He's getting a lot of the damage dealt with, but also he's losing a lot of troops in the process.
Oh, the Town Hall has to go down. So far, the defending Minion Prince is tanking, and oh, finally the Town Hall is gone, so that at least the 2nd star is secured. This, I feel like at this point, is one of the only ways on how they could lose this match, with like somehow getting a 1-star. The 3-star seems to be out of the picture, even though he gets way further than what I've expected. He played this really, really clean. But in the end, I feel like it's not going to be enough, because the Royal Champion had so little hit points going into the attack after recall. But managing to get above 90% after that opening is really impressive.
And remember, they have a huge advantage going into this attack, so they're really, really fine. If you're Elevate, you're going to have to triple and then hope for a big defense. Probably a 1-star defense. A Spiz brings this back to a 90% attack. Which, how this started, it looked like this was in a lot more danger of being a lower attack, maybe even 80%, but this getting up to 94, maybe 95% here, that's pretty respectable, pretty clean for Spiz. I really like what this HTM squad's doing. Their misses have been really, really close. Their triples have been really, really demanding. Like, they've just been really overwhelming these bases and doing a great job so far here in the World's Warm-Up Tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, the crazy thing to consider is this was their lowest attack on percentage so far in this stage of the tournament. 94% 2-star. I mean, some of the other teams were not even able to beat that percentage within all of their 5 attacks. This is really still a strong showing, and especially after that beginning of the attack, getting that recovery is really strong. But now all eyes are on Elevate, because, as you just said, they have to 3-star. We're still hoping for a wonder on defense. But everything starts now with their attack on offense, because getting the 3-star is the first step. If there's not a 3-star, the match is over anyways.
Yeah, it's a tall task. I mean, we've seen it. That just getting a 3-star in hard mode, most of these teams are struggling to put up more than 1 3-star, as these bases, the defense is dealing that extra 20%, the heroes dealing that extra 20%. It's just so much damage on the base. The new merged multi-tower is just absolutely disgusting with those Rage Towers. It is very, very tough. You have to plan for all these things. We've been talking about it all day, but hard mode is really no joke. And this is just our warm-up. This is the sneak peek of what could be our world season. We're in for a really interesting season, I think, Itsu.
That's right, for sure. And especially with the teams who can adapt the best to the overall meta. We see another Royal Champion. No, never mind. The Warden charge again from Team Elevate. It seems like really, okay, this is their approach to the meta. This is their understanding, okay, this strategy is the go-to strategy. And I can fully understand that. If everything goes right, this strategy, you just have so much control. But at the same time, things can go so wrong quickly as well. With that Warden already struggling with the hit points, but with the Rage, it should stay alive.
Yeah, I think he should be okay. Not too much damage over there now, especially with that Expo going down. You got to be careful. You got to be patient with that jelly. Oh, okay. Does a good job negating the Royal Champion there with the Headhunter. The Warden will have no issue taking her down. Flameflinger's still working there. But also, if you're Elevate, like, even though this war hasn't gone your way, when you're seeing a team like Team Elevate, like, you got to think they're going to be okay. They're former world champions when they played under the Clash Champs. Oh my goodness, look at this. Fireball goes deep into the core, gets that merge multi-tower, but watch the Warden. The Warden's getting low, actually going to go ahead and freeze and bring that Warden back up. Great job managing this attack, and that's what Seleno's so good at. Such a great multitasker. It's one of the hardest things to do in Clash Clans is multitask properly, but Seleno is one of the best at it.
But with the Rocket Loot, he looted a couple of archers. You need to utilize that rage to take down the Monolith, otherwise there's going to be too much damage. He will try to get the Town Hall with that King and Queen push, most likely. Yep, there they go. They have to go inside, though. Minions are doing the their job of funneling. And with the Earthquake Boots, I would assume they're going to get towards the core. The Flameflinger is opening as the Warden is struggling. He has to stay alive. The poison is there. The Ice Grooms are poisoned up and should go down as well. Right now, it's only the Inferno Tower, so that's fine. But the Town Hall is going down with the Spiky Ball. Let's go.
Oh, he shoots that spiky ball in there and scores the goal with the King. What a nice play from Seleno. Royal Champion takes out the Minion Prince with the Rocket Spears. Now she's going to go ahead and take out that multi-Inferno, excuse me, on the right side. Warden finally gets that last Ice Golem down, and he's very healthy. 6 Rocket Balloons remain, but does he have enough force to get through here? Still about 25% of the base and 30 seconds remaining, just over 30 seconds remaining, and Seleno is looking to keep his team in this ball game.
Wow, we said they have to 3-star to make sure that this match can be close, and they're doing exactly that with their attacks. Now they have to hope for insane defense. But we have seen earlier that this can happen. And wait, the time, right? Oh no!
Yeah, time's
go faster,
gonna be the
troops!
They get to the timeout. Oh, Queen's stuck on a wall. World Champion. Oh
no!
96. It's a time fail, Itsu. Seleno just ran out of gas there at the end. The Warden went over and helped the King on the wall, and then the Queen got stuck on a wall, and he wasn't able to finish it off. I think if the Warden's able to stay alone, he could have maybe helped out that Royal Champion with those last few storages. It would have been closer, but yeah, the King pulled that Warden's attention, and he got stuck on the wall with him dealing or negating some of the damage on the base. That's a heartbreaker for Seleno on a beautiful plan.
That attack was amazing, and the execution, in my opinion, was even better. It was not easy to pull this off whatsoever. So really nice job, and let's just do like a caster voting and give this one extra star or something. I mean, that attack was so good, but in the end, just those couple of seconds not being enough. And I feel like both teams had this type of time fail, so in the end, it's like it's evening it out. But this means that for HTM Esports, a solid 2-star attack is going to be indeed enough. Even a high percentage 1-star attack could be enough for this one, but that's obviously not what they're going for. As hi everyone, I hope we're going back to the game in just a second. And this means that they're going in with their Warden charge into the Rage Tower with that Fireball.
Ghost's gonna come in with the roots. Oh, that's good, but yeah, man, it's tough. It really is tough because like you manage all that stuff, you deal with the crazy Warden charge, and then time gets you in the end there for Seleno. Ghost's gonna look to put this war away, which has been a pretty commanding war for HTM Esports. He's got the roots. This looks to be their go-to strategy right now. I believe all 5 of them have gone with some variation of the roots, really leaning onto the Warden charge into roots, which does really good. Great value here. Fireball lands on that Rage Tower. Negating that Rage Tower early is really, really huge. Not having to deal with that extra damage. You talked about those crazy numbers those Rage Towers can put out. Not having to deal with that is massive on these attacks.
Yeah, but the Rage Towers always brings this weakness with them of having this option of the Fireball, because if you want to utilize a Rage Tower, you have to stack defenses around it, and that typically is always exactly the range of the Fireball ability. The Root Rider is perfectly pathed behind the Town Hall, as there is the nice Rage, and then he can like really overpower the back end. I think like 2 or 3, like 3 Giants right now triggered the Giga Bomb right there, which is perfect for him. Another reason why this new Siege is such an amazing addition to the game. but as well, we have those snakes on the outside helping that Barbarian King to push everything a bit further. The question is, does he have enough power?
Yeah, he's got the overgrowth to negate some of that defenses in the middle, but once those wake up, it's gonna be a lot of damage in the middle of the base. But it's ultimately not gonna matter, as he's got the second star secured, and that's all HTM needs to win this war. Obviously, Ghost wants to put up a 3-star for his squad, but it's a team effort, and his team has came to play here against the former world champions and Team Elevate, former Clash champs. Mostly the same roster here, but Ghost is looking a little bit shaky here as things starting to fall short. It's definitely is going to be the worst attack for them, but ultimately it doesn't matter. A 2-star wins them the war.
Yep, the 2-star is already enough for the victory, and with that, I think they can be overall happy of staying in the upper bracket. This means as well that we're going to see later today then HTM versus Synchronic, and that match will be, I mean, that is going to be a crazy match, which I'm really looking forward to. On the other side, we see Team Elevate unfortunately dropping down in the lower bracket, but we'll see them as well later today, where they will fight for the tournament lives though, and hope that they won't get eliminated from the tournament bracket.
Yeah, we got some crazy matchups. We're actually going to be going down to the lower bracket next to see which 2 teams will be going home today. And ultimately, tomorrow, only one team can win it all. So we got a lot of wars to be played. We still have 4 more wars to be played here today, Itsu. So make sure you guys take a little break, get a little snack, stretch those muscles out, because we're really starting to spice things up getting into those elimination matches next.
Yep, it's pretty much halftime right now with the matches. The first 4 are done. The next 4 are still to come. And it's going to be crazy because the first 2 next matches will be elimination matches. Then we have 2 more matches for the upper bracket to decide who is going to make it then to the, I think, upper bracket final is then going to be the next match for those teams then later on in the tournament. So a lot of things are still going to be decided today. But don't go too far because Carbon is ready with the replay to break one of the attacks down from the last match. Let's go.
Thank you, Itsu. Yes, indeed. Let's break down Achilles' attack. Yes, I know Elevate didn't take this, but I do want to showcase what he was able to do with a Wild Warden charge. So notice this Raw Champion. She's used to the bottom side to start. Rockaloons as well, because what he wanted to do is to funnel this Flame Flinger through the bottom side. Look at the plan. Ricochet Cannon, the other Ricochet Cannon, the Spitter, the Scatter. If he takes all that down, then the Flame Flinger will be able to move solo through this area. But some skeletons later came to open up the Flame Flinger a little early, which wasn't able to get the value, but still. This plan using the Warden to solo the Town Hall. So if you think about this plan with the Warden Fireball into Rockaloons, you don't want your Warden to walk with the rest of your army. You want the Warden to walk solo. So take a look at the bottom with that Flame Flinger. The ground skeletons pop. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to clear them. So then the Flame Flinger did indeed open up and super minions ended up coming out. But this fireball hitting the Town Hall, you didn't have enough to take it down because you'll need even more earthquakes and the Queen's Giant Arrow to remove it, but he didn't need to do that because the Warden can continue his walk to go grab the Town Hall. So if you section this base off, the Flame Flinger, Raw Champ, was responsible for the bottom side. The Warden is responsible for the left side, including the Town Hall. Now the Queen and King pair together, they're going to come from the top side. So every single part of this base had something designed to take it down, which is a really nice job there from Achilles. And then he's able to have Rockaloons come in and pick off remaining buildings. So as the King and Queen come together, the key thing here is keeping that Warden alive. Invest your spells so that he doesn't go down. Because if he goes down, then the attack falls short. He was responsible for grabbing this monolith, and then look, continues through this side to grab the spell tower, then the multi, and then he just keeps going. So keeping him alive allows his attack to get a 3-star. And then the Queen, look at her with those healers. She continues to get healed back up, and then it's sprinkling the Rockaloons into the end to finish this off. Has that new defense. It's the longer range right there, but he's waiting. He doesn't drop these Rockaloons too early. because you want to wait until your troops start to approach so that there can be what's called cross tanking. Because if something else is tanking across from the defense, then you can sneak those balloons in, help take it out, paired it with the freeze. So this was a great attack. The reason why it worked is because the Warden stayed alive. He was able to move his way through this whole base and take it down. So a great job there from Achilles. Unfortunately, Elevate wasn't able to win this match, which we will see them again here as we are now dropping down to the lower brackets. They're not going to be the next match. They'll be after this next one, which is Team Elektros versus Tribe. Lower bracket, that's match 5. We are playing a total of 8 matches. So today, the last match today will be Synchronic Gaming versus HTM Esports. So Bash, there is plenty still to come.
Yeah, and we've just gotten a taste of what these teams can bring to the table. And man, like if you're HTM, you have to be really happy with that performance. They've looked like, I don't want to say the best team, but they've definitely looked the strongest thus far. But let's take a look at our current matchup. We got Team Elektros, who really, man, it felt like they struggled earlier. The hard mode really gave them some issues. I believe their highest attack was 89%. So they definitely need to bounce back against this Tribe team. Loop in a little bit of a slump here, 0 for 13, missed again in that last war. But Tribe, man, that war was back and forth in that Tribe matchup. Could have gone either way, but ultimately, Team Pro wasn't able to get that 3-star at the end. So Tribe is here in this elimination matchup.
Yeah, this is for everything in the lower bracket, and losing the very first one and then having to win out through the bottom of the bracket is an incredibly difficult run to pull off. It's happened before. We've seen teams do it for golden tickets, but it doesn't happen often, because especially if you make it back to the grand finals, you have to win 2 times in a row from the team that came from the upper bracket, because that's just how double elimination works. Every team from the upper bracket always will have that advantage since they've never lost. But with Tribe Gaming, Temper, Nebrex, Kronos, Pikachu, and Rikira's here, one of the attackers to keep your eye on is definitely Nebrex. He's a dragon attacker. He tripled in the last one. Will he be able to repeat that performance and get a 3-star here? You talked about Team Elektros struggling a bit, and they were the ones that got the least amount of percentage. They didn't even pull a triple. There were a handful of 3-stars. We saw 1-stars as well. But if Team Elektros cannot raise the percentage on their attacks or even pull off a 3-star, it's going to be a very difficult time trying to take down a team like Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to get a triple on the board in this matchup. I would expect Tribe to at least do 1 as well. This one should be a pretty good matchup, but we definitely need to see Elektros bounce back a little bit. We know they can do it. They're here for a reason. It's not like they just got here because of luck. They grinded, they got through the Switch stage, and they earned their spot here. So we know they're capable. It's just they got to show up now when it matters the most. If you lose this war, you are out. Win, and you're still alive.
Well, Team Elektros had to go through the qualifiers. Tribe Gaming didn't, because they got the golden ticket from last year and they received an invite straight to the Swiss stage. So Team Elektros really had to earn this spot, because we started with 4 open qualifiers, which anyone at home could sign up. That's how this was. It was open to everyone. So if you didn't make it here, well, unfortunately, it's just you probably were playing on your bad day, right? You didn't have your best day, and you were able to advance to the Swiss stage. And the beautiful thing about the Swiss stage is it really allows the best to shine. If you lose, you're not out. It's not like a single elimination, which is like the open qualifiers. One small thing that goes wrong, your whole tournament could go down the drain. But Swiss stage, you have a couple chances, and it really lets the best come through, which we got to the playoffs, which is this weekend. Today, with 4 more matches, and then tomorrow, where we will be giving away the $30,000 prize pool and a first place prize, their bash, of $10,000.
That would be a nice little weekend, Carbon. I mean, walking home with 10K for the squad, that's always gonna feel good. But these teams in the lower bracket, they're gonna have to work a little bit harder. it's not like it's impossible to come from the lower bracket. We've seen world champions come from the lower bracket. It's very rare, very tough, very difficult, but it is possible. But also, like, just think of all the grinding that Team Elektros has already done, and I think for them it would be a bit of a disappointment to get sent home this early. So they're going to have their game faces on in this war. They're going to really bring all they can to this matchup and try to take Tribe Gaming to the brink of elimination here.
With this being the lower bracket, mistakes are raised. It's going to be a lot of pressure. You drop that troop in the wrong tile and things go south fast. As we're getting ready for the very first attack to come in, I'm curious, for all of you watching at home, who are you picking in this match? Do you think it's going to be Tribe Gaming, or do you think it's going to be Team Elektros? I have a guess of what majority are thinking, but, you know, we want to hear from you still. So let us know right now in the chat and make your prediction, as we are seeing P. Castro coming in with that Vamp Stash and that Snake Bracelet. But starting off with the Warden. Going to use that Warden Fireball to get some value. Definitely wants to remove the Clan Castle, so it won't come out later in the attack.
We've seen this attack be very successful throughout the day here today, really. But we've also seen Warden Fireballs go astray by Teslas just popping up. One little troop can pull a Tesla, and then you're not planned for that Tesla, and then there goes your Fireball. But with the defenses here on the exterior for P. Castro, you'd think that he's going to kind of keep that in account. And here comes the Invises. He's going to target that Ricochet cannon, double checks, and then launches that Fireball into the middle of the base.
No.
Here come the Earthquakes to take down the Clan Castle, and the middle of that base is gutted, but also it's opened up a little bit with those Earthquakes.
I feel like, wait, did he drop a Rage of his own there in the core instead of the Earthquake? So that means no Rage. No, there was a defending Rage, but he also placed his own Rage instead of the Earthquake, which was next. If you take a look at the Clan Castle at the bottom, it would have been where the next to the freeze there. So now he has no Rage to benefit this push. So that is definitely going to hurt as he continues. He needs these balloons to get out in front. And there's the King with the Snake Bracelet, continue his way to the top. The troop launcher launching these troops into the core as he still needs to push into that Town Hall.
Good call there, Carbon. I thought that was just the defensive Rage Tower, but you're right. Missing the Rage spell in the comp could be a big factor as he makes his push towards that Town Hall now, and everything is actually starting to fade out a little bit. Queen is taking a lot of damage from that enemy Royal Champion. She goes to ability. He's still got a lot of troops on the outside, but something's got to make its way towards that Town Hall. The Queen's got to fight through here. She's under so much damage. She can't take too many shots here. She's on the Town Hall. Town Hall's going to fire on the Queen and the healers. Here comes the Royal Champion, and Royal Champion should be able to secure the Town Hall. He's still got King ability. He's got this back under control. He's actually got a shot at this one still.
There is actually no King ability because it's a Snake Bracelet and a Vamp Stash. So he presses it, it won't do anything. So he just presses it right there as he continues with the Super Barb and a Wizard. They're continuing down to the bottom. A handful more Super Barbs coming in. As long as he can jump this wall. Oh, wait, it's the defending Minion Prince. Oh, the defending Minion Prince is a big issue right there.
This one was a roller coaster for us, Carbon. And it's going to be 95%. Man, if he didn't misplace that Rage, that's a triple for sure. He would have had that firepower, would have been able to push through the middle of that base. But that one misclick, I was convinced that it was the defending Rage Tower, but you pointed out the missing spell in the comp, and that is unfortunate for P. Castro. 95% still very, very respectable and a great start to the war. But when you're that close to having a triple, hopefully it doesn't come back to bite him.
Well, 95% is a great percentage because in the last match, Team Elektros couldn't even hit 90% in any of their 5 attacks. So as long as Tribe stays above that percentage or gets close, and Team Elektros cannot get there with even not even getting a 3-star, then Tribe will have the advantage with percentage. And that's all that matters in a stage like this. It's not about adding all your wars up together for stars and percent. It's all about the individual wars. You win, and then you can focus on the next one. You don't have to worry about racking up as many stars as possible. So now it's Diego. Can he turn the tide for Team Elektros and finally pull into the 90% or even grab that coveted 3-star.
Diego did struggle in their first war against NAVI, only putting up a 66% 2-star. So definitely looking to bounce back and put up a much higher percent, maybe even try to go for that first 3-star for Team Elektros here in the playoffs. He's off to a great start here with that RC charge. He's going to go ahead and take out the Expo. Recalls her after she pulls out the Tesla and just maybe 1 or 2 archers there from the clan castle. Goes ahead and deploys the skeleton spell at the bottom. It's gonna be looks like it's gonna be a long trounce through this base for these root riders. Actually, a witch came out, not even archers. I thought archers came out, but it was a witch.
Yeah, but unfortunately that multi-arch tower did lock onto the log launcher, so I'm not seeing the best value here. It's about to open up. Unfortunately, there opens up very early, and even that defense, the geared up cannon there, is still damaging. Finally, it goes down with a spiky ball kind of skipping across, as now we have the root riders coming towards the bottom, moving in with the balloons and the healers. Yeti mites coming, jumping straight towards that the monolith, and down it goes.
Yeah, but he's not out of trouble yet. He's got a long way to go to this town hall. Queen is on the outside, but she did already use her ability. It's going to really be on these roots to push through to the middle of this town hall. Uses the overgrowth, which will direct traffic and get them into the town hall. There's still a lot of damage to be had on this base. No warden ability either, no queen ability. Still does have the royal champion to redeploy, or is the royal champion in there? Royal champion is in there, so she's in the middle of the mix there. Town hall falls, so 2nd star secured, and he's already up towards that percentage, so he's already looking better than he did last war.
Yeah, with that queen still up to the top side. We have Velk still in the core. Looks like they're following the root riders to the top. And so as long as he pops the RC ability, he can now pop it there. Hogs finding the giant bomb, unfortunately. So they're going down really quickly as he's trying to keep the RC alive in the core, but unfortunately cannot. The damage from these defenses is just too much, and the scatter stays up in this base here.
Yeah, nothing able to go over there, but actually the roots open it up a little bit. If the queen can hang on just a little bit, come on, queen, wait a second. Oof. Queen is still fighting here. The fire spitter doesn't have range on her. He's got 25 seconds. The percentage is climbing. Diego's making a second breath at this base. Queen can reach everything. Carbon.
It's up to the Diggy, the multi. Oh my goodness.
No way.
Wait, what? Does he? Does he? The storage? Yes!
Oh
it goes down, and he still pulls away with a 3-star to start it off. Well, Team Elektros, what an attack. Finally now turning the tide, and they deliver the 3-star. Where all their previous attacks in the very first match against NAVI was just 2 stars. And that is a thing to think about when you come into the playoff stage. You already know your opponent, so you have that a whole week to plan for them. So the first set of bases that you run, you already know, okay, it's going to be this team, this is what we're running. But the second war at this point depends on if you win or lose. Now you have to try to have other bases ready to go for them, and it might be different. The bases might not have been especially designed for this other team here, but let's see what Kronos, the captain, can do. Charging this warden straight to the left side to get some value with a fireball and then move in with the roots.
I'm flabbergasted. That attack from Diego was crazy. Diego now on defense, looking to hold Kronos back and secure the lead for Team Elektros, who have looked already much better. No triples in their first war. They got 1 on the board, and now Kronos needs to respond. He's got root riders. He's got 2 overgrowths here. Here comes that warden fireball onto the fire spitter, launches in there, secures that, and oh wait, does not get the CC. The battle builders heal the CC up. This is going to be a big factor as he pushes through the middle, Carbon.
Yeah, the builder's too much there, repairing the clan castle, so that stays, and it's getting repaired up to full health. So he's gonna have to continue to push through as the ice golems now get lured out, and gonna have to deal with 3 ice golems freezing him up as the headhunter. Oh my, the warden almost went down. He's finally now does go down as he's trying to continue his way through the core as the king royal champ is up to the top, but no more warden to benefit this push in the middle.
Those ice golems slowing everything down. He was planning on that clan castle being destroyed. It didn't seem like it's too big of a factor as far as damage output, but those ice golems slowing everything up allow those troops to take just a little bit more damage. But luckily he did have that overgrowth, which allowed some of that damage to be negated. So that CC miss might not have been the biggest factor here, but also he may have had to change his overgrowth plan because of it. Queen takes the Giga Bomb and he pops her ability. She's gonna go ahead and work through the monolith. He does have that second overgrowth, but look at this. He's got 2 ricochet cannons. He's got the merge multi-cannon in there. He's got Expos. He's got the Inferno Tower. There's a lot of defenses remaining.
Well, with that RC ability, does go off there. He's got a freeze and invis trying to continue around. The rocket spear is coming right off from the Royal Champ, but with a ricochet cannon still alive, it's going to be quite annoying. But the King does have the Vamp Slash trying to get healed up. Wall break, but the King is going down so quickly with 1 invis left. Too much in this base to push through, and Kronos gonna fall short. So that is now back-to-back fails for Tribe, but it is in the high 80s for Kronos. The first attack that was from Picasso came in with a 95%, but it was Diego of Team Elektros that tripled with their first attack, so they are in the lead.
That double ricochet cannon was nasty. A crazy combo there at the end, and Kronos falls just short. But those 2 battle builders near the clan castle were a big factor, helping things secure. And Team Elektros, a little bit of a surprise here. We were worried about them. I mean, I was worried about them. After that first war, they really struggled, not getting any attack in the 90%. They come out, they get 2 defenses right off the bat, and they get really an up and down triple, but they got a triple nonetheless. That Root Rider opening the wall for the Queen. Queen secures it, and now they're in the driver's seat against Tribe Gaming. What an upset this would be after the first couple of matches from these 2 squads.
Well, they've made it to this stage, so if they win, then they definitely earned the spot. And taking out a team like Tribe Gaming, they're trying to prove themselves and to the world that they can continue to compete with teams like that. I mean, we've seen these players on different teams throughout the years. They've come together, and many years they form new teams. They have different friends that they play with, and they're looking to do it here as a team, Team Elektros. And let's see if they can put up a second triple back to back. We only saw from HTM in the previous match, so let's see if they can repeat that performance, as we are starting with that Royal Champion towards the Town Hall section with that haste. But she won't remove the Town Hall, most likely not, because only no invis are remaining, as he'll probably pull her back with that Spear Fox.
Almolen went with dragons with the Royal Champion charge last war. Now electing to go to the ground with the Root Riders, and it seems like Roots are definitely the favor for a lot of these 3-star attacks. It could go either way. We've seen a lot of triples with dragons, but definitely seems like those Roots are getting there more often than the dragons or the air or even the rocket loon attacks. But also, it's all about the setup. It's all about getting everything in the right position. Now Almolen is going to go ahead and use that log launcher to go towards the Town Hall. It's a long way to the Town Hall, but as long as he can get it open, actually the King's Earthquake Boots will open that. If he's got Yetis in there, he can get that Town Hall down pretty nicely. Queen's going to go over and assist with the Minion Prince. Meanwhile, the Roots are up top on their own with the Warden and the Valkyries. Here comes the Royal Champion to join them.
Royal Champion is there. Well, we have the Warden ability protecting these Roots. There is the overgrowth to the backside. I was worried about the Town not going down, especially with that Clan Castle coming out, but it has been secured. Continuing his way through, Queen's got her ability, and a handful of sneaky goblins to try to sneak in there to grab some of those collectors and take them down, as the Giga Bomb has been activated. Queen, when are you going to burn the ability? You've got to burn it soon, but the Yeti is actually taking the ground expo there, and finally now uses it and pulls these red air bombs straight away into the core and loses those healers.
Almolen struggling a little bit, just a few Root Riders up top with the Warden. Queen is doing her best to get some percentage points, but they do have the lead on stars, so the second star being secured is a big factor there, as that was a little bit of a question, as he only sent the log launcher for it. But he's going to look, I believe he was at 80% in the first war. Yeah, 80% in the first war, and he might be able to get just above that if these archers can finish off the barracks. But Almolen struggling a little bit here against Nebrex's base. It's going to be another 80% for Almolen. as Team Elektros is still in the lead, however.
80% 2-star, that is still going to give you the advantage here in terms of, well, Diego came in with the triple. So that's what you're hoping for. You're hoping that Tribe's not able to get a single triple. Because if they're not, and then Team Elektros just continues the 2-stars, well, right? The oldest saying in Clash, 2 stars wins wars. And that's what Team Elektros is trying to continue to do. But 1 stars are possible. We've seen it here today, and I know we will definitely continue to see it in hard mode in the future because hard mode is very difficult. And we talked about it before. If any of you are just joining, you don't know what hard mode is. Well, it's a feature you can play. You click the button when you do a friendly challenge or a friendly war, and everything is harder. Defenses are stronger. You have the heroes, especially your attacking heroes, are weaker, and the defending heroes are stronger. So it makes a big difference. So attacking on hard mode really gives you a sense, and it's really interesting because when we watch these pros, we're watching them on hard mode, we're learning these attacks, which just means that it's just going to be a stronger attack when you are playing in your normal wars. So watching these hard mode wars with the pros is a great way to learn different strategies that you can take and help you get those triples.
And watching all the things that these pros have to do just to make these attacks work, especially like on these rocket balloon attacks or these warden fireball attacks, keeping that warden alive is insane. Because also, remember, the equipment is capped also. Common equipment's only level 15, epic equipment is down to level 21. So all that grinding you do for the ores, it doesn't matter here because the hard mode has those level caps. We see Nebrax coming in with the dragons, which we saw him do a really nice attack with in their first war and get the 3-star. Does have the angry jelly on the minion prince, which is going to allow him to attack some defenses early on, and 10 invisibilities for this royal champion spirit charge. So he's going to look to push this royal champion in deep into the base and get tons and tons of value. It actually looks like he may try to get her to go towards that town hall. Usually not the goal, but maybe wants her to go around the town hall here.
Yeah, with this charge into the Royal Champion, remember, Nebrax did get a 3-star in their previous match. Can he do it again as the Rage Up Royal... No! Wait a sec! Oh, no. Royal Champion got pulled. Oh, no. Oh, gosh, that RC was... Oh, my gosh, he invested the other Rage for her to try to get the town hall, and then I guess she made her way to the middle. He's just going to continue to work with it. He's just adapting on the fly.
Yeah, I thought he was going to try to like bring her around the bottom and then circle her into the town hall.
Whoa.
But she got pulled away and around. But he's not panicking, Carbon. He's got this under control. He actually guts out the whole bottom of that base. I think he can create just a little bit of a funnel here. He does have an Electro Dragon up top as well, along with all the rest of the dragons being deployed. Now has a Battle Blimp coming in, which can deal out those Clan Castle troops and take out one of these compartments. Gonna drop it right in there. Maybe get the bounce over to that Monolith from the Yeti Mites. A few Yeti Mites pop over there. Monolith is really low. Yeti Mites are working, and he does get the Monolith down from those Yetis.
He's continuing with 3 rocket balloons left. This is one of those situations where you're like screaming, everything's going wrong, but then you're like, oh, wait, hold on. You still have a chance here. They actually wasn't too bad. He needs those dragons up top to go for that multi, but unfortunately the Giga Bomb was right there, takes him out as he needs to continue. Unfortunately, his own minion prince doesn't have enough health. He's going to go down, and then with the remaining defenses, there's just way too much. So unfortunately, the RC was not able to get this, so this is going to be another 2-star here for Tribe. We've already had Pikachu come with a 95% 2-star. We've had Kronos coming with a 91%, and now this will be lower in the 70s. So this is going to lower the percentage for Tribe Gaming in this match, meaning Team Elektros is going to edge out the percentage and the stars even more. So that means Tribe probably will have to close it out with 2 triples from Temper and Rikiras to have a chance to win in this match.
And remember, Temper stats, he's struggling a little bit so far in this tournament. I believe he does not have a triple on the board yet. So it's a tall task ahead of them, as this one's going to work up to maybe mid 80s by the time this baby dragon gets working. It's going to get taken out as he works up to the next compartment. So 83% will be a little bit higher than Albolin's attack, but they are trailing in this war as Team Elektros is in the driver's seat for the big upset. Tribe Gaming could be our first team eliminated here in the World's Warm-Up Tournament.
Yeah, we are sending 2 teams home today, because after this match, we'll be jumping into the next lower bracket match, which will be sending an additional team home. And then after that, we've moved back up to the upper bracket, and that's where NAVI will be playing, who played in the very first match. So they've been off quite a bit from the first match. They've been waiting around. So now we have Rocio coming in with the Fireball and Super Witches. So, wait, no, hold on. I got ahead of myself. There is no Fireball here. Wait, there's no Earthquake. Okay. I was gonna say she has Earthquakes and forgot the...
The Warden went to ability.
Wait. I was gonna say she forgot she didn't bring the Fireball because there's no Earthquakes, but then the ability went off, so maybe the Fireball was supposed to happen without an Earthquake. I don't know what's happening here.
No fire. I don't think any Fireball is planned. I think the Warden was just intended to funnel here at the bottom side and set up the pathing for these Super Witches.
Maybe.
However, too much damage there for the Warden, and Warden does use up that Eternal Tome early. It's not the end of the world here for Rocio, but you got to get things back on track. Watch the Queen. The Queen could take this Warden out. Freezes. The Warden is gone. Not as big of a factor with the Warden not having Eternal Tome, but you will lose the auras there, which will buff up these Super Witches. So this one's already off the rails here for Rocio.
Yeah, remember, Team Elektros, they have the lead. Can't afford a 1-star, but the push into the Town Hall should secure at least the star, or at least the 2-star when she continues up and around to grab that percentage. But this means if it's a lower percent, that Tribe just getting a triple and high, and then another high percent attack, they could then come back and have a shot at the percentage side of this match. As the Town Hall has gone down, King's Earthquake Boots have gone off. Now P.E.K.K.A. Valkyrie's running all the way to the top with that Queen. And now it looks like the Queen, Royal Champion of the Court, continuing all the way up and around, trying to get as much percentage as possible.
Yeah, great job, Rocio, not panicking and sticking to the plan here. It is going to be lower on percent, but she did do a good job getting those witches to the Town Hall, getting through the Town Hall for the 2nd star. Apparently we're cutting out there. The 2nd star was secured there. I guess we'll never know the results.
Well, we can imagine in our head.
If I had to guesstimate, maybe 70% or so. Oh, wait, hold on. Are we bouncing back in? Oh, no,
there we go.
What? Oh, yeah. Oh, it's Rakira's attacking. No, Rocio's attacking, but Rakira's on cam. Okay, this is awkward.
Well, it's a 67%, maybe just into the 68% here to Star. And that means it's opening up the door here for Tribe Gaming. They get a triple. They'll be able to tie the matchup on stars in terms of the triple count. And that is exactly what they need. 2 more attacks to come in for Tribe Gaming. We still have Temper and Rikirez, and we have 2 more attacks to come in from Team Elektros. But keep this in mind. The 2 players from Team Elektros. One is Altano. He may be attacking last, but there's also Loop. And unfortunately, Loop has been struggling a lot. I believe he is 0 for 13. He's the only player on Team Elektros that hasn't tripled at all in the qualifiers, didn't triple in the Swiss stage, and then hasn't tripled in their very first match. So, Loop definitely can help set the tone. If he gets a triple, that is huge for the team, but he hasn't been able to get one yet.
Yeah, but the same could be said on the other side. Temper has not gotten a triple as well, and he is going to be usually the final attacker. I mean, we already saw Rikira's cam getting set up, so I'm going to assume Rikira's is going to be in that 4th spot again as we get ready for Tribe's next attack. And let's see, Rikira's is going to come in with some dragons. Royal Champion, I saw her being deployed down there, or no, that's actually the Queen. Royal Champion going to be deployed to the left of the Queen, as the Queen's going to work in towards that Town Hall. Wait, Queen has Angry Jelly, Carbon. Remember, that's going to allow that Queen to target defenses. The Town Hall is a defense. She's going to pop ability. Queen's going for the Town Hall early, and it's down.
Okay, look at that. Now the Queen can snipe that Witch as the skeletons got pulled to the bottom, and he's multitasking the Queen and the RC. His RC pulls a tornado, Giant Bomb, and the RC goes invisible to the Spirit Fox, pops her ability, another Giant Bomb, the Bomb Tower. This RC is taking a massive amount of damage, even more Giant Bombs, but she ignores and doesn't get hit by that final one. Targets and passes her way into the core multi, and he's got no more invis after this last one's been deployed, and the value from the Queen and the RC has been great so far, but he does have one rage spell still to invest for the Dragons.
Rakiras looks like a man on a mission here. He's got all the dragons coming in, but look at the whole left side of the base, including the Town Hall. They were deleted between the Queen and that Royal Champion charge. Now the dragons and balloons need to make their way in and take care of these defenses. Fire Spitter's in there. That merged multi-defense is just dealing so much damage. The dragon needs to get it down. Minion Prince helps out with that. Minion Prince does have Phoenix, so when he gets taken out, that'll spawn. But he loses the Warden to the left-hand side. The dragons go over there. They'll fight the enemy Minion Prince. Sweeper pushing back. He's still got a Battle Blimp or a Stone Slammer if he wants to switch. I would assume he go Battle Blimp into one of these compartments here.
I mean, definitely could use the Battle Blimp into a compartment, or even go Stone Slammer to tank the air defense, but not too many dragons. Pulling two Sinking Air Mines right away. Now there is the Blimp to be able to use onto the multi-archer tower and the air defense for the Yetis to take out. Poison launches to the left, but the Minion Prince, he goes down, as we still have the multi up with the Phoenix going for it. It is a ground expo, so doesn't have to worry about that, but unfortunately the scatter shot does help pick the troops off. Dragons are gone, and unfortunately Rikira is going to be falling short, but percentage is on their side. So Tribe Gaming still are in it. It'll come down to temper if Team Elektros cannot get a 3-star in their last attack, or at least their last 2 attacks, if temper does triple. But it puts pressure on him. We still have Loop and El Tano to attack for Team Elektros. If they get a 3-star, then it's all over, because all temper could do is just add that 1 triple to the board.
I almost wonder if he would have switched to a Stone Slammer and deployed it a little bit earlier from that right side, if it could have been a little bit more beneficial. Obviously, it's hard mode. Hard mode is insane, and I'm here just at my desk talking, and he's got to make those decisions on the fly. But it seemed like the Battle Blimp, by the time it got that multi-arch tower in the air defense, there was nothing that was going to get over there. So maybe needed a little bit more support for the attack. It was a beautiful opening there for Rikira's. It's hard to say. Hard mode is very tough to judge, but maybe could have went with a Stone Slammer or a different siege, or maybe he didn't even have a Stone Slammer, because remember, you do have to set that Stone Slammer in your army. So may not even had a Stone Slammer available, so maybe looked at that. It's hard to say, we don't know, but a tough break there for Rikira's after that beautiful opening. But now a triple from Team Elektros can put this war away. A triple from one of their last 2 attacks, and they will eliminate Tribe Gaming.
That is the pressure. Can they get that 3? Because even a 3-star right now, yes, that's what you want, but percentage is not on their side for Team Elektros, which means that they are really looking for that triple so they can kind of lock it up. Because even if it's at 99%, they'll be down on percentage, meaning if temper triples for Tribe, then Tribe will be in the lead. That's all it takes. So now Loop pushing his way in with this Warden Fireball. You have to push your way through and then eventually bring the Root Riders to join in so the healers can help heal them up through that charge.
Doing a good job being patient here, letting that Angry Jelly let the Warden target those defenses. He did a great job managing the Warden with the Rage early. Now uses the Invis to protect him, make sure he gets back up to full health. He's setting up this Fireball here. He does have the Invis. There goes the Invises. Here comes the Fireball into the Inferno, taking out the Fire Spitter, but I feel like he wanted to go for that merge defense there in the middle and get the CC out. That's what it kind of felt like. I don't know. What do you think, Carbon?
Well, possibly. I mean, he continued through. I then looked at his webcam to see if there was a reaction to it. There wasn't, because usually if your Fireball goes to the wrong side, you like throw your hands up for a quick sec to react to it. Didn't really
Right.
see that. So we're going to continue this push in towards the bottom with a couple balloons being deployed late to try to move out in front of these healers as they move through. Oh, watch out there. I just feel like there's going to be a bunch of red air bombs here next to this monolith, either this side or the other.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough for these healers, and the balloons are trailing behind. But look at that merged multi-tower doing out so much damage. We've seen that defense shut down attacks today. Queen goes to ability from the ricochet cannon down there on the bottom. All of these roots are just taking so much damage in the middle, and he's still got the Giga Bomb that's getting ready to go off and blow him up a little bit more. He's over the 65% mark, which he was at 60% earlier, so he's already doing better, but this has got a long way to go for a 3-star, and I'm not sure that Loop is going to have enough in the tank, as this one is already fading out.
Yeah, with the Root Riders all gone, only the heroes left pretty much to continue through this base. No spells, and now he's just watching. You can just drop one archer somewhere, but it's not going to really be able to get much. Our Royal Champions continue into the multi-archer tower. Queen's walking around. He's grabbing percent, but the door is still open for Tribe and for Temper. If Temper's able to triple, it will force El Tano of Team Elektros to have to 3-star to win the war.
Yeah, it's going to be a very respectable 90% here, which after a 60%, much better, but definitely want it to be a little bit. I mean, a triple would have put it away, but if you're Loop, that feels better. Now it's going to come down to these final 2 attacks. If Tribe can get on the board with a 3-star, they can still win this one. They could pull the come from behind victory, which would be insane. Tribe looking to do the unthinkable here.
90% for Loop. This is one of his higher attacks that he's gotten. He still has not gotten that 3-star here in any stage of the world's warm-up. And he's hoping he has another shot. Because if you lose down here in the lower bracket, you are eliminated. You don't have any more chances, and you won't be able to continue through. Because we have, what, 1, 2, 3 more matches after this match right here. We have one more lower bracket match, which we will be sending another team home today. And then we are jumping up to the upper bracket, which that will be in the upper bracket, NAVI versus Team Queso, because Team Queso has put up 12 stars in their first match against Tribe Gaming, sent them down a lower bracket. And then after that, well, we got defending world champions, Synchronic Gaming. They are going to be taking on HTM, who look the strongest, to be honest. So gonna be excited to see. As now Temper, here we go. It's got to be a 3 or nothing. So if you 1-star, it's fine, because you got a 3 to win.
So Temper coming with the Dragons during their last war. He needed a triple then, but unfortunately it was only an 80% 2-star. Starting off with this Spirit Charge from the RC. She's got a ton of invisibilities to support her, so she's going to look to go deep inside the space. He does have the 2 Rage combo, but she can elect to try to get that Town Hall out if he can direct traffic and get the RC there in time. A lot to go in this attack, a lot to be decided, but Tribe Gaming need a 3-star on the worst spray right here. 2 invises to push that RC towards that Town Hall, uses the haste valve. She's going to go ahead and take that Town Hall now. It's up to the RC to pull through and get a lot more value. Oh, Giga Bomb's blowing her up there, Carbon. She's struggling a bit.
Yeah, she's getting slowed down, unfortunately. He's going to invest another spell. He does. But that Ricochet Cannon is up. What does he do about it? He's going to let it go. Yeah, he's going to let his RC go. But he did activate that Giga Bomb. So it's nice they won't have to deal with it later if somehow he did path over that area. But Dragons are now placed all to the far bottom side. Now, we've seen many times they go with a very early Warden ability. Is he going to do that or try to wait a little bit later to push his way? As the monolith has locked on, pushing through as a blimp can now go right on through and land right into the core onto the spitters and get that value with a Rage Up Yetis here.
Yeah, actually going to drop it right on the merged defense there, the merged multi-tower, and then the Yetis are going to go beat on the wall, which is going to allow the Yeti mites to pop over and get those fire spitters taken out. A very nice play here from Temper, but he's got the Dragons kind of thinned out now. He needs those Dragons just to get those big defenses down. Yetis, look at the Yeti mites. They're going for the scatter shot.
Oh.
Oh, it is barely hanging on, but now there's a battle builder healing it up. But another herd of Yeti mites are coming over, and there goes that scatter shot. That's massive as the queen goes to ability on the right. There's not too many defenses here, but also there's not too many troops remaining for Temper.
Yeah, but he needs that defending king not to go for the real queen, but the clone queens are gone. And unfortunately, there's no frozen arrow, and the queen is dead. Down she goes, and we do have an air defense remaining. Remember, there's the traps. Warden, or the minion prince, comes back to life with that phoenix. He's trying to get out in front. He needs this warden somehow to gain health, but he can't. He doesn't have the ability to. If he triples, they have a chance. Poison, don't come back. He sends a minion to the bottom side. The poison's gonna get launched to the right where the warden is. And there's an air defense remaining to the top side, which means that the warden will get locked onto by it and he'll get picked off. There's just a few buildings left at 97 here for Temper. How devastating. Unfortunately, I mean, some of the dragons did split. He did invest in invis for the dragons off to the left side, and there it is. Tribe Gaming finished with just 10 stars, which means Team Elektros, all they have to get is 2 stars, and they are victorious. 2 stars, 50%. It doesn't matter what percent at that point, because they'll win the war on stars, and that's all it took. 1 triple. If you don't get a triple at this stage, then your odds of winning have gone greatly down.
Yeah, this is a tough break for Tribe Gaming, as nothing has gone their way this war. They've been so close on so many of these attacks, but it's always just one little thing holding them back. Meanwhile, Team Elektros, it seems like the ball has been bouncing in their favor in this war. We saw in the very first attack where they got that triple. It didn't look like it was going to be a triple like at any point until it was a triple. But now all they need is a 2-star from El Tano, and they will beat Tribe Gaming and move on in our tournament. All he essentially has to do is send these routes through the town hall, and he will be good. He's got a little bit of a spirit charge here with 4 invises, does have the recall so he can bring the RC back, and El Tano's looking to put this one away for Team Elektros.
He has to get the 2-star, because even if he gets a 99% 1-star, they still lose. There has to be a 50% 2-star, at least to secure the victory. So let's see El Tano push this RC right on through the left side into the multi-arch tower, into the ground expo. He makes that invisible to path her way to the right, into the sweeper here, and then into the poison, but no, pulls her back before he does anything with that poison spell tower.
Yeah, I could have maybe tried to wait a split second, but didn't want the extra damage coming in on the Royal Champion so that poison tower would have thrown. But we'll see if that plays a factor. He's looking to set the pathing here. Queen's going to come in over here with the P.E.K.K.A.s out of the siege barracks and Ice Gloom out in front of the tank. And then he's going to send all the Root Riders right through here on the left side. There they are. Root Riders are in, right in towards that Royal Champion. All he's got to do is make his way through this town hall and get that 50%, which he's got a lot of percent up top. El Tano is looking to put the war away and upset Tribe Gaming here in our World's Warm-Up Playoffs.
With the Valks coming out of the siege barracks, moving across out in front of his queen. Pathing into the middle, frees up the town hall and the merge of cannon there as he continues with the RC out in front. Pops that warden ability to really protect, and he's going to path straight onto that town hall next. Still has an overgrowth, a couple super barbs. Sends in the overgrowth off onto the spitters to the left. A couple super barbs off to the right. Town hall has been secured, and he reaches the 50% to a star here and secures the victory for Team Elektros, which means Tribe Gaming is the first team that is getting sent home here today, and they will not be competing tomorrow. So they're going to be coming in 7th/8th place. That is the same payout no matter what. So unfortunately, it's not Tribe's day, and they won't have a chance to try to redeem themselves tomorrow.
Unfortunate for Tribe Gaming, because they really had a couple of shots against Team Queso. If Temper got the 3-star, they would have won that matchup. Here, if they would have got almost any triple, they would have been fine, as the percentages were low for Team Elektros. But El Tano gets the job done at 73%, and Team Elektros, with that victory, not only do they knock out Tribe Gaming, but at minimum, they doubled their minimum prize. They will be playing next for 5th and 6th place as they will move forward in the lower bracket, which is a $2,000 prize compared to the $1,000. So every win from here on out matters, and there we see it on the board. Team Elektros gets a victory and moves forward.
They will be advancing in the lower bracket. Something to keep in mind. It's a way harder journey to try to win in the lower bracket and try to continue to keep your hopes alive. The 1-triple was actually the very first attack that came in from Team Elektros, and it stood the test of time. The 3-star from Diego was enough to outlast Tribe Gaming and all of their 2 stars. Temper coming so close to the 97. P. Castro with the 95. Just a few different ways that the troop could have gone would have been the difference maker in the match. So congrats to Team Elektros advancing. They're done for today. They will then play tomorrow, and they will see who they're going to face from the, I believe it'll be from probably the upper bracket matches, depending on how those turn out. So still some amazing matches to come. We still have 3 more matches here today, so you do not want to go anywhere here, Bash.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. I mean, don't go anywhere right now, because Itsu is going to break down one of the attacks from that war right there from Team Elektros.
That's right. Let's take a look at the only 3-star we had in this match. And that was a really interesting setup because he used the lock launcher to really create an even better pathing. But first things first, he's starting things off with a Royal Champion Charge, which I feel like at this point, the majority of attacks are starting off with, or it's the Fireball. Those 2 openings are the most used by far, and I feel like are as well the both 2 strongest equipments right now in the games in the hands of the pros. The first thing is to create the pathing. The pathing is just such an important thing because, well, with that you can pretty much control the entire attack after that. What he's trying to achieve right now is to clear out this left side, because this allows his Barbarian King then, in combination with the Siege Machine, to enter from this bottom side. Right now, with having more and more key defenses inside a base, because, well, regular defenses like cannons or Arch Towers, for example, get removed and merged into heavy key defenses, you have a lot of dead areas inside a base with, like, filled up with storages or just with nothing. And those areas then have to be somehow, like, get over with pathing and with setting that up. And for that, he needs to take down this bottom monolith, because getting his troops into that monolith is not as great, because if you're following the defensive from the right side, they're leading into the Fire Spitter, not into that monolith. That's why he's trying to take that out with the combination of the Fire Spitter and the Yeti Mites, which are then slowly going to make their way into that defense to take it out eventually. With that then set up, well, the way is pretty much straightforward towards the Town Hall. There's only a couple of defenses on the left side who could somehow counteract that, and that is the Burn Towers and as well the Fire Spirit with the Scatter Compartment. He's countering that with the Overgrowth spell. The Overgrowth spell is such a good spell because it does 2 things. First off, less damage. Hard mode, always an appreciated thing. And the second thing, which is even more important, is again controlling the way of your troops. And with that, he's really pushing his troops into the Town Hall. And then, while his queen is staying alive over this entire attack with her own equipment, which means the healer puppet and as well the magic mirror, she can clear out the entire side with staying alive. It is just really close, but hey, the important thing is that she's staying alive. And with the self-healing of the equipment, and on top of that, the healer coverage, she's, well, getting hit points back and can then finish off the base with the remaining troops. Even though it will be close in the end, I can spoil you already that, it is still a really nice setup overall of the structure of an attack right now in the meta, where you're setting up in the beginning the base to have then a follow-up part, which is typically either the Root Riders or, for example, the Dragons with the Royal Champion Charge. And he just made this an even bigger entry with having the lock launcher as addition to the zero in the beginning with Barbarian King. So really nice out-of-the-box thinking, but that's exactly what is like giving you the benefit and giving you the advantage in the current hard mode. That was utilized quite nicely in this match, Carver.
Yeah, great job there. That's all it was. A 3-star. That's all they needed, as we're now getting ready for the very next match in the lower bracket. DIZI versus Elevate. Well, these teams have plenty of experience against each other. Elevate trying to avoid an elimination, which they've been in this situation before, because if you don't remember, or if you didn't watch the Swiss stage, Elevate went 0-2 to start their journey in the Swiss stage, and then they went 3-0. And of course, there's always teams that happens too, and they were able to do it. So if there's any team that can bounce back and they can perform when their backs are against the wall, Elevate can do just that. So let's see what Pato could do with that Raw Champion charge.
Yes, and both teams have performed quite solid in their upper bracket match. For Elevate, it was just the unfortunate luck of the draw with facing HTM, and they were just incredible. And then DIZI with their 1-star. Otherwise, they look pretty solid, to be honest. So if they can get rid of that, they are looking both good for this matchup. And the favorite strategy for sure for Elevate was the Water Charge Rocket Loons, which they're now changing up right now into the Royal Champion Charge with the Root Rider and Minion Prince follow-up in this matchup. The Queen right now is taking a lot of damage, but she's surviving for now with her equipment, and the Root Riders are getting pushed behind the Town Hall.
Yeah, continuing this push straight to the Town Hall, making his way into the Monolith with that Warden ability, protecting all of these troops. Giga Bomb goes off, as we do have the Overgrowth now being placed to the bottom side, and that Rage spell was deployed from the defensive side. So, with the Overgrowth, going to stop it from coming back, but it's basically essentially pausing that as he continues to have another Rage and Freeze to continue through this, and even with that Minion Prince ability, which is now forced because it's fighting against the defending Minion Prince.
Yeah, now the Pants have to block some damage of the Multi-Inferno Towers, while the main push is still going strong from the top side. So far, the Royal Champion is still alive. He's trying to enforce her with the ability. There goes the Hot Rider Puppet with the Freeze and Rage together. This is looking quite nice. The Minion Prince with the Phoenix together can clear out the back end. And this looks like the first 3-star for Team Elevate. Really great attack, setting up this classic pathing of from the flank into the center. This is such a common approach overall, as well Legends, and he was able to execute that to perfection with controlling his troops. In this time, the time should be enough for sure. And there are so many giants from this new siege machine.
Wow, look at this. Continuing right on through, taking down Mask's base and delivering a 3-star to start here in the lower bracket. The pressure now is going to come to DIZI. Can they respond? We've seen in all the other matches that one triple could be enough. There was one where we saw 12 stars, but that was only one out of all the matches we've watched so far, which means that one triple, just that, the very first attack of this match, could set the tone and mean that Elevate could be advancing. But DIZI, they have plenty of capable players of pulling in triples. Like we saw Darkstar in the previous match, coming with an absolutely insane and wild fireball straight to the core. So he's going to look to try to potentially replicate, do that, or come in with a different type of 3-star attack, as that's what they all want to bring. But it is very hard for a reason in this new hard mode.
That's right, and I think the open attacker might be again Flaxy, and if he's going with the fireball again, this was the big problem for him in the first attack, which unfortunately has sent them to the lower bracket and into this position. And at this point as well, with Elevate starting strong, they really need to make sure that their first attack is not falling short. Obviously, a 3-star is not guaranteed, and at least a higher percentage 2-star would be really appreciated. But Darkstar instead is leading the charge in this match, and it seems to be like a fireball right onto the Rage Tower behind the Town Hall. If that fireball connects, Carbon, that looks pretty insane, not gonna lie.
Ooh, that is a lot of value right there. I remember with these types of, well, I was gonna say the Warden stays on his own, but then I saw Root Riders. Typically, the Warden only stays on his own when it's Rocket, so it's a different type of attack. Remember, the Invis spell does not last as long as it used to last here, so you're going to have to get the timing down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, boom, boom, and Earthquakes. Bam! The Fireball Arrow combination secures the Town Hall!
What was that? That fireball took down half the base already. That was just some crazy value right there. Royal Champion now with the siege barracks on the far right side. He's not opting into the new siege machine. Instead, he's going with those additional P.E.K.K.A. and the Wizard's funnel on the outside. The Minion Prince with the healers, with the Root Riders into the core of the base, while the Royal Champion is further on the outside. And the Queen, because he had to utilize that giant arrow, is more with the main push of those Root Riders. And this so far looks amazing, Carbon.
Yeah, with that Royal Champ continuing to the bottom, P.E.K.K.As are there, still has her ability. A few Velks drops them, a Super Minion is coming out, delayed from the Siege Barracks, continuing moving his way around with these Root Riders, trying to path into this multi-archer tower. Now that Royal Champ ability will come in clutch. Pairs in that freeze onto the enemy Queen, I believe it is, as it continues with the Super Minion shots. Moving right on in, air defense will go down quick. Minion Prince comes back alive to pull some traps. And there is the Royal Champion ability and the Hogs.
Wow.
Wow.
That fireball was just crazy, and he was able to follow this up really nicely. Both of the attacks so far of Darkstar today really showcased the power of the fireball, and he was able to follow them up both times around with those Root Riders. And those attacks look just so good in the hands of the pros, but if you've ever tried it, it's not as easy, especially getting those invisibility spells in time, and the timing is perfect. Wow, really impressive. And this means this match started things off with both teams starting with 3 stars, which is something which you have not seen so far.
No, that's a great way to start this off. Kind of feels like we're back in the previous Town Hall, you know? And it was where it was 3 stars coming in everywhere, but not at this time. But this match, yes. Oh, Elevate, you get a triple? All right, we'll answer with a 3-star of her own. That hasn't happened yet, but it's now happening here in the lower bracket. These teams do not want to be sent home. They want to try to fight tomorrow and have a chance at earning their spot back to the grand finals. But they got eliminated in the very first round. Or not eliminated, sent down to the lower bracket in the very first round. So it's a tough journey to try to make it back there. It's been done before, but everything is against them in doing it. But a great job from Darkstar. He gets the triple in the last war, gets it here. He's got back-to-back triples, which is not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, now I'm wondering if Elevate is going back to their Warden charges, which were so successful for them as well, and which as well got them to this point of the tournament, which is really far into it. Or are they staying with some other strategies? What are the bases of Team DIZI allowing them to do? Is it another fireball attack? Is it the Warden charge? Is it, I don't know, like a Royal Champion charge? And it seems to be, yes, indeed, it is back to the Warden charges. 2 Earthquakes, which means he's not going for like the town or anything. Instead, he is going in for something which is most likely not a merged cannon. Or is he maybe actually still going for the Town Hall, but instead just trying to take down, yeah, I guess the Raid Tower behind the Town Hall.
Oh!
Ooh, that is never good.
Nope. That is not good. With a fireball right off to the outside, even investing a rage to try to keep that Warden from burning the ability. He wanted to probably hit that Rage Spell Tower, so it could have taken out the Bitter, the Expo, Clan Castle, Multi, all of that value, and then continue to walk the Warden towards the Town Hall to help secure that. But now he's going to have to adapt on the fly because the Warden is not even going for the Town Hall at this point.
Yeah, and I feel like the Warden at the same time is still important to keep alive because this is going to provide the percentage as well with those healers together, like non-stop damage output, and this means in the end, hopefully then the percentages which he needs to get across the second, but as well then the 90%, 80%. We will see how far we can make this. But so far he's trying to get that 2nd star with the Town Hall and then the 50% with his Warden, which is struggling right now a little bit versus that defending Queen.
Yeah, with the push continuing to try to make his way in, the Warden is now dealing with the enemy Queen. Does have to pair in that freeze just in time, but the Warden stops going for her and decides to go in for... Oh, never mind. He was like, all right, let me go finish that Queen off there. Does indeed take her down because the enemy Queen, or his own, I believe, Queen was taken out. But unfortunately, the Warden won't survive much longer. He goes down as this is going to be a lower percent too. Achilles, I broke down his attack in the last ward. He did get that triple, but unfortunately, the Warden taking too much damage on the outside, causing the fireball to go off early, and this one goes down.
Yeah, those defenses are, I mean, especially those heavy-hitting defenses like the merged cannon, for example. You can never underestimate the damage output of those. It is really, really crazy. But on this one, it's going to be a 77% seems like. He's going to finish on that, which he's for sure not happy about. But let's see if DIZI can utilize now this defense, because we have seen now a couple of times where teams have gotten maybe a solid defense from our perspective, but in the end they were not able to really utilize that with having on their own solid attacks, because this is a whole different story then to really get like a better attack than your opponent. Even with the 77%, we have seen the majority, I want to say, the majority of attacks being below that point over on the tournament so far.
Yeah, and if you can't push your attacks into the 80s or even the 90s, and then your team's going to have a hard time trying to win, because you want to have that shot when it comes down to your final attack that you can triple and to win. And when you have the percentage on your side, you have a good chance of that occurring, even if your opponent has one triple ahead of you. But if you can't win that percentage game, then you can't win the war majority of the time, because these wars are really close. Usually it's just a 1-star differential. But if teams are pulling away with 2, and we haven't seen that 3-star war from a single side yet, but I'm sure eventually we will see that.
That will be something for sure cool to witness. But for now, we have DIZI attacking next with one of their players, and then going for any approach. Again, they seem to like the Root Riders quite a bit with their last match and any different openings. Darkstar preferring the Fireball. On this one seems to be the Fireball yet again. At least the 2 Earthquakes are seeming like that. But it seems like that he's trying to set this up.
Your base?
Wait a second. Is Elevate really running my base again? And this... Nah, I mean, at this point, people know how to 3-star it, right? Like, they're running this route for a month.
How long did it take you to build this base?
It was one of my first down 70 bases. I mean, there was no hard mode really at this, like it is right now around. So I don't know. It's yeah. Like, so I didn't build it with like, oh yeah, let's just bully some pros with the base and make it. I think what's called the unbreakable base already at some point and everything. So no, that was not my intention back then. But let's see if it's going to defend here for Elevate. But the Fireball already looks quite solid. And the Flame Flinger on the bottom side looks solid as well. And I think at this point, maybe teams prepare versus the base, since Elevate were running it for already so long now. So their surprise factor is gone at some point.
Well, we're pushing the Queen off to the right. Flame Flinger opens up because of the Ground Expo locking onto it. Has Super Minis coming out. Queen's going to move through with the Root Riders, Valks, Healers. And we do have that recalled Royal Champion to come in later. Healers being deployed on the Queen. Super Minions, unfortunately, are going down. So the Flame Flinger didn't get enough value is the question here.
Yeah, the Flame Flinger did go down quite early. He has the recall, which we can use for the Queen and everything if he wants to. No, wait, the recall to get the Royal Champion back into the action. But I think the Queen is kind of stuck now on the wall, right? So she can't really join the main push, and she's stealing the healers, so the healers can't really transition onto the Root Riders. I'm not sure if this is looking good. Don't tell me this base is defending again.
Oh my, it might just, I think so. No healers on the Root Riders means the Root Riders are all gone. Oh man, these healers, the walls just causing so many issues. Remember the meta of having open compartments? That's all gone, it seems like, because these closed compartments are making it a nightmare to charge your Queen in. And these Root Riders, they've disappeared. And Itsu, why did you make this space? Why in the world would you have made it? You know?
I mean, right now it feels like back to Tunnel 16. Like, it was not impressive to flex with your offense, and now it's not impressive to flex with your defense anymore. At this point, I don't even know if I should be happy that it's defending that good, because, hey, it's hard mode, right? So, like, it's, I don't know, it's a little bit weird, but either way, it seems like even after all of this time, the base is still defending for Elevate, and yeah, maybe it's turning around the match.
I guess my real question is, did they run this base multiple times? Get ready. You know, I can't, like, normally I would go and, like, secretly check to see the other base of Elevate. Wait, did they run it? Did they run it? I would be checking right now, but I'm not in the clan, so I can't do that. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But a defensive start, I would not put anything against Elevate running that base at least 2 to 3 times in this match just to play mind games with their opponent, because they're at this point, they're in the lower bracket, they're like, you know what, let's just throw anything against the wall and see what sticks, and that could be the case. So I guess I'm really curious, did it take you like an hour, 2 hours to build that base when you built it? Like, you would never have thought it would be used at a stage like this, right?
Obviously, no. I mean, back then was just like me trying to get back into base building again for Channel 17, which I did then become better and better over the month. But I'm not as fast as some of the pro base builders for those tournaments. I take like 2 to 3 hours, I would say, for 4 bases. But typically then the test phase after that is even more important, where they like adjust traps, and obviously like the traps will be different to mine. But the trap deployment is typically one of the most important things as well for adjusting a base. And depending if you're using it in Legends or like in tournaments like this is something where you have to adapt with the traps and really try to predict your opponents. And now it is, well, back to Elevate to take advantage of this defense, which they have just received. And their choice is going to go in with the Royal Champion charge. And I believe, did we see earlier a similar approach versus one of those bases and it was heavily baited? I guess we will see.
Well, with that blimp raged up right into this compartment with 2 multi-archer towers, they will go down nicely to the Yetis and those Yeti mice. Royal Champ continues her charge right on in. The Wizard Tower is solo off to the left. It will be standing there. Maybe drop a little baby dragon over there to try to clear it. But this RC is charging away straight into the middle to go to the Ricochet Cannon and then eventually path their way towards that Monolith.
Yeah, and I just love those approaches where you're investing like the blimp and the king to really control the Royal Champion, because let's be honest, the Electaboosts right now are the by far strongest equipment in the game. And one of those charges, like with 11 invisibility spells, or even it was more in this one with another rage, is just giving you the best chance of 3-starring, one of the best chances of 3-starring, if the defender is not utilizing like rage towers where a fireball would get another value. But take a look at the value overall. I mean, he even gets another multi-archer tower. This is just absurd at this point. And now from the top side with the dragons going in from the back of the fire spitter as well. Really nice job so far.
With no multi-archer towers remaining, really the biggest threat is this bottom side where some Teslas have popped, the multi and the poison spell remain. But these dragons are going to just work together at the top side. They split across. Does have that minion prince ability to use, and there's the balloons off to the far left where the wizard tower was, so he was able to clear that. Now trying to push these ice golems out to the corner, so he drops an archer to the bottom to move them out of the way. And now it's about these dragons coming together from the top side. But the split, I feel like now it's allowing these defenses to take these dragons down one by one, and to think and imagine that an attack can fall short after the value you get from a Royal Champion there. That's just crazy, because I mean, there's still a handful of stuff remaining with 50 seconds left. The multi is really the biggest threat, since these Ricochet cannons can't do anything there.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem for him was really the timing as well of this poison tower around the minion prince, because the poison tower slowed down. It was like 4, maybe even 5 dragons, and this means the dragons were not able to quick enough attack the minion prince. And that minion prince, like sometimes I would love to have that we have the feature in Clash of Clans where we could see after an attack what specific defense, or maybe even only the top 3 defensive tools did how much damage. Because I think this minion prince was single-handedly winning him this defense with the poison tower slowdown effect. That was just crazy how much damage output that minion prince on defense just did to really save the defense on this one.
That would actually be a really cool idea. I love that. Like a little post report of the attack. You click the little eye and you can see, hey, the minion prince did this much damage on defense could have been an incredible amount because it just kept attacking and attacking and attacking and defending the base. That would be actually a really cool thing to break down. And eventually, over time, you can start to see what defenses or even defending heroes start to come towards the top of that list, and makes it very important for base building. So maybe that can spark for a future idea. You know, I love it. I always love to see new things come to the game, and it's been out for so long now.
Yeah, and going back to the attack as well, I feel like something which I would like to see sometimes is a strategy which I think Navi back then brought quite a bit. Instead of the dragons, bring Dragon Riders, especially if you have taken down so many of those heavy-hitting defenses. Having those Dragon Riders, being able to ignore the outside buildings, it's way easier to funnel them. So that might be an option in the attack which you have just watched. But going back to this one, we have, a Rocket Loon attack, but it seems like he's starting things off with the Royal Champion. Did he use the wrong hero, or what just happened?
I saw the Eternal Tome on that Warden. Yeah, I saw the Warden at Fireball and the Eternal Tome together. So my guess is you can't drop a Fireball to the outside or early because you won't have an Eternal Tome to protect. So let's see what he does. And I'm really curious what Cynthi's going to try to pull off here.
So he's trying to do the Rocket Loons into Fireball. Typically, we see it the other way around. Like, we have the Warden charge into then Rocket Loons. So he's, like, flipping the order of everything. But let's see how effective this is. I think overall it has for sure success options. And as well, how is he going to then utilize the Eternal Tome ability? Is he going to combine that maybe with the Minion Prince and send him into all of the damage? Or does he have different plans? Either way, we know Cynthia is a mastermind when it comes to those creative approaches. And there we go. Now we see, there's the... Maybe he was just scared of traps with the Eternal Tome. I'm not really sure why the Eternal Tome there.
Yeah.
But
I was initially thinking... Well, I was initially thinking he was going to go over Eternal Tome because he was also going to send Rocket Loons at the same time that the Warden was going to pop ability to protect them, but not the case there. We're going to see that his own Minion Prince with the Angry Jelly charge into the Queen and try to take her down and move through with 13 Rocket Loons still yet to be deployed.
Yeah, Rocket Loons are now coming in from the far right side. The Minion Prince getting some more value, but it's about to go down. The air defense, though, is going to be taken care of. The super minions are in there as well, but the question is, can he overpower this Rage Tower area? I feel like this Rage Tower area is looking really, really heavy. It just seems like there's a bit too much damage overall. It was a really solid approach, but I feel like with this Fireball, the value he has gotten, maybe some other follow-up, I'm not really sure. The recalled Royal Champion felt quite expensive, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, that Warden was not able to stay alive much longer after the Fireball was used, and does send in that Baby Dragon to finish off the Minion Prince to try to get a bit more percentage, because you want to have that percentage lead going into the final set of attacks, as this is now the third attack coming in for DIZI. Elevate's already done 3, which means that DIZI will have that final attack in this match, as Baby Dragon continuing to grab the storage, and it's going to approach into the high 80s here. So just the 2-star for Cynthia, and that compartment with that defensive Rage Spell Tower. It's nasty. Not able to push his way through, but unfortunately not able to get this one. Did have some super minions inside of his clan castle. So nice try to Cynthia, but we are tied up 7-7 so far in this match. If we look at the percentage, it is 1-2 building lead for Elevate at the current moment.
Yeah, I mean, that is super close. 2 buildings is like nothing. We're going kind of fresh into the last 2 attacks for sure, with both teams being so neck and neck. And I mean, as well, I would have said, like, okay, we're starting with 3 stars on both sides. It's like, okay, you're getting super excited. Okay, we see low 3 stars. And then it's like back to reality. Oh yeah, it's hard mode. Yep. 3 stars are not as easy, and we were back to 2 stars. Let's see what team can actually pull off the next 3-star in this one. And Elevate is up next with the Rocket Loons, with the Warden Fireball charge on this one. But starting things off first with the Flame Flinger to set that up. And now he has to be careful, because we have seen this now a couple of times, where the Warden was surprised by all of the damage. The Minion Prince is losing most of the hit points, but this means at least, well, he's hopefully not able to do as much damage.
With the baby dragon onto the wizard tower to help take that down. The warden can take out the defensive minion prince if he steps up into this area, while the flame flinger is trying to set up the funnel or grab some value to the top side. There is the invis just in case, so he doesn't lose that warden. We do have that ground expo that now will switch off to his warden as he sends in a rocket loon out in front. Oh, that's right.
He's right now like in between the fire spitters, kinda. And the healers are now in range of the fire spitters as well. This is not looking good for him whatsoever. The warden went the wrong way, I feel like. I'm not sure. This is not looking like how he planned it, and if the tunnel's not going down, this is looking rough.
Oof. The healer's taking a lot of damage from that town hall. He does secure the town hall, but the warden will not last any longer now. While the flame flinger tries to get a little bit more value to the top side, queen and king coming together straight to the bottom side, wall breaking into that compartment with 13 rocket loons left. The flame flinger opens, Yeti gets launched, tries to continue to take out the enemy hero up top as he now pushes his way through a defensive rage and a lot of damage in this compartment.
There's a lot of damage indeed with this rage tower, and the scatter shot is just so deadly. The spiky ball is going off. We have the king being able to tank with the phoenix a little bit. Queen has to be careful with the ability. There she goes, spawning those healers, spawning those clones. But there's still so much damage on his heroes, and the Royal Champion trying to recover at least a couple of more percentages.
Yeah, with the RC ability going off, 7 more rocket loons to send in from the top side to help pick off those defenses, trying to get the percentage. Continues his way through with no more spells left. 2 rocket loons and a regular balloon into the wizard tower. RC is going down, and it's just the 2-star. They had a 2-building lead, but now if DIZI gets 2 more percentage, then, well, no, 2 to tie, and then 2 more, so 4 more percent above this attack here, then they will help take that lead. So Bernal, nice try there, but it's only looking to be an 84% 2-star here for Elevate. So it's still anyone's match.
Yes, anyone's match for sure, especially now with the next attack around the corner for DIZI. And we have seen ups and downs for both of those teams, but everything is now coming down to those last 3 attacks. 2 for DIZI, 1 for Elevate. And they have to deliver, especially on Elevate's side, because they had a 2-building lead. I think after this attack, this 2-building lead is kind of like on a shaky side, I want to say, because those percentages from Bernal were not as consistent as he was typically doing overall with his attacks. And DIZI has a really good chance of now pulling ahead with their next attack, at least on the percentage side.
Remember, this is the lower bracket, so every attack is that much more nerve-wracking. You lose this match, you are eliminated from the World's Warm-Up competition because they're trying to earn a spot to play tomorrow, which will be the day 2, the final day of the playoffs here of this World's Warm-Up, as Mask is coming in with the Super Witches, but no Fireball to start with 5 invisibility spells, probably for that. Oh, Warden starts. Okay, Warden's going to charge his way through. But hopefully he realizes that there was no fireball, because there's no earthquake, so he should realize that, right?
Well, let's hope for the best, and let's hope that he's just aiming for a quick funnel down here with his warden, and then entering into maybe the town or something. We will see and find out in just a couple of seconds as he's keep moving forward. In 5 seconds, the Angry Jelly is going to run out, and this means the warden is not moving as much forward anymore then. Turning the warden invisible, now luring over the warden as the Angry Jelly effect is gone. Because remember, during the Angry Jelly effect, which turns our hero into like an Oni defense targeting hero, the warden cannot be lured over from any troops. And the Super Witches right now, I think, are going to go the wrong side. Yep, this is looking rough.
Uh-oh. Got a couple Super Witches not only walking, but it makes it worse because the healers are on those Super Witches. So he pairs in the invis to try to reroute the Super Witches back to the core because he really needs those healers to come back and transfer off.
Yep, that was a really nice reaction there with those invisibility spells, but the question is if it was enough, because obviously those spells now can miss on the back end. He has one poison which he needs to run use really soon, because there's defending witches right now. There's spawning skeletons everywhere, so that is a problem. The Warren General Blitz did not really catch as many, or actually the witches were in there, so that's fine. The Royal Gem is getting added as well with the skeleton spell. He's trying to distract those defenses and the defending queen. But there's so much standing, and the healers are gone as well.
Yeah, no healers in the core. Everything is gone. Super Witches are dead. Royal Champions did burn her ability there with a Rocket Spear. Yeti's up top trying to continue to get some value. Followed with the Queen, but she pulls double giant bombs. Freezes that bottom side to try to continue to grab percent. If we're looking at the percent on the right side of our screen, we have the 7 stars going to get pushed to 9 to tie up this match. But a lower percent now edges the match even more to elevate. So the gap is now wider, but it's not impossible. It's just a handful of percent of what DIZI will have to get for the final attack, because the final attacker that's going to come in from DIZI is going to be Fluxy. And Fluxy, unfortunately, did get that 1 star in their last match. So can Fluxy turn around? Well, the final attacker for Elevate is going to be Seleno. He's definitely capable. He's done it many times of 3-starring, especially in hard mode. It is not easy, but he's done it. But now the pressure is going to come down to the final 2 attackers. If we don't see a 3-star that comes in with the next attack, then it's going to be coming down to the percentage game of what they can get.
Yeah, and the percentage game right now is looking really in favor of Elevate. So, like, if they get a 2-star with a solid percentage, that would still force DIZI to 3-star either way. So, right now, Elevate for sure in a really solid position to have a good shot at winning this match. But we have just seen, we just talked about Elevate's attack being on the lower side of the percentages. And then we said, okay, this should be in DIZI's favor, right? Like, they should be able to utilize the defense, which they have just claimed. But the next attack they're doing, it's an even lower percentage. So anything can really happen. If something is going in the wrong direction, and that was quite literally with the Super Witches walking for Mask, he was able to redirect them, but it was too heavy of an investment. Now the thing is, can Elevate show in this match somehow the comeback potential? Because this match was like going in between the 2 teams back and forth. And we have the Flame Flinger set up in the beginning. And the next one is going to be the Warden charge, again with the Rocket Loons. As we said earlier, this is the favorite strategy of Elevate, and they are really, really good with this one.
Oh, uses the Invis spell on his own Warden right away so he doesn't get targeted, so he can help take that area down. I see, but the Clan Castle is still up in the core next to that Monolith. But I'm noticing they're going with the Owl on this Warden. Probably want to try to pull any traps out in front of these healers. But he pairs in the Headhunter. Fortunately doesn't survive, but the Mini Prince has been secured, while the Flame Flinger is going for the Ricochet Cannon and this Multi-Arch Tower next.
Yeah, the Warden slowly making its way around. We have the Head Defense going down, and eventually it has to go, I guess, towards the core. But for that, he needs to invest a couple of Rocket Loons to push the Warden further into the core, like under the Wizard Tower and stuff. But right now, it seems like he's not really doing that, so I'm wondering what exactly the plan is here. Because so far, he has not really invested any of the Rocket Loons.
Yeah, Warden under the rage, goes invis again to stay alive. Super Minis do barely just take out that multi-arch tower, but the Queen and King are paired to the top side, pushing into the defending Royal Champion. King's Earthquake Boots open the walls. Queen ability goes off. This continues through, but what is for the Town Hall here for Seleno? This cannot be a 1-star, right? There's no way. He got Rocket Loons to snipe the Town Hall just in case.
And yes, the Royal Champion so far still left to deploy, but
oh, that's
this
right.
is going to come down to the last minute, because this is exactly what has just started. The last 60 seconds of this attack, and there is still so many troops, spells, and everything to deploy. I mean, yes, there is pretty much only the core left at this point, but that core is really heavily stacked with 2 Fire Spitters. We have as well the Monolith around there, so there's a lot of defenses. And right now, oh no, is the Warden following the Rocket Loons? I don't think so. The Town Hall should go down with that. Oh, wait a second. With the fire spitter, he angled it a little bit. The chops. Not even close.
Wow.
Okay, there goes the rage to take down the
my.
monolith. But I think he should have this carbon.
What? Look at this. He stays calm and he moves through, drops the rock. Oh, the poison spell is a little annoying. 15 seconds. It makes the king invisible so that they don't go for it and continues to try to clean it up. But the storage might be too much. No, the clan castle remains. Don't tell me it's going to be at 99. 4, 3, 2, 1. And the Skellies provide the distraction, and Seleno gets a 98% 2-star, which means that DIZI, if they get this triple, they will win, because a 99% 2-star, well, it would put them 77, 87, less than the 87.6%, because that's the most that they can get. Elevate's already at 90. So this means that Fluxy, who got the 1-star in their very first match, must get this triple here to keep their hopes alive.
No pressure. Couldn't get any easier than that, right? Like, only
Right.
the 3-star counts. Which means for us, it's amazing, because this is like, it comes down to the last attack, to the final star in this matchup. With a 3-star, Elevate would have been guaranteed through to the next match in the lower bracket. But with this one, there is the comeback potential, and everything is now on Fluxy's shoulder. He has a 3-star. As just explained, the 99 would not be enough, and it cannot get any, like, there can't be any more pressure than this on the shoulder of a player. We have the Root Riders, we have the Royal Champion charge with the recall. It seems like the strategy which a lot of the pros right now like to play, but we don't have the haste vial. The reason why pros like to run the Hog Rider Puppet with this army composition is because you have this extra safety of the Hog Rider Puppet moving into the later stages of the attack. If the Royal Champion is getting targeted somehow by any defense, you have this option of turning a Royal Champ invisible with the ability, and that is obviously like a massive thing. As well, this base is the base which just Mask failed, so with the Super Witches, so they're running the bases multiple times. This is something which Elevate did obviously a lot of times in the past. He got the funnel done. Let's make sure that the troops are now pathing into the town hall and not around the town hall.
With the Root Riders down, balloons as well, healers to heal them up. But that Royal Champion did lose her Spare Fox, so she will no longer go invisible at any point. Valkyrie's being deployed, taking out the Defensive King. Royal Champion redeployed and pushing into this Town Hall. Don't have to burn, don't have to necessarily burn that ability right when the Town Hall explodes, because he can wait a little bit, but the Giga Bomb doesn't get activated and triggered through the War Internal Tome. I believe it does there, but the Overgrowth off to the left as he tries to path his way into the core, and these healers need to stay alive.
Remember, the last time we had the Red Mine farm inside that core, and that's exactly where it's located yet again. This time, though, a couple of the Red Mines were tanked by the Minion Prince, which should keep them alive if there's not a Poison Tower or like a Multi-Inferno Tower or anything onto those healers. And this would be massive for him moving forward. The Minion Prince does lose the Pant ability, or the Pant's ability, which means takes now a lot of damage again. The top left side died out. The bottom side is about to go down, and you can see Fluxy shaking his head. Those rage towers are just so deadly, and if you cannot take them out with the Royal Champion charge or with the fireball, it is rough. It is really rough to push through all of them.
Unfortunate there for Fluxy, not able to get this one, meaning that Elevate will be victorious in the end, and all it took was 11 stars. Granted, DIZI will also be at 11 stars, tying it up because they both have the triple, but that tiebreaker being percentage. Elevate coming away with a 1 3-star, coming away with a 98, a 77, an 84, and a 95% on their side, while the lowest attack was unfortunately from Mask on DIZI, and that was a 68%, which definitely brought that percentage down. So congratulations, Elevate is victorious in the lower bracket, advancing and keeping their hopes alive.
And again, Elevate with their base choices. I think they're one of the only teams who are like opting into running the same base multiple times, and somehow it works out again. I mean, those were the defenses versus the one base with the 68 and 76% true stars. So really solid percentage for that base, for the defensive side. And then the first two attacks, that was it. The first two attacks of this match, both 3 stars. We were like joking around already that it's going to come back to time. After that, 8 attacks, 8 2 stars. This is how things have changed after the first 2 attacks.
Wow, that is insane. But Elevate stays alive in the lower bracket. And that means we are now going towards the upper bracket. Finally, we're going to be coming back now to the very first match, the team that we saw, which was NAVI winning that first match. They are going to be taking on Team Queso. That will be the next match coming. And then after that, we got one final match of today, which is Synchronic Gaming versus HTM Esports. So you do not want to miss any of these matches here. They are both going to be amazing ones for sure, because plenty of attacks, and NAVI has been looking really strong. For sure on the defensive side, right? They only came away with 1 triple, but Team Elektros couldn't even pass into the 90% there. But hello, Mr. Bash, because we're sending it off to Bash to break down this next attack, or this last attack of this match.
I am Carbon Fin. Great war, guys. I wanted to check out the attack from Darkstar, which was an insane fireball going up against Achilles' base here. This was just a crazy setup, and you guys kind of spoke about it right there. It seemed like we were off to a hot start in this war, which we really were. Back-to-back 3 stars is definitely an amazing start, but things slowed down from here. But Darkstar, although his squad did not get the victory, really set the tone early here with this fireball. So he does a great job being patient and letting this Angry Jelly with the Warden set up. Remember, Angry Jelly is going to allow that Warden to target defenses, and then he'll be able to attack anything else after the Angry Jelly comes off. You see the Angry Jelly comes off right there. Now he's going to set up the Fireball. Fireball is going to come in, hit that Rage Tower, and then he's going to pair that with the Queen's Giant Arrow right across the middle of the base. Look at the middle where that Town Hall was. That whole section is gutted out. That is the definition of Fireball value. I love it when they pair with the Giant Arrow as well. But just such a nice combination. From there, he's got a clear path around the base. He's going to bring in the Root Riders, bring in that Minion Prince. Minion Prince on this combination is really nice as well with that Phoenix. I love the Minion Prince Phoenix combination because when he gets taken out, he gets that 8 extra seconds, and then you get the Phoenix in there soaking up any traps to kind of protect those healers. So it's a great combination to put in front of all these Root Riders and the healers. You see, like I mentioned, clear path through and around this base. Once you gut out that whole section, it's pretty obvious where things are going. And Darkstar did just a really clean attack on this one. He had a really beautiful attack earlier. Kind of disappointed to see the DIZI squad go because we saw some really cool creative attacks from them. But at the same time, Elevate really earned it in this war. But if I'm being honest with you, I really just wanted to show off that Fireball. That Fireball was so good. After you start off with that Fireball, if you create the pathing, you hit your abilities on time, you use your spells properly, and you're going to be rewarded with the 3-star. And that's exactly what we saw here from Darkstar. And DIZI tied it up with this one. But unfortunately for them, they weren't able to get another one on the board. That's what they needed. They needed one more triple in this war, but this was a great start to the war. GG's to them. They won't be going home empty-handed because they will take home a little bit of prize money, but they are one of our first 2 teams eliminated with Tribe Gaming after falling to Elevate here. So Darkstar with a beautiful attack, but his team falls short. What a great war that was. Man, GG's on casting that one also, too. That was a fun one to listen to and watch.
That was a really intense one, especially with the start. Unfortunately, then after that, a couple of 2-stars. But we're up next with our, next match. We have NAVI in the upper bracket. They have done amazing over this tournament. Had to play those 3 matches, had to win all of them, and that's exactly what they did. Played one now in this playoff bracket, and won that as well. And now it's not going to get any easier at this point to play for them, but as well to beat them. And this then, up to the other team, Bash.
Yeah, NAVI came out pretty well. They put up some really high percentage attacks. I believe everything was above 90% or higher for them in that first war. And they're going to go up against this Team Queso squad that it kind of felt like a little bit of an upset against Tribe Gaming. although Team Queso is very well versed, very well experienced, they kind of left the door open for Tribe Gaming, and then Tribe wasn't able to capitalize. We see Joel, Juan, Santiago, Juanjo Fernandez, and Amtratino there. The hit rates are struggling a little bit, but Team Queso finds a way to win in the end, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, that's right. They for sure seem to have like the star player with having a 6 out of 11 hit rate, which is really impressive. 6 out of 11 attacks being 3 stars. That is super strong. But those two teams are fighting for the upper bracket spot because they both have like 1 life left, or like an additional life left in this tournament bracket, which means they can still like lose the match, drop to the lower bracket, still continue, and don't have to risk elimination with this match as the last 2 matches which we have just witnessed.
Yeah, and that's super important. The longer you can stay in that upper bracket, the better. If you can make it to the grand finals there from the upper bracket, even better. You get 2 lives. But also, like, one of those nice little things, the more you win, the more prize money you get. Let's be honest, that $10,000 to the winner, that's always a nice thing. So that's what these teams are playing for. But it's been really nice kind of just getting a little sneak peek of our esports season thus far.
That's right. We're seeing a complete shift in the meta compared to the last couple of years, that's for sure, with the approaches overall as well, how important the base building is, what the shift is towards a more than offense heavy meta where it's really more coming down to the players. I feel like bases are less relevant because even a worse base can defend quite well, and it's more about the players. The 5 players right now are really showing up in this exact moment, and this is where it's coming down to, because they have to execute those attacks even under the stress. And something which a lot of people might not know, the time for them, they don't have as much time to plan, which means every single match is like a 45-minute timer, and around the 37-ish minute mark, this is where the first attack happens. So the first player has roughly 8 minutes to plan out their attacks, and after that it's just chaos. Okay, do I go next? Should you go next? What is the plan here? What are we doing? So overall, it's really stressful playing those matches, and the plans, obviously, compared to the classic 24-hour war timers, are completely different for those players here, and this makes it feel completely different to what you might experience when you're playing your regular clan war versus those tournament matches.
Yeah, my clan, we played some hard mode esports format, 45-minute wars, and it took us 10 minutes to pick bases, let alone come up with plans. So I do not envy these guys having to come up with plans. Juanjo Fernandez had to come up with his plan, and like you said, about 8 minutes, probably even less by the time you look through all the bases. But I kind of mentioned it earlier, known for his dragon attacks. He did have a really nice attack earlier, just fell a little bit short with the 91%. Going with a couple of lightning spells there, taking out one of the sweepers, and then just setting up the pathing here, setting up the funnel as well. I don't think I've ever seen Juanjo attack with anything that wasn't a dragon attack, personally, but he's really well versed and I'm really good with him. Let's see if he can get on the board here for Team Queso.
And I think overall it's really interesting because typically, pretty much every single attack which we have seen so far over the tournament was, well, we have a fireball opening, we have a royal champion charge opening, anything of that. This time around, it's just 2 lightnings, blip the town hall, dragons, and go. And that's pretty much what the attack is all about. He has a ton of snakes around this bottom side. Take a look at that. They're just overwhelming those defenses, triggering traps, helping the dragons to keep pushing forward with tanking a couple of shots. But the question is this going to be enough power for the back end? Because there's still some heavy hitting defenses left on this one.
Yeah, the king snuck his way into the middle, and as he takes more damage, more snakes will spawn. If he could set off that Giga Bomb instead of some dragons doing it, that would be great. And it looks like he might. Yeah, he's going to set off the Giga Bomb. He's actually trying to dodge the Giga Bomb. That was interesting. But it is starting to fizzle a little bit. He has that king ability. I'm assuming he has Vamp Stash there. So like Carbon mentioned earlier, those are 2 passive things that aren't really going to do a whole lot for him when he presses ability. It's really going to be on the queen and these dragons that are starting to fade, although they'll be able to pick up a little bit more here.
Yeah, the dragons are slowly getting picked off from those defenses. He's sending another dragon in here from the right side. I'm not sure, maybe it would have been better to use it from different... the angle is alright, I assume. But the storage would be nice to drop down, and from this angle right now, he's triggering a Black Mine, and it would have been inside the range of that air defense. You can right now, every single overall building, which would take down, would be massive, especially now with the ability recovering some hit points, and as well the the Vamp stash recovering some hit points. Every building is really, really important, as we have seen over the last couple of matches.
And what's kind of interesting, something you picked up on earlier, you mentioned earlier back in your playing days, is like you don't get a lot of time to plan. So it almost feels like Wanho has been that first attacker in both of these wars because he has that safe strategy that they feel really confident he can go out, he can get a decent 2-star on. You get a 91 in the first war, an 83 there. So that's a very respectable percentage. Meanwhile, it gives the rest of his team a little bit more time to plan on those bases they're a little bit more confident on. So he might not necessarily be coming out with the most sophisticated plans to try to triple these bases, but sometimes just having that safe quality 2-star to open up a war is what a team needs, and I kind of respect that from Wanho Fernandez.
Yeah, I feel like especially this meta, I talked about that earlier. It feels like a little bit back then with like lower town level, like when they were the highest town level. The meta back then was that, okay, you're having maybe 1 or 2 really solid plans where you trust the attacker, okay, you will 3-star that base or have a really high chance. That were your 1, maybe 2 3-stars in your match. And the other plans were more like, okay, we have plans with really high chance of like getting really solid percentage and maybe a 3-star, but that was pretty much it. And you just picked the few bases where you felt like, okay, those are the best shots for us at 3 stars, and typically then you try to give those players a bit more time to plan, and then you need some of those players who are going in fast in the beginning, because as we have just explained, those players don't have much time to plan out their attacks, and this is something really important in the overall motivation and interaction, I assume, of those players within the matches. But we're already in with the next attack, which is going to be from Gaku, and this seems to be a fireball attack with the Root Rider follow-up.
Look at all these invises. He has 6 total invises. Gonna go ahead and quake onto the monolith, take down the monolith and the multi-target Inferno, along with those surrounding buildings. He's got a pretty nice little funnel set up here for the Root Riders to go right into the middle of the base. He's gonna have a long way to go to this town hall, but I feel pretty confident in him being able to get there. He has his king over, or is that defending? That's defending king. Never mind. I thought that was his king in there. His king's yet to be deployed. So he's working through there, now deploying that troop launcher, which is going to throw those barrels of troops towards his massive troops.
Yeah, keep pushing forward. The pathing is going to be interesting because he will path towards the left outside and then hopefully back behind the town hall. The town itself, though, will stay alive for quite some time because there are storages behind, and this means the Root Riders won't go into the town hall. Instead, they will go from multi-Inferno Tower to multi-Inferno Tower, except if you redirect things with the Overgrowth. I feel like that is the perfect clutch moment where he's using that to really make sure that he's getting the value. The Minion Prince ability, I guess, had great coverage. The unfortunate thing, though, is that he just used the Overgrowth, which means the entire active ability is pretty much wasted to some degree, except the Pants now. We're able to tank a little bit, but the Prince is going down anyways.
Yeah, he's doing a pretty good job managing this. I like the redirect there on the Overgrowth. That's exactly what he needed to push everything into the town hall. He's still got plenty of force here, but he's also got a lot of base, and he's going into that Fire Spitter. And we've seen these Fire Spitters eat these troops alive all day here today. He is crawling towards that 80% mark, but there's not a lot left on the board. Just a couple Giants and the Yetis. He does have 1 Wizard, but I don't really even see a spot for that Wizard. So Wano came in with his Dragons at 83%, and Gaku is struggling to get to 80%. So Navi looked to be behind early in this war.
Yep, Gaku not happy with his performance. He already said then after the Swiss stage that he was not happy with how he performed in this Swiss stage, and he was trying to like step it up and get better results, which so far unfortunately he was not able to deliver in this. But they always perform really well on offense and defense, so it did not matter so far, and hopefully he can prove later on in the tournament that he really is such a good player, because we have seen over all of the different years that Gaku is really coming in clutch when his team needs him the most. So that's always something which his teammates can rely on, which is something really important to have, this clutch factor, which I feel like especially in such tournaments is something which not many teams have. I mean, we see some teams like performing all year long just to in this one moment to not really show up, and then some teams are having it the other way around, which means this is exactly what you're looking for with the teams, that you are having this coming in clutch factor. And, well, this is typically what Gaku can provide for his team. But we're getting back then to Team Queso, because so far they have a small lead, a couple of buildings, but since we're only 2 attacks into this match, anything can pretty much still happen.
Yeah, and especially in this hard mode, anything can definitely happen. We've seen a few 1-stars today. We've seen some really close time fails on attacks, so it really does feel like anything can happen. And if you are just tuning in today, we still have this match and one more. Our upper bracket semifinals will be decided today, but we are playing in hard mode, which is crazy tough. Defenses are dealing 20% more damage. Defending heroes are dealing 20% more damage. Meanwhile, your attacking heroes deal 10% less damage and have 10% less health. Not to mention your equipments are capped, common level 15 and epic level 21. It makes it so much more difficult. You have to plan. It's almost like a whole different ball game out there as far as planning out attacks. Santiago is in next with a Royal Champion charge into the Root Riders. Recalls that Royal Champion and then setting up with the Queen over there on the left side. It looked like he got a decent start over there. He didn't invest a ton of spells, so I feel like he's okay so far.
Yeah, but he lost a lot of hit points on that Royal Champion, which I think he's not happy with. Yes, he has the Hot Rider puppet to like get the hit points back, but that equipment typically is tried to not be used too early. Instead, he's now having to use the Warden ability early on, even though I feel like that could have been better further into the core. But he has to make sure that he's somehow getting the hit points back off that Royal Champion. Doing another nice job with the overgrowth. The pros are really good and consistent in like using the overgrowth to redirect the troops to make sure that the pathing is looking way better for them. Royal Champion running ahead. I think the equipment is getting used. There's the ability, but the Rage Scatter is not making the life easy for those Hogs.
Oh, not at all. They are taking a beating. Meanwhile, the Minion Prince are having a Minion Prince fight there over in the bottom of the base. The Minion Prince with the pants is going to win, even though the defending Minion Prince is a little bit stronger due to the buffs and nerfs of hard mode. He does have a few troops remaining in here. All the hero abilities are used, and he has one more skeleton spell, but look at the back of this base. That is a crazy line of defenses, and I don't think Santiago is going to have enough gas to get through them.
Yeah, it feels like there's just too much left alive on this back end. We have the new defense, the merged tower there. We have as well the cannon, the multi-archer tower, so it's not going to be easy to get through all of that, even though the Queen and the few couple of giants with the Root Rider together are trying their best to get through all of that. Queen should redirect. Nope. Oh no, she would go for the wall after this and kind of being stuck in range of everything, and yep, she's just going to be melted from those defenses, but a high percentage either way, and this, as we have talked about earlier, is already a really important step.
Yeah, and Queso already has the percentage advantage, so 88%, very, very respectable. And if they can hold NAVI down to another defense, they will be in a really nice spot. They were up 5% from that first attack. I mean, 88% can go either way, especially when you're facing a team like NAVI who have some really high hitters on their squad, and they're known for putting up triples even here in the hard mode. So like you mentioned previously, we have a lot of war to go here, but so far Team Queso, they're looking a little bit better, but again, we're only 2 attacks into the war.
Yeah, NAVI up are next for sure, and they have still like players like Stars, Klaus. Klaus was able to 3-star in the last match for NAVI and won them their match with that attack. So there is still a lot of attacks to go and a lot of possible outcomes for sure. But I'm just looking forward to some creative approaches, because this is, as we have mentioned earlier, something which this hard mode overall is really like pushing further, thinking out of the box. That is for sure something which is really a beneficial thing to have if you have such players on your team, and this is what NAVI is famous for. This is why so many people like to watch matches overall from NAVI, because they're known for thinking out of the box and not only going for the default strategies. So if they can pull that off, again, that would be for sure something going their way. The question though is, are they quick enough with the planning? Because thinking out of the box does take time. So is it going to work for them? For this one, it is going to be the classic Dragon with the mass invis Royal Champion spam, but Can he pull this off? We have seen this attack today 3-star quite a few times, but as well fail a couple of times. And he's starting this off with having a king to funnel, and then maybe even a blimp to funnel this royal champion even further into the core.
It's really about how much this royal champion can get. If you can keep that fox up as long as possible and get that royal champion deep inside the base, which I like pairing the combination here with that king, so that some of that pressure is taken off the fox and the royal champion in between. Because remember, the invisibility spell did get nerfed by a quarter of a second, so you do have a little bit more time where that fox is susceptible to taking damage. Gonna go ahead and play an invis so he can push that royal champion into that merge multi-target tower right there, pulling out the ice golems. The king's gonna pull their attention down to the bottom. Gotta keep an eye so that the royal champion doesn't pull them away. And it looks like he's pulling them towards the top of the base. Maybe there's an archer up there. The royal champion, she's doing a great job so far.
Yeah, but I feel like you wanted to get that royal champion further to the core, because this is where all of those inferno towers are. This is where typically the traps are located. This is another reason why it's so important to get the royal champion into the core, because this means that you're as well taking away the possible options of getting hit by those red mines, black mines, everything, because they're typically located within that core. Blimp is now to snipe that town hall. The tornado trap is over there as well, but should be triggered by the troops which are coming from the siege. The tornado, though, is a bit more annoying than maybe than he was expecting, with the minion prince pushing everything further in to the core with a funnel. Nicely done on the top right.
Yeah, Town Hall still not down yet. He's going to soak up the Gigabomb with those dragons. Does finally get the Town Hall, but he did take a little bit more extra damage since that tornado shot down his battle blimp. And now the dragons are all spread throughout this base. All the dragons on the left except for one are down. And now the right side is starting to thin out. I think you were right, Itsu, what you shouted out earlier about the middle of the base with the royal champion. If he was able to thin that out a little bit, he would definitely have had a lot less pressure on there. And there's nothing going to the middle of that base. So there's really going to be no way for him to get that down. By the time the dragons get there, they're just going to get ate alive when that poison tower throws again. So he will be able to run up some percent here for Navi. Yada will. But ultimately, this one should fall short with 3 multis, the poison tower, and that fire spitter still remaining over there.
Yeah, there's a lot of DPS still there, and 3 multi-inferno towers, they are melting even some dragons, especially since they're already taking quite some damage from the even the single archer tower on the top side. But this means that we have a really high percentage. I feel like that's even the most important thing here. They can still 3-star everything, but they are increasing their percentage even further to push even further ahead compared to Team Queso. And this is a big deal as well, because we have seen this now so many times that you're kind of forcing your opponent into going more risk sometime, because percentage is such an important like win condition for those teams with this hard mode, because 3 stars are always so uncommon overall.
Yeah, but with time running out there, they only gained 3% back. So Team Queso's actually still up by 2%. So 2 buildings in Team Queso's favor. It's not a commanding position, but sometimes it's just enough, especially when we felt like Queso could have maybe lost that advantage there. It's the time running out on Yada actually plays into Queso's favor. So this war is pretty close. Just 2 buildings separating these 2 squads essentially. Man, we got 3 attacks each. This one can still go either way. Definitely one of our closer matches. I feel like we've actually had a lot of close matches today. We haven't really had any like commanding blowouts or anything like that. And that's, I think, what the benefit of hard mode is everything's going to be a lot closer, and these matches are definitely going to be fun to watch. But Wad's going to be up next, and it's going to be another dragon with an RC charge attack here. He's got the haste file on there, and he's setting things up for the RC charge, but he's actually got the queen with the jelly over here on the left. Oh, but the flame flinger is going to go down early.
What? Why did the flame flinger go into the range of the cannon? I'm just what just happened? I'm a little bit confused there. Why the siege ran into the range of that merged cannon? Did you see what happened there?
I didn't. Did the queen, like, maybe it targeted to the left, the top building towards that multi-archer tower, and then wanted to redirect right? I don't know, Itsu. I'm confused also. It looks like Juan is confused as well.
His direction as well. Like, everyone is confused. Okay, maybe chats are always experts, right? Like, chat, do you guys know what just happened with that flame flinger? I'm curious, wondering, because the Flameflinger just straight walked into the range of the cannon, which should obviously not be the case. And there was as well no queen close by, like one of the clones. Like typically this is something which can happen, where one of the queens is getting shot at, like one of the clones, for example, and then the bouncing ball thing from the merged cannon is like bouncing towards the siege. This is something which can happen, but the siege was targeted directly, which makes no sense. So yeah, I can fully understand why he was confused there, because I have no clue what was going on either. And this could really impact the match, yeah.
I rewinded a little bit here. The Expo there took some shots on it, but I still don't know why it was. I think he just put it in at a weird angle, and he put it a little bit too close to the ricochet cannon, I think. Because I think it was originally going to target the Expo that was there, that was adjacent to the ricochet cannon, but it almost seemed like he put it too close and it was just in range. Obviously, I don't know the exact range of that ricochet cannon, but he's scrambling to try to get things as much percentage here, as he's definitely in trouble. That is, man, that's a tough one. Definitely a tough one for Juan.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate there. The siege machine, he was really relying on that to take down the entire bottom left side, to make sure that the backhand is not as powerful anymore. He would have gotten quite a few of those key defenses with the air defense, with the multi-arch tower. The plan, I can totally understand what the concept here was. But as well, Chad is saying that apparently there were some Rico bounces towards the queen, but I saw for sure that the siege itself was targeted as well. So yeah, a little bit weird with the opening, which results in the end to like roughly 65% 2-star attack, which is for sure on the lower side. And with that, if NAVI is now somehow taking advantage of that, which should be possible, I guess, then the entire match would be flipped on its head when it's coming down to the percentage. But maybe NAVI's just able to collect their first 3-star within the match, which would give them an even bigger lead within the comparison after 3 attacks each.
Yeah, okay, so I'm watching the replay now. Sorry, chat's got me all distracted. It was, so the Expo initially got quite a bit of damage on it, and then the clone queen, it ricocheted off the clone queen. Thank you, chat, for your assistance. We appreciate that. But also, it felt like he had a little bit of trouble with his RC charge in there as well. So just kind of a compiling problem of an attack there, as the Flame Flinger didn't work out for him, the queen didn't work out, the Royal Champion didn't work out. He did his best to save it there and get as much percent as possible, but that was very low percent. Now NAVI definitely have the opening that they need, and you definitely don't want to leave too much of an opening for NAVI, as they're usually going to walk right in and take advantage of it.
Yeah, that's typically what they're known for sure. Even though so far most of their attacks were kind of the standards when it comes down to the army compositions that were using once the Mass Dragons and then the Root Riders, which we have seen earlier as well. Now it's back to Klaus, and he's bringing the Root Riders as well. But with the Royal Champion charge and the recall, it seems like we have the classic equipment so far on all of those heroes, and the Royal Champion running into a lot of traps with the haste file, which means she has less protection moving into the back end, but she has more power when it comes down to the DPS. But this is... Could this get any more... How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... I'm like, there's like 6 or even 7 giant bombs. If anything is baited, this is the definition of getting baited.
I think there's 7. It looks like there's 7 silhouettes there for giant bombs. That is exactly what the plan was on this defense. Bait the RC charge from that left side and blow her up with all those giant bombs, and it seems to have worked, as Klaus looks a little frustrated. Hard Mode is getting our attackers really frustrated so far. We saw Juan definitely having some issues, now Klaus having some issues. Let's see if he can get it back on track. They have a little bit of an opening with that 65% from Juan, but this one is already a little bit sideways for Klaus.
Yeah, and I just like looked as well, like there was even the Giga Bomb located on that side. So there were overall 7 giant bombs and the Giga Bomb. Okay, that was like really heavily committing that, okay, this is where people are going to Royal Champion charge into. And I mean, that is just crazy. Can you recover this somehow though? Because we have just seen a 65% attack 2-star from the Team Queso, but NAVI somehow needs to make sure that they're not falling that far behind with a percentage around the same area, because they're already behind on the percentage before this attack. Can they somehow collect and pick up those percentages? Nice recall to have the queen or the hero further on the outside to pick up some more percentages. But first, the tower needs to go down, Bash.
Yeah, I was gonna say, look at the town hall though, Itsu. He's got a few troops in there, but they're taking a lot of damage. It's close. The warden is in there. The warden finally gets the town hall down, so he can safely recall the queen, or redeploy the queen from the recall on the right side. I think he was holding that queen until that town hall was down, which is very smart. So Klaus is struggling here. These attacks for both these squads definitely did not go the way that they were hoping. The warden will be able to get a little bit more buildings, but this one's going to be low. This was a huge opportunity for NAVI to really step up their percentage and take the advantage. They will take the advantage, but it's not going to be by a ton. They could really put up like a 20-point advantage, but instead it's 74%, which is only going to give them a 7% lead. So not the huge opening they may have been hoping for after the misstep from Juan.
And this is always the mind game possibility where like base builders are saying, hey, so you can see our Giga Bomb over here. We trapped this entry. Yep, we trapped it for sure. But did we really? Klaus said, okay, that's a bluff. There is the Giga Bomb, nothing more. And then 7 other giant bombs showed up, not just taking down the Fox, but as well the Royal Champion herself through the ability, which means there's even more hit point recovery. That is crazy. They really committed every single trap when it comes down to like damage ground troops into this area, and it paid off big time because the bluff worked. Because normally it's always, okay, we're putting the Giga Bomb here, then no one will do an attack over there. That just works the way how it is. Like, it's going to be scary enough, but nope, they have fully committed towards that bait, and it worked off wonders. Great defense for them. Still more percentage though than what we have just seen from Team Queso, and this means NAVI is taking the lead on the percentage, at least for a little bit for now.
Yeah, that's good. We've seen some RC baits, but that was the king of RC baits today so far. Joel's gonna be in next, and we got more roots coming in here. One overgrowth does have 3 invises for maybe a Royal Champion charge to recall, and that's exactly what we're gonna see here on the left side. Royal Champion's gonna go in, start to set the funneling, start to set the pathing. She should have a really nice, easy path here to just get a few of these defenses down with her 3 invises.
Yeah, the pathing looks pretty solid overall with the setup, getting the expo, air defense, everything. So then he can enter in from the top left side. Whenever you're approaching bases like this, you typically try to always come in from the back of one of the fire spitters if they're pointing at each other. Because if you would come in from the bottom left side now, you would go in between the fire spitters and would go exactly into the area where they're covering both this area of the base. So that's why he's entering now from the top left side, because this means he only is approaching one of the fire spitters. And that's kind of the best way on how to handle this type of overall setups of bases. Root Riders are now in. He's going straight into the scatter shot and having the healers now in behind. The Queen taking a lot of damage, so I feel like the Root Riders were quite late, but he just wants to make sure that the funnel is set up. But Ash, what do you think? Maybe a little bit too late?
Yeah, maybe, because that Queen just got obliterated. Plus, there's still archers coming out. We got Yetis coming out of the clan castle now. There goes the Warden's ability to protect, which will mitigate some of the damage in the middle, but actually commits the overgrowth there to get rid of the fire spitter as well. But we've seen the merge multi-tower do so much work along with that monolith, but it gets that down finally, so that's going to be some damage off the board. He's still got quite a bit of troops, but they're starting to spread as well, and that once they start spreading, you lose that healing force from those healers. Obviously, the healers are still in there, but it's harder to heal up small groups of troops compared to the one big pack.
Yeah, an invis spell to keep those heroes alive and keep firing on those defenses. The Super Barb on the outside is trying to get some more percentages in there, but it seems like this back generation tower is just a little bit too much to overcome. And again, we're looking right now at an attack which is roughly at this 70-ish% mark. I think with the Royal Champion alive, she should get a couple of more percentage buildings, which would be important. But Bash, there is nothing to take down the buildings on the far right side. This is something so important to always keep like a wizard, some archers, something, because clearing things up or cleaning things up would be so important.
Yeah, he's got, what, 4 or 5 buildings that are kind of free over there. Maybe even 6 if he had a second archer. If you have 1 wizard and an archer over there, that's 6% more. You push this up into the 90s, no problem. The baby dragon will be okay for a little bit. See if the baby dragon can get this storage and then maybe stay out of range of the air defense enough here. Baby dragon's gonna be smart. How much health does it have? That's oh, the baby dragon's full, so maybe the baby dragon will be able to play cleanup here a little bit. Oh no, it's gonna go inside. But again, 5 free buildings sitting right there, Itsu.
Yep, that is really unfortunate. If those buildings would be the difference maker in the end, that would be... I really hope they won't. Remember those, this could be 5 more buildings for Team Queso overall, with like 1 more wizard or like even one super barbarian or something could be the difference maker there. But either way, was a high percentage, so that is solid overall. Wasn't a 3-star, but so far none of the teams have claimed a 3-star, which means percentage is right now the name of the game, and Navi is still struggling a little bit with their recent attacks. They were baited heavily for Klaus. We have seen the attack from Yara, where the Royal Champion did not path away where she was supposed to go. This means the entire core stayed up, and then as well Gaku falling short with the Root Riders. So far they're just not really getting there somehow. I don't know, not really getting into the match. So can they change this though with the next attack now?
And that's just kind of how some of our wars have gone. There's just been a little bit of defensive struggles where teams have just been having a hard time against these bases. Kazuma's going to come in next. It's going to be Root Riders. I do see 1 bat spell in there, so we'll have to see where that's kind of utilized. But let's see what's going on here. It's going to be our Royal Champion, charge into Root Riders. Doing a great job setting this up. We got stars on cam, but Kazuma attacking with it. That's okay. That's not a big deal. It's all about the value from this Royal Champion and the Spirit Fox.
Yeah, and it's all about getting those timings right. So far, it's looking quite solid. Getting the Royal Champion further into the base. Another Invis spell is invested. And again, this is like the one thing which base builders have to be take into consideration. Those builder huts. Yes, they're not like the strongest when it comes down to damage output, but it's just really nice to have this hit point recovery on the buildings, and it just means the Royal Champ takes a bit longer to get through all of those buildings, for example. The haste is activated, but right now, Royal Champ is chasing the other Royal Champ, but maybe it wasn't even that bad, depending on where the entry point for his Root Riders are.
Yeah, it might have pulled her back a little bit. He does get the Poison Tower to throw there, so it might not be the end of the world there for it. And honestly, I don't think it would have really messed with too much. Even if she would have went right, she would have just went into the Poison Tower multi-Inferno, excuse me. But I think he's fine here. Log Launcher's going to go in towards that Monolith, opening things up for the Queen so she can sneak in there and get the Monolith down along with those Clan Castle troops. Ice Golem in with all the Root Riders, along with those balloons coming in as well. Triple Ice Golem, Headhunter, Clan Castle. That's pretty standard as the Monolith is down. Kazuma's got a pretty strong start, just needs to collapse that funnel on the right side. No overgrowths in the comp, so he's got to really just cut that side off or risk those Root Riders going around the Town Hall here. They could push back towards the center, though, with the Multi and Poison Towers there as well.
And it seems like that he's just going in for the back end with the Minion Prince. Now it's like a small Minion Prince charge. Black Mine hitting the Minion Prince, which is not the end of the world, because remember, with the pants he can recover a lot of hit points. But this otherwise looks not too bad if the town is going down. I mean, at this point, this is like my biggest fear of the town not going down, because remember, Root Riders on their own and not dealing too much damage. But wait, the King on defense is crawling behind those Root Riders. The town still has to go down.
Yeah, Queen's trying to make her way through. She's beating on the wall. The Expo is working on those roots. The Queen's clones are fading. The Queens are starting to fade here. The Max Queen is going to finally break through the wall here. The main Queen, I should say, not the clone. Diggy's going to come up and stun the Town Hall. Queen should have Town Hall under control, but also there's still that far compartment there and the King guarding it. He's going to come over and grab that Poison Tower. Has a couple archers over there on the left to grab that percent. It is into the 90s here. Remember, Navi were already up by 7% coming into this attack, and the last attack for Joel was at 89%, so they're going to look to push their lead even further. It may not triple, it might actually, oh no, it's time. It was really just a time fill there. He had just the bomb tower. That's 96%, and that's the closest one we've had yet.
Yeah, and that was just a beautiful plan, let's be honest. I mean, just as well identifying on the back end that there was only the one air defense covering the defending merged cannons, I believe it was, at the top side. So tanking the air defense with the bats, making sure that he can take down the entire flank with the Minion Prince was a really nice move. And as well, the part with the Lock Launcher and the Queen from the bottom side worked out really nicely for him. In the end, it was just the problem of the Royal Champion going down too early with the Root Riders. And as soon as the Royal Champion is going down, and you have no hero behind, like you have no DPS source, those Root Riders are not doing much, and that is a big problem. But we're up in the next attack, and we're back to the Root Riders this time around, though, with the, I would say, more classic approach, because I don't see a lock launcher, the more common equipments overall, I would say.
And with that attack from Kazuma, it was a 7% difference, so that pushes their lead up to 14%. Remember, Amchatino struggled in the first war for Queso, only putting up a 77% 2-star, so he's definitely going to need to push that one higher. We already see Navi, even if they don't triple, they're always, well, I shouldn't say always, because they did have one low one, they're generally near 90%, if not above 90% on their attacks. So Amchatino needs to get a high percentage attack to give Team Queso a chance here.
Yeah, I think his biggest problem right now is that the Monolith stayed alive. I mean, he lost the Fox early on, which has caused him to use way more invisibility spells than he would have liked to. And this Monolith non-stop firing, this will give him a rough time, I think, because nothing really is targeting it. Right now, everything is pathing around it. The funnel at the top side is not done just yet, because the Queen and the Siege Barracks took some time. But the troops have to go towards the core and help that Royal Champion to survive.
Yeah, and she's getting frozen there, getting caught up. The Roots are going to cut in towards the Town Hall now, but we've talked about it plenty of times. Those Roots really don't deal a ton of damage to the Town Hall. They'll just kind of be in there and tank those shots. World Champion finally coming off those Ice Golems. She's going to be able to help get this Town Hall down. Meanwhile, the Yetis and the heroes up top are doing a great job, but that Monolith is still in the back, just dishing out non-stop damage to all these troops. World Champion is back near full health, though, after popping her ability. King still got quite a bit of health, or ability, excuse me, which will give him some health, and Queen is at full. This has got a chance here, Itsu. It's got to get past these last few defenses.
Yeah, that's for sure. If the one Root Rider is staying alive for the Archer Queen, that would be crazy cool, because this would mean that he's opening up the compartments for her, and she doesn't have to go through any walls. Right now, he is like, at this point, I would just have to watch and enjoy the show, because he can't deploy anything anymore. And we are just now waiting if this is going to face out or not. DIZI might come in clutch. Right now, the Warden is tanking. He is on the edge of his seat, quite literally. But can this work?
Oh, that storage is a problem, Itsu. How much health does that storage have? Oh, the Queen just goes between the Skellies and the Ricochet Cannon. She's finally going to get through the Ricochet Cannon. That might have cost her, though. What? Oh, my goodness, the Skellies cost the Queen. What? She goes down. 96%. He's running out of time. He might have enough here, but time is not going to allow this to triple. He will have a high percentage attack, which will give Team Queso a chance, but they're going to need a defense against Navi. It's 97%. Man, those air skellies actually cost that one, as the Queen got taken out by the Ricochet Cannon.
No shot. The bottom compartment was even open. The Queen could have just walked in there and get the storage for free after that. But really, this back and forth between the healer, like the skeletons attacking the healers and the cannon, has really cost him, as you said it. But this, in the end, it's a really solid percentage, which obviously a 3-star would have been way better. But still, this is putting pressure on Navi, and they need a really high percentage now. Do you have the numbers right now? What exactly they need? I'm just having
I have the lead at 14%. So that would mean Navi would need 84%. Oh, no, 86%. It's a tie. 87% to win, right? Yeah. If my numbers are right.
Okay, so it's a roughly like something like that. But which is still a really high percentage. We have not seen many of those high percentages in this matchup. And, well, who is the last to attack for Navi? It is Stars, if I remember correctly. Which, I mean, today he did fail. Before that, in the Swiss stage, he did go 3 out of 3. So I hope that he can deliver today, because this will be the moment to show up, to carry his team then into the next match in the upper bracket. And he is in. What is he going in with? It is the... Okay, 14. Some people like to bring 11 invis, okay? But, I mean, that is just for beginners. Navi, Stars, 14 invisibility spells. Okay, go for it.
All right, I think since Amchatino was at 97 and the lead was 14, I think it's 84% too to win, actually. We'll see what Stars does here. Let's just see what the attack happens, and then we'll do all the math. We'll run all the numbers then. But he's going in with all the invises in the world. World Champion going to try to charge out 84% by herself with 14 invisibility spells. Stars is laid it all on the line. If the Royal Champion can gut out as much of this base and set up these dragons, he can help his team advance to the next round and the upper bracket. If not, they will go down to the lower bracket and have to scrounge their way through some fierce competition on the brink of elimination. She's going for the Town Hall now, but no rage in there. It's just gonna have to use her ability to get the Town Hall down.
Yeah, and he's just keep trying to skip those buildings to really maximize the value of the Royal Champion and her Royal Champion charge. She's about to get down the merged cannon, the merged defense, and he has to bring the race tower, the race aura, because let's be honest, time is an issue. If you're charging with 14 invisibility spells, time is for sure an issue, and he's trying to delay that vulnerability for as long as possible because he's starting to use the minion prince ability first and then the vulnerability as he's moving into the back end. Wait a second. Is he? I think he's just running the healing tome with the rage gem.
Yeah, I think so as well. I don't think it was an eternal tome. It looks like they're healing up there. Yeah, I want to say it's healing tome there on the warden, but he's running the percentage up 70%. Pretty much we just need to see 90% to secure it. Let's see what he can do. I'm pretty sure it's 84% will win, 83 or 84%. But if you get to 90, it's for sure guaranteed. There's some free buildings up top. He's got one Valkyrie. He's got 80% locked in. Minion Prince is working. He's got Angry Jelly on the Prince, so no Phoenix there. Once he gets that Fire Spitter down, it's going to free up a few more buildings, and I think Navi have done it. I think they're going to take down Team Queso in this nail-biter of a war.
Yep, and since Master, he is always right with those numbers. And Carbon said it's 84% to win, so I would just trust this man when it's coming down to those numbers. Easy, and this means Stars is getting that victory with this 3-star. With 25 seconds left, I'm not sure if he's going to claim the 3-star overall, but with the 2-star and the percentage, he's going to win this match for his team. But what a crazy match. I mean, 10 on percentage. I guess someone was right long time ago. 2-star win wars.
The old classic 2 stars win wars. And who would have thought after last year's meta, where we started with a speed meta and then things slowed down just a little bit, but it was still almost a perfect war meta, that now we are at 2 stars win wars meta. Kind of crazy to think about, but Navi get the job done with a nail-biter of an attack from Stars.
Yes, nice job to them getting into the next round of the upper bracket. And I mean, saying the upper bracket at this point is just the most important thing. But as well with the next matchup, it won't get any easier whatsoever at this point. I mean, the bracket is just crazy stacked as well in this upper bracket. But we can see the final numbers. We had some close attacks. I would say that Kazuma was for sure the closest overall. Even though Tortino, with the time fail, was more like a power fight, I assume, with the queen going down. But still, Kazuma's attack was, in my opinion, just amazing. In the end, was a time fail for him. And, I mean, this match was just crazy. 10-10 in the end.
Yeah, but that goes to show just how hard mode is. I think a lot of people would say that Navi are some of the best attackers in the world. Team Queso, some of the best attackers in the world. Team Queso, I mean, both these squads have former world champions on their teams. So well-seasoned vets. It's not like these are just new players coming in and trying to figure out hard mode. This hard mode is no joke. We've seen that time and time again today, and that continues to be the theme as we get 10-10. Team Queso will go down to the lower bracket. They're not eliminated, but they will be fighting for their tournament life tomorrow, whereas Navi, they're going to move forward in the upper bracket and have that extra life still hanging on there.
That's right, and I think Carbon is ready with, well, not a 3-star, but a couple of highlights of that last match.
Thank you, Itsu. Yes, we're going to take a look at a few moments from this match that made the difference. So this first one is going to start with that Flame Flinger. We were going back and forth and figuring out what happened to the Flame Flinger at the bottom left, but let's zoom in and take a look at it with this Ricochet Cannon. So look at this. It's hitting the Queen, pops the ability, and then the Ground Expo for a little bit skips, but then the Clone Queen right there is having the Ricochet Cannon bounce onto the Flame Flinger and not able to get that value. So we were really confused. Why did it go down so quick? Is because of the bouncing effect of the Ricochet Cannon and then that Queen ability being forced right there. So we have another one to break down, which is from the other side, which was Klaus's attack. And this comes down to the base building. And this is all about preparing for your opponent and trying to test for the entry and trying to bait a certain attack and getting the Royal Champion. So in Klaus's attack here, the Royal Champion charged from the far left, and Itsu talked about typically when there's a Giga Bomb, that might mean there's not also giant bombs, but that wasn't the case here. So for this base, they were like, okay, we're assuming they're going to go into the Giga Bomb, okay, absorb some damage, but you know what? Let's put all the traps here, and Klaus coming in, can't do anything with, look at this, Giant Bomb 1, Giant Bomb 2, there was a third one, then there was the Giga Bomb, then the RC gets pulled to the bottom, even more Teslas pop, and then get ready for the rest of the giant bombs, and down she goes. 1, 2, 3, every single one is there, and then Klaus had to adapt, and that's when it came down to the base design and testing. They were probably seeing people were coming in with entry into that section. They baited it and were able to successfully stop Klaus right there. So great 2 examples here to show how defenses and small things will make a difference in a match. Bash, what a crazy series of events that just happened between those 2 attacks.
Yeah, that war was crazy good. As we take a look at our updated bracket, NAVI secure their spot in the upper bracket finals. They will play against the winner of our next matchup, Synchronic Gaming and HTM Esports. Meanwhile, Team Queso go down to play Team Elektros tomorrow. Our first matchup tomorrow will be an elimination matchup. And the loser of Synchronic versus HTM will go down to play Team Elevate as well. So that's how our bracket is shaping up. And after a long day of wars, Carbon, it is shaping up really, really nicely.
Yeah, we've got an incredible amount of matches still to come in. They're all going to be great. We've seen some crazy attacks, and then we've seen some 1-stars and things that happen that you just feel like you can't explain. But this next match is another upper bracket. So if you lose, you're not eliminated. You still have that chance. Defending world champions right here. Synchronic Gaming. We've got Leo, Mark, Philip, Einstein, and General X. And if you notice, next to Mark's name, he is 0 for 5, but that doesn't include today because he did get a triple earlier. But their opponents is probably one of the teams that is the hottest right now, HTM.
Yeah, HTM came out firing. They were almost 3 for 3 on their first attacks. Max, Crispy, Spiz, Van, Ghost. This squad is ready to play, and they're showing that here today. You look at their hit rates, that top line, 3 for 10, 2 for 10, 4 for 10, 3 for 10, 5 for 10. They have really solid hit rates. Really, it doesn't feel like they have like a weak part of this team. I don't want to say weak part because none of these teams really have weak parts, but no one is really struggling at the current moment, where we've seen in some teams, some players are just struggling to get that triple in hard mode. We're already in. Max is going to start us off with some Root Riders, and this seemed to be their favorite strategy of that first war. All 5 of their attacks were Root Riders. Remember, Max started us off with a 3-star on his very first attack.
Without Warden charging his way right into the multi-archer tower. The owl helps provide a little bit of protection, but it goes down as Warden, under that rage, is charging in. The healers, okay, you need to get raged up to keep that Warden safe. And then you got to get those Root Riders moving through. Time will be ticking because time fails are back now ever since the hard mode has come through. As Headhunters is now down at least 1 there for the Royal Champ, so the Warden can continue to step in and grab that multi. And healers, oh, that was close. Do not transfer away from that Warden.
Yeah, that would be devastating, but he's doing actually a really good job here. If he can get all these surrounding buildings out and not have to deal with that Giga Bomb, that's going to be a huge factor on this attack. He's going to go ahead and pull the Warden with the Queen and the Root Riders. And he's got a long way to go all the way across this base, but he's also supporting this with all 3 of those heroes. Meanwhile, the King's going to come in over on the left-hand side. He didn't really get the tanking from that skeleton spell I think he was hoping for, as the Ricochet Cannon bounces off, as targeting the King along with that Minion Prince as well. The King's going to go ahead and throw the spiky ball right into the middle of that base. He needs to get some of those defenses down so all those roots stay in the middle and keep getting healed.
And there is the overgrowth into the core as he's continuing this push through with the rage. Didn't notice those druids are there to help. but we do have the Warden still has his ability, waiting patiently to use it. When is that ability finally now going off and actually protected basically all the troops?
Yeah, like every single troop, aside from that one giant over there, it felt like was in that Warden's internal tome, which is beautiful. Queen goes to ability. She's got to get that merged multi-tower down. That thing is so mean in hard mode. Not to mention she's got a fire spitter on her. Now she's doing the old hit the skelly, hit the defense trick. That's not working out too well for her. She's taking down. Royal Champion goes to Phoenix, and this one is starting to fade really quickly as there's more Teslas and ricochet cannons over on the right side. I don't know if Max has got enough gas in the tank. He does have a rage, but he doesn't have any more healing support.
Yeah, pushing through that scatter, finally goes down. Rage is probably up here into the ricochet cannon. There you go. But we'll have to deal with the defensive king. A few Yetis, but no other hero alive other than his Warden, which just goes down right there. And it's going to be in the 80s here for Max and HTM. Nice try there, but 85%, still a solid percent in hard mode. But it's a defense for Mark, and the winner of this match will be advancing to take on none other than NAVI. They are waiting in the upper bracket finals, and you win that, you're in the grand finals. You get closer and closer, having a shot at trying to win the world's warm-up. So Max, nice try right there. Not able to pull off the triple, but we still have plenty of attacks to come in with.
I just love that we have player cams because, like, as he knew that failed, you could see his like hand motion is like, oh shucks. Max is such a good sport about it. Man, it's really fun having player cams, getting to see those live reactions. It's one of the best things in Clash of Clans esports, because you know when something went wrong when you see the player reacting, or if it's part of the plan. You kind of called that out earlier. The player isn't really reacting, so that's probably what they were trying to do. So it's one of those cool little things that we take for granted sometimes, but I don't know. I always love the player cams.
Oh, I love it too. You always get some funny celebrations too. You get to see the raw emotion, or even just you get to see where they're playing Clash, or where they're kind of, if they're in the room or if they're out and about somewhere else. You never know. Everyone is all over the place, and that's the beautiful thing about Clash of Clans. It's mobile, and you can play anywhere in the world. But now Einstein is coming in with the classic Fireball. He loves this attack here, wants to get that value with the Fireball. Will he try to go for a Clan Castle with 2 Earthquakes? Oh, no. He's going to go for outside building value and then just let this Warden charge his way right on through, and then eventually probably pass some healers. Yep, right on top of him.
Great use of that Rocket Loon, catching 2 Seeking Air Mines. And he's actually going to pair up the Warden with the Queen here. A lot of times with these Rocket Loon attacks, you're going to let the Warden just walk by himself, but he's going to pair the Warden up with the Queen. Does have a little bit of a hodgepodge of other accessory troops as well. A couple of Yetis in there, got a couple baby dragons in there, Valkyrie. So a lot of troops just kind of support the push, but this Queen, she's under a lot of pressure early. She's going to need those healers to swap over, and they do. That'll help her out a little bit as he opens up towards the monolith there with that super wall breaker.
Warden, Queen working together into the monolith slowly. We have spitters that are pointing towards the top side, not at the angle of the hero approach down here. So he doesn't have to deal with those defenses at the moment. There's the King's Giant Gauntlet getting the splash value right onto those defenses, with now Rocket Loons and a Blimp to solo into the Town Hall. Yep, and the Gigabomb is there, activates, but it activated before the Yetis got deployed out of the Blimp.
They're gonna go ahead. Ooh, are they gonna get the Town Hall? Yeti bites. Okay, there we go. They were struggling for a second. They were spinning in the tornado, but they do finally get the Town Hall, and they get that merged multi-tower, which is a beautiful combination for a Yeti Blimp. A couple Rocket Loons out in front was perfect. Now look at the Queen and the Warden right there. They are working so well. They're gonna have to fight off these ice golems, but with no defenses there, this is looking really good. A minute 15, he's still got a rage, still got Royal Champion and an Invis. He's gonna go ahead and rage up that Royal Champion. The Spirit Fox should make her invisible any second. She goes invisible. This is looking good for Einstein.
Oh man, that Spirit Fox invisibility timing was perfect. Hopefully the Headhunter does not... Oh wait, the RC went invisible yet again. The timing is fantastic, but now she will go down to the defensive King. The Headhunter is actually hitting the storage because the King was invisible, so the Headhunter did not switch targets there. Then eventually will push off to the King. With 40 seconds left, really the only threat is a time. That's really the only thing left. Time is the biggest threat other than defending King there. Oh my goodness, bye-bye healers.
The King might be enough. The King might be enough to slow this down because he's got to get to the storage and then he's got those 4 buildings up top.
The King's like, chase me.
5 buildings. Yeah, the King's climbing above, all through the walls. And there's 5 buildings up top that I don't know that he's got enough time. It's really close. Einstein is close to a triple. Go.
He can reach them all. The minions there. Oh, he's celebrating. And he one-shots it. Oh. Wow. Einstein delivering. The first attack is a 3-star, and they know how important every 3-star is. And to get it with the first attack, you can take a deep breath. That puts pressure onto HTM, but HTM has been delivering a lot of 3-stars throughout this entire competition of the Open Qualifiers into the Swiss stage and now into the playoffs. They have been looking as one of the strongest teams so far, but now their backs are up against the wall here with that first triple coming in from Einstein, and Spiz is looking to deliver with the roots of his own. Warden does not have the fireball. Starts off with that Royal Champ, gonna make her invisible, charging her way right on through. Let's see how much value she get. Hopefully she doesn't get pulled to a wrong section that he's not planning.
Remember, all 5 of their attacks in the first war were the Root Riders, whether it was the Warden into Fireball roots or the Spirit Charge into roots. They used nothing but roots in that first war, and they put up some really, really good percents. I think they just had 1 low attack, which was the final clutch attack of the war, where Ghost only needed a 2-star. So HTM Esports love these Root Riders with the Valkyries, whether it's the combination with the Warden or that Royal Champion there. This is definitely their go-to strategy thus far. It's going to go ahead and set everything up and push it all in. And he's got a long way to go, but with that overgrowth, we've seen that time and time again redirect traffic and get the roots to go exactly where they need them.
There's the Minion Prince now getting deployed, pushing his way right on through into the core. To be able to wait on to this Warden build as late as possible as a Raw Champ now comes back. She's got almost no health, but still has her ability. That will be very helpful. We continue our way to the middle, and Super Minions coming out of the clan castle from his own siege barracks, but defending ice golems are there. He pairs in with an overgrowth on the left to help try to funnel them to the top, and then eventually back to this town hall, but the clan castle on the defensive side is slowing him down.
Yeah, I thought he might go with the overgrowth on the top side. I guess the top side, bottom side were about the same, but it felt like the top side had more defenses to lure them away. They need to cut back in towards the town hall, and really those defenses are going to act like breadcrumbs, pushing them to the top. But the Minion Prince is actually going to come over and start taking pot shots at the town hall. We'll see if he has enough to take it down, and I think he just might with those metal pants protecting him. Oh wait, he gets pushed off. He's on the King. That town hall is like 1 shot, Carbon, and someone needs to hit the town hall and take it down.
Town hall, go down. Town hall is being built. It's being repaired. Town hall, Minion Prince, Phoenix, go for it. What are you doing?
No
way. No, not like this. Not like this. No. What? The town hall's getting repaired. It's like it was 1 HP, not anymore. The Super Barb is trying to come in. The Super Barb in a dream. Super Barb in a dream. Can he do it? No, too much HP.
The Barbarian King, the OP air defense, lured the Phoenix, lured the Minion Prince. You can see the frustration on Spiz's face. That town hall was 1 shot, but the Barbarian King draws the Ascension. The sweeper pushes the Minion Prince away, and the town hall doesn't fall down. It is a 1-star, a devastating 1-star for HTM Esports, and they fall way behind against Synchronic.
That is just devastating. 71% 1-star. When your opponent has a 3-star against you. Now, everything is going to be such a difficult task to make a comeback from that, because you not only have to get a triple to bring yourself back from the 2-star, then you got to get your triple again to tie up that 3-star, and then you got to go again to try to win on percentage, because they are probably going to be leading in that category. So at this point, now HTM just got to hope for a 1-star against them to answer that.
That was so unlucky, dude. Like, literally, the Town Hall was one shot there. The Phoenix was right there attacking the King. Just needed to, like, splash over and hit the Town Hall. The Minion Prince was right there. That sweeper. I'm flabbergasted for him. That's unfortunate, Spiz. But bounce back. But Philip can really look to put this war away now. Look at this one. We got rocket balloons with dragons. We haven't really seen this combination. We do have the 11 invis for that RC charge. We've seen plenty of that. But let's see if Philip can really put Synchronic in the lead here with another 3-star.
Tassel's popping up, pulling the Royal Champion a little bit. Still has her ability. Going invis yet again onto that multi-arch tower. Now she comes back to the other. Invis again. Giant bomb, giant bomb, giant bomb everywhere. Pops her ability. Continues into the multi-target Inferno. And she continues to the other multi. Man, he's got 2 more invises. Where is he going to path on this? To the Monolith? If he does, oh no, he goes to the Ground Expo. So he can go get the Ground Expo and then an air defense, but does have the Phoenix. So when she dies, she'll come back to life to get some additional value.
Yeah, but she was fighting the Queen there, lost some of the shots. I think getting the air defense will be huge there. Gonna go ahead and get the Ricochet cannon. There is that bomb tower up top, just in case for pathing, for defense pathing. Rocket Balloon's gonna come and take out that air defense. It's got Electro Dragon on the bottom side here. Does have the 2 sweepers facing outward from the Town Hall, so he's gonna elect to try to go kind of behind them with the dragons. Early Warden ability to protect the Battle Blimp to make sure it lands in there. Battle Blimp's gonna go ahead and land. Freezes the Town Hall. We got Yeti and some more rocket balloons coming out. Just need those Yeti mites to bounce in and take down the Town Hall, but that Town Hall is still standing. There it goes. Finally falls from the Yeti mites.
Finally goes down, still has that Queen. But that Royal Champion that was with the Phoenix ended up finishing off the Ricochet cannon to the right side. Ended up finishing off the enemy Queen as well, which means that his Queen can stay alive to the right and get fantastic value as he continues to push these dragons into the core. That Royal Champion with the Phoenix was just so clutch in getting that value. But unfortunately, these dragons will get pulled off to the Ice Golem over here, not go into the scatter shot. So that's going to be a little annoying there, but he will have to come back into the core with a Minion Prince ability to try to help. Now would be a great ability. Perfect. There you go.
He was thinking on the same page as you there, Carbon. He's got 1 dragon working up top, cleaning up some of those buildings. He got the bomb tower down along with that elixir collector. He's got to get to the scatter shot and the monolith. That's the main threats here in the middle of the base. The Queen's going to work her way to the outside. The Minion Prince does not have Phoenix. Remember, that was on Royal Champion. So he's got to get all this stuff down before that Minion Prince and the dragons get taken out, because nothing really has access to it, and time is starting to take away here. Minion Prince catches the Seeking Air Mine. It's just the angry Jelly in there. I don't know if he's going to have anything to get over to that last compartment. I think this may be a time fail for Philip, as that Queen is not going to be able to reach those last few buildings.
This is why you got to upgrade your walls. You never know, as you got to continue to push through. The Queen's beating through different sets of walls, but it doesn't have the time. 98% 2-star there for Philip. But their first attack for Synchronic was a 3. Second one's a 98% 2. And then you give up a 1-star on defense. Yes, Synchronic Gaming is looking like they're definitely heavily in the lead at the moment in this match. HTM's got to triple out and then hope for some defenses, because it's not looking good for them. But remember, this is the upper bracket. If you lose, you get sent down to the lower bracket, and then you would have to face Elevate. But if you win, you're gonna have to face none other than a team called NAVI, if you've ever heard of them. You know, just in case, if you're not familiar, they're waiting in the upper bracket finals there.
I mean, but if you, either way, you go to the upper bracket, you're facing former world champions Navi. You go to the lower bracket, you're essentially facing former world champions and Elevate. It's a tough situation to be in, but Synchronic Gaming, they're here like, we are the world champions. Bring it on, baby. We'll take on all comers. And they are up big. They're up 2 stars and 38% already. Van needs a triple in the worst way here. He had that 98% time fail in their last war using the Root Rider strategy. It looks like he's going to set up the Root Rider Fireball with 3 Earthquakes. Does have plenty of invises to set this one up, but Van has to get a triple on the board for his squad right now.
I mean, it's crazy to think that it's like, what, more than half the teams remaining are world champs? you know,
Wow.
that are like from previous or the current world champions. That's absolutely wild to think about. Yeah, more than that's just how it is.
Yeah, 3
They're
out of
the
our
best
6.
of the best. Yeah, they're
that's-
here. Let's see.
That's,
Root Riders
it's interesting
and
to
that
think
fireball.
about. Good fireball lands in there on the Rage Tower. Gonna go ahead and bring in the Queen. She's gonna take out some of those defenses and then pull that Warden along with her down towards the bottom side. Gonna have a nice path towards the Town Hall, towards the Monolith, towards that merged multi-defense. He's got really great pathing on this one. He's gonna use that troop launcher to go ahead and launch in some barrels. Remember, it's gonna have some giants in there, some wall breakers, some barbarians, some archers, but also one of his clan castle troops every time. And it looks like he's got some yetis popping out of there. So a great combination to pair in there just to help support the push towards the Town Hall.
As all these archers come out to defending Clan Castle, quite annoying, but he continues to push right into the core towards that Town Hall. Does find a tornado trap, but the King is on the outside, running around with that snake bracelet, trying to get all of that value. Well, now he passes away straight to the Town Hall. That goes down. We'll activate the Giga Bomb, but we still have the Queen ability with a handful of freezes. When does he use that freezes onto the Ricochet Cannon at the top?
He's got 2 of them, so he can elect to use them one after another. Queen did go to ability there. Magic Mirror cloning up. There goes the King's giant, or spiky ball rather, sending the spiky ball through. Queen's under a lot of pressure. The Queen actually goes down. The freeze came in a little bit late, missing the target. The Queen's already down. The King's down. And this one just all but disappeared all at once here for Van. It was looking really promising there for a second, but now it's all gone. And HTM chances are fading even quicker.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Van. Gonna fall short, lower percent as well. But with Synchronic having the 1 3-star and a 98% too, it's all but looking good for them. HTM just gotta cross their fingers and hope at this point. This is the last match here today, as we will have more matches and crown the champion tomorrow. So you do not want to miss any of that as well. Still have plenty of attacks to come in, and anything can happen. We've seen crazier things happen in a match like this. So you have to stay focused. Even though you have the star or multiple star lead at this point, you have to be able to still bring, at this point for Synchronic, 2 stars. They will be looking good, and they're trying to do exactly that. It is a tie war in terms of stars, but Synchronic has 1 less attack used. So even if they get a 2-star, then they'll jump up to 7 stars. If they get a 3, then they're going to be up 3 with the same amount of attacks used. And that is like an impossible feat to come back in this hard mode.
Yeah, it's gonna be, I mean, at this point it's gonna be really hard for HTM to come back. I mean, they're already down huge on percent, already down 2 stars. It's really not their war so far, but that's also like the difference between each matchup. And we've seen teams just play other teams better, some play worse, and just the bases are just a big factor here. As HTM kind of had a really strong showing in their first war, and now struggling against these Synchronic bases. And Synchronic are kind of known for their bases being very tough, and we're seeing that right now. Leo's going to be up next for Synchronic, and it's going to be another rocket balloon attack. We got 5 invises along with the 2 earthquakes to help set up this Grand Warden's fireball. He's going to have a lot of value if he can push this fireball in. It'll be interesting to see if he goes all the way in towards the CC, or maybe just towards that bow or even fire spitter there. I think he's going to go for the bow and take out the scatter and all that stuff right there. Yeah, right there. Quick fireball allows him to take a little bit of pressure off the Warden, and now he can focus on setting up the rest of the attack.
With that Warden continuing into the enemy world champion, taking her down. Headhunter to help assist. Continuing up towards the top side in this type of attack, you want to leave that Warden by himself. You do not want that Warden to join in with anything else. He's got a solo on his own and clear the top side, while your King, Queen, and Royal Champion, they could then go together in a different portion of the space. Yes, he's got that Rage Gem with that Warden, but that Rage Gem is really mainly to help the healers keep that Warden up. Plus, you will be able to damage things quicker and be able to try to get through things. As the Blimp makes its way off towards the Town Hall to try to secure that, finds the Sticky Mine, unfortunately does not land in the same compartment as this Town Hall. Hopefully the Yeti Mice can jump and remove the Town Hall.
Yeah, there shouldn't be an issue with the Rage spell down. The Yeti Mites bounce over, take that Town Hall down. pull out those clan castle troops, and then he's going to pull them down to the bottom for the queen to go ahead and deal with those rocket balloons and the ice golems as well out of the clan castle. Poison spell will help out. Here comes the king, and did the warden go down on the top side? Is that why we got healers coming down? I think the grand warden is taken out on the top side, so it's going to be on the king and queen now.
Yeah, that warden up top went down, so now the healer's trying to heal up his own king, making his way down around this base. But only a minute 12 left. There's so much he still has to remove of this base to have a chance to be able to 3-star, but he knows, well, 3-star might be out of the question. He's got to at least get as much percent for that 2-star to help Synchronic, since they've got quite a bit of a lead here. Still has some hero abilities with the World Champ now coming in from the top, pairing in a Skeleton Spell to provide the distraction. Rocket Loon off the right, still even has 8 more Rocket Loons to use for a section of the base.
Yeah, tons of Rocket Loons, but not a ton of time. 40 seconds remaining, and still 35% of the base remaining. This is going to be tough, but at this point, Synchronic can kind of get away with those safe 2-stars. They really need HTM to force the issue. HTM's going to have to get a triple to make Synchronic kind of have to buckle down and really go for those higher percent 3-star attacks, because really Synchronic are just in the commanding position right now. I think the intention here wasn't like to try to take it easy. I'm trying to be clear there, but with the time ticking out here, Leo's not stressing things, as he is still going to get this one up to what, 85% as he finishes this up. Still a very respectable attack.
I mean, the 84% is still above 2 of HTM's attacks, which were in the 70s. So that is still a good percentage to be at, even though it's a fail into the 2 stars. So obviously want to get as high a percent as possible, but Synchronic is in the driver's seat. There's only 2 attacks left for each side, so the best HTM can get, if they're already currently at 5, well, that would be 11. And then Synchronic, they still have 2 more. They could get there a lot easier. They could 2-star their way to 11, but percent is also still on their side. So HTM is going to have to try to get 3 triples, but that's not possible with the remaining attacks left, Bash, right?
Yeah, I see the numbers swirling around your head.
Right.
Yeah, it checks out. Crispy's coming in next with the Root Riders. And they're trailing by 45%, so it's a pretty tough lead to overcome. But if some mistakes happen for Synchronic somehow, it could happen. Royal Champion's going to go ahead and start charging her way into this base. She's going to take out that Ricochet Cannon, take out the Scatter Shot, also dealing damage to the enemy Royal Champion as well. Recalls her back into his pocket, so he'll have her for later. He's going to set up this Root Rider charge right through the middle of the base. Does have that one overgrowth to direct traffic as well, and that's what we saw Crispy do in that first war, and they had a lot of success with this. This was definitely their go-to, and he was the second attacker and got the 3-star on the board early in the war for them.
Yeah, the Root Rider's down, moving in with the balloons out in front. Minion Prince trying to help Path out in front as the balloon pulls that Seeking Air Mine. Now the Queen's clearing the bottom side, as now beautiful Warden ability would be used. There you go. Warden ability right through where the Town Hall, the Spitter, now pathing to the other Spitter as the Siege Barracks does open up with some Hogs and Valkyries as the Queen continues her way down to the bottom side into that multi-archer tower, but he does decide to pair in a Rage up towards the top side Monolith.
Yeah, lots of value in there for that Rage with those troops working through, but they're also getting destroyed. The Royal Champion's trying to fight off that enemy King, which is holding things up. We've seen Kings just really be strong defenses, holding troops up in the middle of bases. And this one is fading again. He still has a little bit of troops there on the bottom side, but that back end compartment is going to be so tough for him to overcome. Phoenix is going to catch a Seeking Air Mine there in the middle. The Warden's going to come over to the Roots. I guess the Roots do still have the healers on him, which is nice, and he still has Queen ability, but there's so many strong defenses on the base. More Roots are falling one by one. One Root remains, and this is going to be another defense. Synchronic's base is too OP for HTM in this war.
Synchronic's bases are another level. They're one of the best base builders in the world. They've won the World Championship for a reason, because of their bases help defend, and they're doing it again right here. Great job in, upper bracket finals. NAVI versus Synchronic. That is going to be an absolutely insane match. Can't get ahead of ourselves too quickly here, but it's kind of looking likely that that's what's about to happen. with the 1-star from HTM and a 3-star that did indeed come in from Synchronic. So it's currently, well, 7-7 yet again, but Synchronic is down in attack, so they'll have an extra attack to use. And when we're thinking about the teams remaining of teams like NAVI, we have Synchronic, we have Elevate, who in the Swiss stage went 0-3, turned it around, won 3 in a row. And we have also, I believe, what, Team Queso, a Team Elektros. All these teams are so well known. We've seen them over the years, and it just proves how good they are. They keep coming back to these tournaments over and over. They just are another level above the other competition.
Yeah, there's a reason we see the same players coming back and back again. It's that consistency, it's the work, it's the team chemistry these teams have. It's not a coincidence that we see these same teams coming back because they just put in so much work. It is a bit of a tall task to train to be a pro player because you have to test bases. And whenever an update comes out, you have to adjust to that update. Like this last one with the new hard mode changes, such a big shift for all of these players. And we're seeing that. I mean, we've seen that throughout all of our tournaments so far this season, community tournaments, or even our warm-up tournament here, where that hard mode has just played such a big factor in shifting things and making things much more difficult, and the teams have to adjust. General X is coming in next. It is going to be Rocket Balloons, the MVP of last season's World Championships. The General coming in with some rockets and an early fireball. Yeah, he goes with a very early fireball. Nice, setting things up.
Yeah, uses that early invis to the outside, gets the fireball to land pretty close to where the warden is. Not trying to launch that fireball too deep into the base, but it was General X that the last time, it was that little Tesla that made his fireball go to the outside of the base. You know, he doesn't want to be reminded of it, but, I mean, he went in with it so quick that I couldn't even say anything of, like, could even provide a possibility for a jinx, you know? But he gets that value for that fireball. Gonna continue that warden off to the right, solo into the monolith as the queen is coming to the bottom. She's gonna make her way left, eventually trying to path her way to the town hall, or maybe just have the RC plan to try to snipe the town hall.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a few options there for sure, but the main thing is let that warden do his thing over there on the right-hand side. Keep him away from those other heroes so he can continue to get that value. You want to take care of that take care of that warden with his extended range because he can just be such a valuable asset. And with only the monolith on him, he's maintaining things really well. Actually going to elect for a battle blimp for the town hall, using those rocket loons to go ahead and catch that one seeking airmine there. So the battle blimp will land in there with the Yetis, pull out those clan castle troops, and he'll be able to deal with those without an issue. The warden's still really safe up top, but he's going to get to that merged defense next, which can deal out a lot of damage, but I think that warden's gonna be fine. He's gonna have to go invis. There we go. Invis on the warden to protect.
Yeah, I did have to invest that spell, but took the defense down. Now I can see a perfect path for the RC right in the bottom side multi. If he does, though, it will pull the warden away from walking to the right. You do have to keep that in mind. So where it is, we got, okay, so the RC's coming from the top, complete opposite side of the warden. Stay away from that. Pairs in that earthquake so that the rocket spear shots and the seeking shield can do extra damage and help take it out. Look at the warden. Since he's still alive, he's continuing to solo these defenses straight into the core.
Solo him, he is. Oh, the queen. Oh, what? Okay. Oh, man. I don't know why the queen went to the outside of the wall there. Was there a skeleton or something that pulled her attention? I thought the queen would just pop that ricochet cannon down there and would have been fine. That was a little bit of an odd thing. I didn't see if something pulled her up. Maybe it was attacking something else. RC's still working fine here. The warden is doing his best to survive, but he's under a lot of pressure. That bow is on him, but now he's able to get some health back as RC's going to come over. He's got those rocket booms. He's got 21 seconds. I think General X has got this. It's going to be a triple to put this one away. Synchronic has this war won essentially here by attack number 4. Look at him. He is stressed out after that one.
Oh my, that is now putting them to 10 stars in this match, and they have another attack to do. There's already been matches that finished at 10 with 5 attacks, and Synchronic's at 10 with 4 attacks, meaning another 3-star. If it were to come in, they would have scored the highest war so far today. That would put them at 13. So HTM, well, it's going to be at this point just seeing what you could do, right? What can you do? Can you come in with a 3? because they got the one final attack left, since it's 4 for each side. And this is the biggest gap yet. The last match of the day. And Synchronic is just looking to coast their way to the upper bracket finals to take on the NAVI team.
Yeah, and that's going to be a crazy matchup tomorrow. But we will also have 2 elimination matchups to start our day tomorrow. So it's going to be a very stressful day for these teams, as Synchronic versus NAVI is going to be a crazy upper bracket final for sure. But all those teams in the lower bracket, they're down to 1 life. And if they lose any more, they are out. So it's going to be very stressful. Lots of preparation tonight. Ghost will be our final attackers. We're coming in with more Root Riders. Does have the 4 invisibilities. We'll see if he uses that for the World Champion. He does. World Champion charge over there on the left, using the Yeti there just to tank just a little bit and pull some of that pressure off the World Champion, but she generally doesn't need that, but maybe just trying to make sure that the Fox gets where she needs to go here. All right, Ghost is in. It's all but for naught, though. I mean, 3 stars still puts them essentially behind.
Yeah, 3 stars, well, they'll just be up on percentage, and then Synchronic will just need a single star to win it, as he does pull back that Royal Champion. Has that troop launcher, could put in some balloons in the troop launcher to try to help pull traps and protect the healers from pulling the sinking air mines, things like that, as the healers are down now. With the Root Riders, Minion Prince going to path his way right through this section, head on into the enemy queen, and he's going to path that town. Oh, the tunnel's off to the right a little bit. There's a lot of like open walls, gaps in the space, kind of make it a little annoying to push through, but either way, he's making his way in, still has a warden ability, now just activates that as he's dealing with the defensive clan castle.
Great warden ability. They'll push everything towards the middle. Does use that overgrowth down there on the monolith and that multi long range tower there. Uses the Minion Prince's ability, but it kind of shoots off to the side, doesn't get the most value out of that. I think all those troops were protected through the Giga Bomb there, or at least they had the healing on them from the healing tome. So they're starting to heal back up, but everything is definitely taking a lot of damage here, especially when that overgrowth wears off and that monolith is going to target the Minion Prince. He should go down pretty quickly. And it really, man, things are starting to fade out quickly. And that's what we've seen from all of HTM's attacks this war. They look really strong, and then they just fade out so quick.
Yeah, just faded away here, as he does still have the Queen and RC ability. He'll use those to try to get more percentage, but this is going to essentially put them to 9 stars without a single triple, meaning they do not achieve the 2-star average of 10. And Synchronic doesn't even have to use their final attack. So they were able to achieve 10 within 4 attacks, making it all that more impressive. So what a well-fought victory for Synchronic here. Nice try to you, Ghost. You know, their chances of winning have dropped in terms of winning the whole thing and trying to make it from the lower bracket, but they still have a chance. They're not eliminated. They will have to take on Elevate in the lower bracket to have a chance to try to win down there and try to come back, because with this victory, Synchronic is going to be taking on NAVI. You win that match, you're in the grand finals. You win that, then you are the champion. But in order for them to lose, they have to make it to the grand finals, then lose 2 times in a row, and that bracket reset has to be forced. And most of the time, the team that comes from the upper bracket tends to win in the very first match, and they take it. But it's been times where the bracket resets occurred, and Synchronic's been one of them, and they know that they could try to do it again. But they're coming from the upper bracket.
Yeah, I mean, still a couple wars to be played and a lot to be decided there. Synchronic can still go down to the lower bracket themselves and have to play an extra match down there, so HTM's not out of it. They're just going to have to work a little bit harder tomorrow. We still got a lot of great matches. It'll be really interesting to see how those elimination matches do play out. But this is going to be the victory lap attack here for Mark, coming in with 12 balloons, 14 rocket balloons, 3 earthquakes, 3 invises for this Warden's fireball. And remember, he had that beautiful clutch attack in that last war, which helped them win this. And they like these early fireballs here, Carbon, trying to eliminate the risk there for any misses, I guess.
Yeah, the simple fireball to the edge there helps set that funnel essentially in a way. trying to get that Warden to go by himself. It looks like he's going to the top to that air defense. Hopefully he stays going that way. We got a couple balloons into the Wizard Tower. Tesla pops. More balloons off to the Wizard Tower to the left. Now this Warden will continue to charge. Eventually he's got to deal with the Clan Castle on his own. The Warden keeps going that way. And I'm trying to see what those balloons are for. Was he trying to then path his King and Queen to the multi to the left? Oh no, it's the Flame Flinger that's over there. I see. Flame Flinger's trying to go into that section.
Yeah, it was just a little bit out of frame there. Does have to be careful. The one Expo is on the Warden, but that other Expo at the bottom, that scoots up just a little bit more. It might be the Flame Flinger might be in range. It is. It scoots up just enough that Flame Flinger is now in range and taking shots from the Expo. Gonna try to get some damage, but the Flame Flinger already pops and the Yetis are out. You got one shot opening up the walls there to those multi-archer towers, but the Yetis are now starting to work around, which is okay because the Warden can work through there. But I think he was trying to get just a little bit more value. Now he's starting over here on the right side, setting up things with the Baby Dragon, the Ice Golem, the King and the Queen are in. Meanwhile, the Warden is still working. He's going to pull out all the Clan Castle troops. Keep an eye on this Warden as he has the rocket balloons coming to him. But he does get the poison down, so that's under control. And now he's just got to make his way in towards that Town Hall. But he still has 14 rocket balloons to be used as well.
Needs to keep that Warden alive. Healer's on him, so he'll be taking his sweet time moving in through these Ice Golems. Now the Queen will have her ability, pushing through this right side. Still has not reached that Town Hall. So the Raw Champion, maybe her ability will be used to go for the Town Hall eventually, but he freezes. Doesn't hit the Town Hall, but the Queen ability's been forced. Oh, there is an opening for this Queen to step in for the Town Hall, I see, as the Raw Champ did come in to clear a few of these defenses.
Yeah, and he's going to push the Queen in with that Royal Champion. She's going to go ahead and use that Invis, take the Town Hall down, no problems there. Or maybe no problems there as the Queen is still fighting. She's trying to get the Town Hall down. He has 2 more rocket balloons. There we go. Queen finally gets the Town Hall down. Warden is distracted by some skeletons. He's going to get taken out by... Oh, no, he's fine. He's fine. I thought he was going to get taken out there for a second, but he's actually fine. Rocket balloons come in. Now, Monolith still dealing damage to him. He's kind of just maintaining, but not enough to get taken down. Here comes another rocket balloon in towards that Monolith. The Queen pulls the Warden's attention, and now the Warden goes down. The Queen is fighting and trying to hang on there, but ultimately it doesn't matter. As time's going to expire, and Synchronic Gaming are going to get the victory anyways, as they put on an absolute dominant defensive performance.
What a war for the defending world champion. Synchronic takes the victory here over HTM and will be advancing to take on NAVI in the upper brackets. This is the next match for them. You win and you're in the grand finals. HTM gets sent down to the lower bracket where they will be taking on Elevate. That will be the second match tomorrow. Then the first match, which is also going to be in the lower bracket as well. So our 2 matches to start tomorrow are going to be lower bracket matches, and then we'll jump back through to figure out from the upper bracket and then back down and back up, and we're going to be jumping back and forth to kind of see who is going to be able to make it to the grand finals. And here is that updated bracket with NAVI and Synchronic Gaming in the upper finals. Team Elektros versus Team Queso. You lose that, you're eliminated. Then Elevate versus HTM Esports. You lose that, you're eliminated. But for the upper finals, NAVI versus Synchronic, whoever loses that match is going to get sent to match number 13. So NAVI and Synchronic are automatically jumping match 12 because it's going to be the winners of the 9 and 10 that jump to 12. So just by winning this match, you've jumped quite a bit in the lower bracket, just in case if you were to lose. And then you just have to win 1 and you're back in the grand finals and try to get your revenge. So there's a lot of ways that this can unfold here, which is going to be very interesting. Cannot wait. But it's going to be an amazing day tomorrow. Let's welcome back the one and only Itsu there. What was your thoughts not only on this match, but for the whole day in general?
I think overall it really showed that you are never out with those hard mode matches. Even with the 1-star, we have seen some crazy comebacks overall. And as well that you have to play the percentage game maybe some more often, I would say, and really try to pick the bases where you're putting all of your effort into the planning versus, because so far it seemed like that most matches would have been won with like 11, some matches with like 12 stars. So the score isn't as high, and the percentage is, I feel like, even more important, especially to pressure the other team early on. That was overall the first impression of this stage of the tournament. What about you, Bash?
Yeah, I mean, the defenses were super impressive, and sometimes 2 stars win wars, as funny as that is. But I think tomorrow will be really interesting to see if we continue that defensive dominance or if we start to see that offense pick up, because we know all of our remaining teams are definitely capable of putting up some stars. So that'll be something to keep our eye on. But we will crown our tournament champion tomorrow. Make sure you guys tune into that. But Carbon, close us out, buddy. What do you think?
Yeah, it was an incredible day. It was a pleasure being here with the two of you. Cannot wait for what tomorrow is going to bring, and the matches are going to get even better. I'm wondering if any of these teams held something back, maybe a little bit of a secret. Obviously, you want to make it to this point. You want to make it to day 2, but with NAVI and Synchronic Gaming coming in the upper finals, they are waiting to take on each other. Cannot wait for that match. It's been a pleasure. And we're going to have an action-packed day tomorrow. So make sure you guys don't miss it. Tomorrow at 12 p.m. UTC, when we're going to be covering all the remaining matches here in the playoffs for the Clash of Clans Worlds warm-up. You will not miss a thing. First place, taking home $10,000. So much on the line. Hopefully you guys are excited for that, because I know I am. And I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. We'll see you tomorrow. Till then, Clash on.